Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Finally dead. Xia Hong up in the tree finally breathed a true sigh of relief. A portion of Snowmane's head had been shot off directly by relentless iron arrows. Not only blood, but even brain matter had spilled out quite a lot. Even if it could play dead, this time it was definitely futile. Don't get close yet. I'll go check it out alone. Although it seemed almost certain, Xia Hong still adhered to caution, deciding to go check it out first by himself. No need, leader, I'll go check it. But before he could finish speaking, and before he could move, Xia Chuan had already jumped ahead. There's no need for the leader to go personally. I'll do it. Let me do it. Even the others scattered on both sides started vying for the task. Everyone scrambling to go forward and confirm themselves made Xia Hong's tense nerves immediately relax a lot, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Let Xia Chuan go alone. The rest of you wait with me. Their behavior was indeed heartwarming, but habits still needed to be nurtured. Having so many people rush forward at once could lead to regret if any problems arose in the future. The 11 didn't wait long. After about 10 breaths, Xia Chuan's slightly excited voice came from beside Snowmane's corpse. No problem. Everyone can come over. It's completely dead. Xia Hong leapt down from the tree, arriving first. Looking at the large Snowmane corpse on the ground, Xia Hong's eyes were filled with joy, and the fatigue on his body seemed to vanish in an instant. Even the injury on his shoulder seemed to ease quite a lot. The other 10 also arrived one after another. Tisk, it's huge. Ha ha ha, intermediate cold beast, nothing more than that. This size is about 2 or 3 times that of a low-level snowman. A body length of 7 or 8 meters. This might yield 4 or 5,000 pounds of meat. Probably more than that. Not just the length, even the legs and body are a few circles larger than the low-level ones. The meat yield must be astonishing. We'll know when we take it back. This is an intermediate cold beast. Has anyone ever hunted one in the Redwood Ridge camp before? Leader, did we make history today? The crowd gathered around the Snowmane corpse, their words filled with awe and excitement. Truth be told, during the hunt, aside from Xia Hong's brief close encounter with Snowmane, the other 14 people had all been attacking from 10s or even 100 meters away using bows and arrows. Just now, they hadn't realized. Now that they were closer, they truly felt how massive this Snowmane they had hunted was. All right, stop gawking. Split into 5 with Xia Chuan to pull out the arrows from its head. The other 5, go chop some trees to make long wooden poles so we can carry it back later. The 10's exclamations and shouts only lasted a moment before Xia Hong commanded, splitting them into 2 groups to start on their tasks. You guys can't withstand its blood now. Be careful not to get on your skin while pulling out the arrows. Actually, Xia Hong didn't even need to remind them, as Xia Chuan, who had first confirmed Snowmane's death, was already pulling out arrows, and seeing his cautious actions, the others immediately followed suit, not daring to let the blood from Snowmane touch their skin. Hiss! Xia Hong sucked in a sharp breath, touched his stinging cheek, and looked down his chest and arm, already torn and tattered, immediately guessing that his face was probably just as disfigured now. It wasn't for no reason that he reminded everyone. Just now, when crazily stabbing Snowmane's 7 orifices with the E-blade in the pit, the splattered blood almost drenched him. At that time, a strong burning sensation flooded his mind, but with the fierce battle occurring, his attention was all on Snowmane, not letting it bother him. Now that he relaxed, the pain instantly became intense. Had it not been for elevating my basic strength to the peak of 30,000 pounds in the last phase, forget about slaying this Snowmane. Its splattered blood alone would have cost me half my life. When his basic strength was only over 20,000 pounds, the Mouse King's blood temperature could directly burn through his skin. Only with the help of the sun-cold light could he eliminate the burns and fully recover. Now at the 30,000-pound peak, this blood, though still burning him till his skin burst open, didn't harm the inner flesh and bones, and moreover that pain was less intense than before. Though torn and tattered, miserably looking, accompanied by intense pain. But Xia Hong could clearly feel that he could endure it, and in enduring, his skin membrane and basic strength had visibly increased. Just that the appearance is a bit unsightly, it should recover soon. Also, luckily, it was nighttime, and given the depth of the location, he also dared not let anyone light a fire. The others could only see him covered in blood. If they saw his current terrifying, tattered appearance, maybe they'd mistake him for a ghoul. Who? Quickly tidy up, we can't stay here long. With a deep breath, Xia Hong resisted the severe pain on his body, urged everyone to speed up, then climbed a tree himself to observe the surroundings. This was already 4 or 5 kilometers deep into the Redwood Ridge area, where the trees were not only generally much thicker than those on the outskirts, the variety was also noticeably more diverse. 3 or 4 kilometers north, there was a large cloud mist zone, its estimated range some 500 or 600 meters wide. Further south, one could see a towering giant tree with an incomparably exaggerated diameter, on which dozens of massive figures were perched, each one not much different from the just slain snowman. This stretches 500 or 600 meters. Is it intermediate or advanced? The giant tree to the south, what is it, a snowman group? Or a frost wolf pack? Judging by the size, it's very likely that there are dozens of intermediate creatures. With so many intermediate cold beasts gathered together, there must be an advanced cold beast leader. Xia Hong withdrew his gaze, feeling shaken yet somewhat relieved. This snowman running for its life was likely also avoiding other cold beast territories. This also showed that there was a strict hierarchy among the cold beasts. Even severely wounded, the snowman's instinct still kept it from daring to enter another cold beast territory. All set, Chief. Hearing Xiachuan's call from below, Xia Hong leaped down. The arrow quivers on everyone's backs were replenished. The snowman prey was tied with ropes to 2 long wooden sticks, with 2 people in front and 2 at the back, carrying it together. All right, let's hurry back. With Xia Hong's order, he led the way out into the eastern edge. Xiachuan and Luo Yuan stood on either side. Yufeng and Yuan Cheng followed at the back of the team, while Zhao Long and his 2 brothers moved straight through the trees, with the 4 carrying the prey in the middle. Going out hunting wasn't a 1 or 2 day affair, and the return formation had long become routine. No need for Xia Hong to speak. Everyone could act accordingly. The unfamiliar environment, coupled with the occasional breathing and howling of unknown cold beasts around them, made Xia Hong lead the group almost at a run as they headed out. In just a few minutes, they had traveled more than 2 miles to the east. Another 1 or 2 miles, and they would reach the familiar outer area, not far from exiting the Redwood Ridge. Xia Hong glanced back and let out a small sigh of relief. Finally, we can catch a breath. It feels oppressive in there. Me too, it's so dark in there. Even though I didn't see a single cold beast, it still feels oppressive from all sides. The cold beasts inside likely have their own territories. Luckily, we followed that snowman in, otherwise, wandering aimlessly would have cost us our lives in no time. Luo Yuan and Xiachuan couldn't help but speak up directly. In just a few minutes of being outside, they had remained in a state of tension, always feeling something was watching them from the shadows. The expressions on the others, though silent, made it clear they too had felt the unease in those few minutes. Don't talk, let's keep moving. We'll be out soon enough. Xia Hong interrupted their conversation, urging everyone to pick up the pace again. Whoosh! After walking less than 200 meters ahead, suddenly, a swift arrow sliced through the air, flying horizontally before Xia Hong's eyes more than 10 meters away, piercing into a large tree on the right. Crack! Bang! Xia Hong tensed slightly, and before he could react, there was a series of sounds of trees breaking and crashing down from the left. Someone, be careful. It's from the north. It's that tree, it fell. The sounds of their movements weren't loud, and the whiz of the arrow breaking through the air was extremely clear. Before Xia Hong could speak, The others had already remained alert. Xia Hong had already turned his gaze to the left, towards the north of the redwood ridge, his brows slightly furrowed. To the north, about over 100 meters away. After the large tree Xia Chuan mentioned fell, a huge creature measuring 8 or 9 meters in length rolled down from the tree, emitting a resounding crash. Arrows rained down like a storm, madly shooting towards the gigantic creature. At the same time, a figure wielding a giant broadsword leaped down from the nearest large tree, landing directly on the head of the massive creature. Someone has intruded to hunt. Is it that same group from last time? It should be the people from the Mirror Immortal camp. Only them. There's no other camp but theirs. They just barged in without even greeting us. This clearly appeared to be a group, similar to what they had just done, hunting intermediate cold beasts. Xia Chuan and the others understood instantly. Everyone opened their mouths, their tones carrying a hint of anger. After falling silent, they all directed their gaze at Xia Hong, who had not yet spoken. Let's go take a look. Of course, Xia Hong understood what was on everyone's minds. His face darkened as well. He initially thought that not encountering anyone from the Mirror Immortal camp on the outskirts meant they hadn't crossed the boundary. Unexpectedly, not only had the other side crossed the boundary, but they had already penetrated 2 kilometers deep and started hunting right here. For Xia Hong, who regarded the Redwood Ridge as the territory of Great Xia, the resources inside were undoubtedly the exclusive domain of Great Xia. The overt boundary-crossing actions of the Mirror Immortal camp clearly showed they had no regard for the Great Xia camp. Leave the prey here. Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, come with me. The other 9, find good positions first. I definitely want to see how bold this Mirror Immortal camp can be. They chose to hunt at night, and, just like Xia Hong and his group, used archery to hunt, coupled with the broadsword wielder's dodging tactics when battling the massive creature. It was clear. Just from these 3 points, Xia Hong could roughly judge that their manpower and strongest capability should be similar to his own group. Xia Hong knew that the Mirror Immortal camp had cold resistance level combatants. But for such a risky endeavor as hunting, with cold resistance level experts lurking in the shadows and leaving these earth-digging realm people to fend against cold beasts, Xia Hong found it hard to believe. Since the cold resistance level expert wasn't present, and their strength was comparable, moreover still entangled with cold beasts, it would be a wasted opportunity not to confront the Mirror Immortal camp here. It was obvious they all understood Xia Hong's intentions. Meanwhile, Xia Hong led Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan to directly approach. As they drew closer, the 3 clearly saw the true form of the enormous creature. It was a golden-eyed demon sheep, something all 3 were quite familiar with. However, this one stretched nearly 9 meters in length and stood 5 to 6 meters high at the shoulder, its stature comparable to a building. Its back was covered with white mane that hung down 4 or 5 meters on both sides, resembling 2 massive gray-white curtains. Most terrifying was its back, which bore 16 pairs of golden eyes as large as lanterns. 5 of these eyes had already been hit by iron arrows, and blood was gushing out. The remaining 11 eyes intermittently emitted blinding golden rays, like sharp arrows, targeting the person wielding the broadsword and the other archers hiding in the surrounding trees. The golden-eyed demon sheep's massive body made the ground tremble with its charge, with a force even greater than the snow mane from earlier, smashing the surrounding trees in its path. In just a short while, more than a dozen trees around had been smashed and knocked down, leaving no intact tree within nearly 100 meters. As they took a clear look at the golden-eyed demon sheep, Xia Hong and the other 2 also saw the person battling it clearly. Being too far away, they couldn't see his face, only that he was burly, dressed in black, gripping a giant broadsword about 1.5 meters long and over 20 centimeters wide with both hands. The broadsword looked exaggerated even in shape, despite its lack of an edge. Ordinary people probably wouldn't even be able to lift it. Yet, in the hands of this person, it was as light as if it weighed nothing. He swung, blocked, chopped, smashed, and maneuvered fluidly. What's more, he could adjust his body using the momentum of the broadsword, continuously circling with the demon sheep, and even occasionally managed to inflict deep cuts on the demon sheep's body with the sword. Iron arrows from the trees around them continuously aimed at the demon sheep, targeting its golden eyes on the back, with one person's arrows being incredibly precise, always catching the golden sheep, just as it tried to emit a blinding light to suppress the man in black, preventing the golden sheep from casting its strong light. Bam! The demon sheep seized an opportunity to lower its head and charge, catching the black-clad man off guard. With no choice, he raised the broadsword to shield himself, unwillingly being knocked into the air with the sword. Taking this opportunity, the golden sheep on the demon sheep's back simultaneously opened its eyes, ignoring the iron arrows shooting from the surrounding trees, and directly unleashed 11 beams of golden light at the man in black midair. Thud! Thud! Roar! The sounds of 7 or 8 iron arrows piercing eyeballs echoed across the entire field, followed closely by the painful roars of the demon sheep. However, Xia Hong's gaze was fixed on the man in black, noticing a beam of light penetrating his abdomen, causing his eyebrows to twitch slightly. Brother, was he hit? Yes, he was hit. The man in black should be injured, and quite seriously. Although Xia Hong's eyebrows only twitched slightly, Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan beside him couldn't contain their joy, their faces lighting up as they spoke to Xia Hong. Hold on, don't speak too soon. They have considerable strength. This demon sheep is doomed. Though the demon sheep managed to injure the man in black, all 11 golden eyes on its back were taken out by a round of iron arrows. Roar! 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 With all 16 golden eyes on its back blinded, the demon sheep seemed to have its last bit of ferocity ignited, its body leaping forward as it roared angrily. The black-clad man landed from afar and had just torn a strip of cloth to bind his abdominal wound when the demon sheep was already charging fiercely towards him. Boss! Brothers, we can't let this beast hurt the boss. This accursed beast's eyes are all blind. There's nothing to fear about it. Charge! Several roars were heard from the surrounding trees, and over 20 people leapt down, immediately charging towards the demon sheep. These people had bows on their backs, obviously the ones who had been shooting arrows moments earlier. They each held a large knife, exuding a fearless and robust aura as they charged with their battle cries. Of course, they were fast, but the demon sheep was faster. The man in black, whom they called Boss, clearly didn't rely on these 20-plus individuals, and having bound his wound, he raised his broadsword to dodge sideways. This intermediate demon sheep had 6 sharp horns, each 2 to 3 meters long, and when it charged, its horizontal attack range was astonishingly large. Though the man in black was quick, humans inherently had size disadvantages compared to the demon sheep, not to mention being slower than it. Thud! Just as Xia Hong anticipated, the man in black's left shoulder was directly pierced by one of the demon sheep's horns. Yet the following scene completely exceeded Xia Hong's expectations. The man in black, with his left shoulder pierced, didn't hesitate for a moment. Grabbing the broadsword with both hands, he swung it downward, circumventing the demon sheep's horns, and went for its neck. Thud! This strength surpasses mine. Watching the descending broadsword being thrust more than half a meter into the demon sheep's neck, Xia Hong's pupils contracted, his mind slightly shaken. He had just experienced how the skeleton and surface of an intermediate cold beast were back then. Seeking to pierce the throat at that close range required an explosive force of no less than 40,000 pounds, by his estimates. Even with his long fist technique, he could only exert a force of 36,000 pounds at most. This man in black clearly had greater basic strength than himself. With the broadsword embedded in its neck, the intense pain caused the demon sheep to stagger. It tried to stabilize its body by forcing its limbs, but the 20-some people coming down from the trees didn't give it the chance. The 20 individuals divided their tasks clearly, with 10 charging at its head, and the remaining 10-plus dividing into 5 groups, attacking its limbs and tail. Due to the demon sheep's massive size, They had barely made a few slashes before its casually bouncing limbs kicked them away. Broken bones, spitting blood, severed hands, severed feet, knives kicked away, bodies thrown over 10 meters away, some even severely injured or unconscious, unclear if alive or dead. The fate of those 20 or so people was none other than these outcomes. What shocked Xia Hong, Xia Chuan, and Luo Yuan was that aside from those severely injured or unconscious, everyone else who could move, without exception, picked up their knives and charged back into the fray. They seemed entirely unafraid of death. With the continuous assault of 20-plus people and the relentless broadsword strikes to the demon sheep's head by the leading black-clad man, over 100 breaths later, the demon sheep's limbs finally began to tremble and its body started to sway with exhaustion. Hold on just a bit longer, brothers. Quickly, this demon sheep is about to fall. The more I hit it, the blunter it's become. Damn it. No worries, we can sharpen it when we get back. Iron is nothing. Boss, how are you? Seeing the demon sheep teetering, those still swinging knives around excitedly cried out, with one person even showing concern for the man in black, asking with a hint of worry. I'm fine. All of you withdraw for now. This demon sheep no longer has the strength to escape. Having been on the sidelines for a while, Xia Hong, Xia Chuan, and Luo Yuan heard the black-clad man speak for the first time, and they were all taken aback. They didn't even realize the man in black paused in the middle of speaking. This man's voice was surprisingly young. No, it was excessively young. Judging by his tone, he seemed to be as young as Xia Chuan, just 16 or 17 years old. Let's welcome the friends from Great Xia together. The three up in the trees were a bit stupefied, but upon hearing the latter part of the black-clad man's words, their expressions changed slightly. He actually noticed them. Since they were discovered, they'd given up hiding and jumped directly down from the trees. With his gaze cast down, Xia Hong led the other two to walk slowly forward, stopping only when they were just over 10 meters away from the people. You've brought so many people trespassing into Great Xia territory and hunting without permission. This term friend, Xia Hong, cannot accept. Until tonight, this group before us intruded into Redwood Ridge for hunting without permission. These two incidents have already determined that the Mirror Immortal Camp could not possibly become a friendly neighbor, and it is highly likely that they will compress the survival space of Great Xia. Despite the hunting of the demon sheep just now, this group showed a fierce fighting spirit that feared no death, which made Xia Hong feel a bit of admiration. But an enemy is still an enemy. Any enemy that might threaten the survival of Great Xia, whether it's a cold beast, deceitful monster, or a human, Xia Hong would mercilessly kill them if necessary and capable. I, Xia Hong, dare not accept. The previous words had already made Xia Hong's tone extremely low, and anyone could hear the surging anger within it. The last 7 words of Xia Hong were even more bone-chilling cold. Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan both thought he was about to give the order to act, so they drew out the sabers from their bodies and took a step forward in unison. Great Xia territory? Isn't this the territory of Lu Shang Camp? Lu, he already said that this area was given to the Mirror Immortal Camp. When did it become your Great Xia territory? We haven't even pursued the matter of Great Xia driving the rodent herd into the Arrow Bamboo Forest last time, and now you turn it around and accuse us of trespassing on your territory? Ha ha, ridiculous, what a bullshit Great Xia, just eyeing our prey and harboring ill intentions. Just 3 people. Even if I'm injured, I'm not afraid. Boss, no need to talk. Let's show them what's what. The people from the Mirror Immortal Camp had a tough time hunting the demon sheep just now, with over 20 people down to just over 10, and now only 9 were still standing. And these 9 were mostly injured. Some were even standing only with support. Yet even so, upon hearing Xia Hong's slightly icy words, not a single one of them showed fear. Instead, they all boldly retorted. A few with relatively nimble legs seemed to find mere rebuttal insufficient, and like Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan, they also drew their sabers and took 2 steps forward. Their reaction was more intense than even Xia Hong's 3, with an air of willingness to fight to the death at the slightest disagreement. Xia Hong lowered his gaze, and combined with the fierceness shown by this group during hunting, such a reaction now did not surprise him. At a distance of more than 10 meters, Xia Hong could already make out most of their faces, and the Himeng he dealt with during the last arrow bamboo forest altercation was not among them. But from the few loud voices he heard just now, someone from that time must be present. Himeng brought 14 people last time. Xia Hong focused his gaze on the man in black, surrounded by the 9. Matching the voice he just heard, the man in black did indeed look very young. With thick eyebrows and a broad face, the expression on his face was as calm as still water, and the form-fitting black strong clothes highlighted his sturdy physique. Perhaps to conceal the wound on his shoulder, he held the hilt of a broadsword stuck in the ground, standing straight like a tall pine, motionless. He looked at most around Xia Chuan's age, but his steady and seasoned presence was not one of a young man. While the 9 around him were visibly older, some even appearing middle-aged, their demeanor and behavior, and possibly even their strength, made them seem younger than him. As Xia Hong watched the man in black, naturally, the man in black was also watching him. Their gazes met in the air for a brief moment. The man in black's expression gradually relaxed, a slight smile appearing, and he clasped his fists, speaking brightly. Last time I heard from Himeng that there's a great Xia camp near Redwood Ridge, and that leader Xia Hong is unparalleled in bravery, leading a group to slaughter the rodent herd terrified and fleeing, nearly entering the arrow bamboo forest. I held respect in my heart, intending to visit in a few days, only to unexpectedly meet here tonight ahead of time. Mirror Immortal Camp, Yuan Dao, meet leader Xia. Xia Hong's somber face stiffened for a few seconds. He considered that Yuan Dao might react more intensely than the other 9. Even directly taking action was not impossible. No matter what, he did not expect that Yuan Dao would actually be so polite. Of course, after stiffening, Xia Hong became even more vigilant. Compared to Himeng and others from a Mirror Immortal Camp's straightforwardness, Yuan Dao was clearly a more troublesome character, despite his courteous tone. Though his words were polite, he alluded to the incident of the rodent herd nearly breaking into the arrow bamboo forest last time, clearly being tough within his mildness. Regarding the incident with the rodent herd, I had negotiated with Himeng last time. Mirror Immortal Camp has occupied arrow bamboo forest for only 3 months, without notifying Great Xia beforehand, and the whole incident did not really cause any losses to the Mirror Immortal Camp. More crucially, the rodent herd never entered the arrow bamboo forest in the end. You think you can brush this off? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Don't strike at a smiling face. Since Yuan Dao was being so polite, expressing the intention of negotiating properly, Xia Hong decided to follow his lead, softening his tone slightly. Of course, it was just the tone that was softened. After saying the last sentence, he raised his right hand and waved slightly backward. Whoosh! 3 iron arrows flew through the air from the trees behind, piercing the ground 2 to 3 meters in front of Yuan Dao and his men. The iron arrows embedded 20 to 30 centimeters into the ground, making the sound of taut strings and resonating tails from the tremendous force very clear. From such a distance, to pierce the ground so deeply, the archer's skill definitely reaches the earth-digging realm. 3 arrows might not be much, but the problem is who knows how many people and how many arrows are behind Xia Hong and his 2 companions. Yuan Dao's originally smiling face immediately became much more solemn, and his mood was no longer as relaxed as before. He took 2 steps forward and spoke in a deep voice. Leader Xia, when Lui joined our Mirror Immortal Camp, he had already transferred all the original territory of Lu Shang Camp at Redwood Ridge to us. Didn't they tell you how Lu Shang Camp's territory came about? Before Yuan Dao could finish speaking, Xia Hong interrupted him directly. No need for so much nonsense. I'm not interested in explaining the affairs of Lu Shang Camp to you. Let's be straightforward. Tonight, considering it's your first offense, I won't pursue it further. Leave the demon sheep and never step into Redwood Ridge again. I can let you go. Xia Hong was also disinterested in explaining, directly stating the conditions for letting them go. As soon as he proposed these conditions, The 9 people beside Yuan Dao reacted like their tails had been stepped on, each shouting angrily. "You're dreaming, boss. Ignore him. We're not afraid to die. Let's fight him. We've been fighting all day, and you think you can take advantage for free? Dream on. Boss, absolutely don't listen to him. If he dares to kill us, when a leader brings people over, his entire Great Xia camp will have to pay for this." At this moment, it wasn't just Xia Hong. Even Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan beside him, upon hearing the last person's words, their expressions immediately turned cold as well, and their gaze towards the 10 people became icy. "Clap! Shut up!" Before the last person could finish saying "Barry," Yuan Dao angrily scolded him to stop, even turning around to slap him hard. The person was already injured, and this slap sent him flying 2 or 3 meters back, unable to even stand, falling directly to the ground. "Leader Xia, my subordinate was out of line, speaking nonsense. Please forgive us." After hitting him, Yuan Dao quickly turned around, bowing deeply towards Xia Hong and the others, while internally cursing those 9 as complete fools. Hearing no response from Xia Hong and his companions for a long time, Yuan Dao grew even more anxious and threw a glance at the large corpse of the demon sheep behind him, a look of pain flitting across his face, before gritting his teeth, lifting his head and saying, "Leader Xia, we suffered significant losses to hunt this demon sheep. If we give away the entire prey, not to mention what my brothers would think, even I wouldn't be willing. How about this? I'll offer half of the blood from this demon sheep. Would Leader Xia agree to this?" In response to these words, the otherwise silent Xia Hong showed a slight change in expression. Evidently, Yuan Dao had noticed the unusual condition of Xia Hong's skin and realized that Xia Hong was at a critical moment of breaking through to the cold resistance level, desperately in need of intermediate cold beast blood. Was it better to accept half of this blood, leaving behind a group of potential enemies? Or refuse, and with Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and others strike and eradicate Yuan Dao and his group of 10 right here? "Big brother, leader." Seeing Xia Hong in hesitation, Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan spoke up one after another. Xia Chuan's eyes were cold, while Luo Yuan was more direct, gesturing lightly across his neck. Understanding that both were urging him to give the order to attack, Xia Hong was somewhat moved. Although they had just fought and were not in peak condition, the 10 before them were in a much worse state. The severely injured Yuan Dao and the 9 earth-digging realm members barely standing. On their side, there were still 9 archers hidden behind the trees. "Leader Xia Hong, if I'm not mistaken, the previous incident with the rodents, He Meng should have had quite a conflict with your camp. When he returned last time, he proposed to my leader He Yuan Hun to lead people to the Great Xia Station to demand an explanation, but fortunately my father dissuaded him. So leader, he did not agree." Yuan Dao's expression was slightly tense, clearly seeing the hesitation on Xia Hong's face, with cold sweat forming on his forehead. After saying the aforementioned words, he didn't forget to add, "Oh, and I haven't mentioned yet to Leader Xia, our mirror immortal population exceeds 10,000, with hundreds of the earth-digging realm, and our camp is guarded by Leader He Yuan Hun and my father Yuan, who, 2 cold resistance level experts. Leader Xia, my father has always believed that humans in the Ice Abyss world should support each other, thinking that enmities should be resolved rather than deepened. Mirror Immortal occupies Arrow Bamboo Forest, and will be neighbors with Great Xia going forward. Even if we are not cordial, it's unwise to form deep grudges. Leader Xia, don't you think so?" He Yuan Hun, Yuan Hu, He Meng, 2 cold resistance level experts guarding. The once indecisive Xia Hong, upon hearing Yuan Dao's words, had a subtle change in his expression. Particularly when he met Yuan Dao's gaze, a hint of subtlety flickered and his heart wavered. Yuan Dao was superficially saying that his father, Yuan Hu, had persuaded He Yuan Hun, preventing He Meng from carrying out his suggestion to retaliate against Great Xia, implying that his father had done Great Xia a favor. Yet this was obviously not enough for Xia Hong to let them go, as words without evidence hold no weight. Who knows whether his claim is true or not? The underlying implication in the middle part, however, truly moved Xia Hong. The Mirror Immortal Camp, with a population exceeding 10,000, hundreds of Earth-digging realm experts. This information Xia Hong could already roughly estimate earlier, but Yuan Dao's final statement about the two cold resistance level experts guarding it caught Xia Hong's genuine focus. Of course, the deeper implication was that if they killed him, his father, Yuan Hu, would undoubtedly change his stance. He Meng's proposal would be smoothly adopted by He Yuan Hun, ultimately leading to a situation where the Great Xia and Mirror Immortal camps would be locked in an endless feud. Such a short statement, yet it cleverly blended softness and firmness. Not only did it clearly outline the immense benefits of Xia Hong and the others refraining from action, it also subtly threatened them with the consequences Great Xia would face if they chose to kill, leaving them without a hint of escape. Is this Yuan Dao really a young man? Although Xia Hong's face showed no emotion, his heart was quite shaken by Yuan Dao's mature and steady demeanor. No matter if Yuan Dao's previous words were true or false, at least his final remarks were valid. It's better to resolve animosities than to create them. In the future, the Great Xia will definitely be neighbors with the Mirror Immortal camp, and forming too deep an enmity will be detrimental to both sides. And killing the son of a cold resistance level expert clearly leads to an irreconcilable situation, which is unnecessary. Sneakily kill them without being discovered? Xia Hong shook his head. This is the ice abyss, not the normal world. If someone dies on your territory, you cannot evade responsibility. Evidence is not required. At this point, Xia Hong no longer harbored the thought of killing Yuan Dao and his group of 10. Even Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan, standing by his side, had considerably diminished their intent to kill. At this moment, there was no choice but to hope that what Yuan Dao said about Yuan Hu and He Yuan Hun, the two cold resistance level experts, was true. The Mirror Immortal camp strength, whether or not it was as Yuan Dao claimed, was surely stronger than Great Xia before Xia Hong's breakthrough to the cold resistance level. At least this point is undeniable. Currently, Xia Hong dared to confront the Mirror Immortal camp because his greatest support was that the other party was unaware of Great Xia's camp location, only encountering them in the Redwood Ridge. However, this is not foolproof. If those in the Mirror Immortal camp are truly determined, finding the valley is only a matter of time. The current conflict between the two sides hasn't escalated too much, so the Mirror Immortal camp shouldn't expend great effort to locate Great Xia's camp. But in the future, the two neighboring camps will inevitably encounter each other, and judging by He Meng's group stance, future conflicts will be unavoidable. Xia Hong has been urgently trying to break through to the cold resistance level during this period for this very reason. Before more intense conflicts erupt with the Mirror Immortal camp, if Xia Hong doesn't break through to the cold resistance level, the outcome for the Great Xia camp cannot be good. Tonight, he could surely kill Yuan Dao and his group of 10, but what then? If he couldn't break through to the cold resistance level in a short time, Xia Hong needs time, a lot of time. If it is indeed as Yuan Dao hinted that there are factional struggles within the Mirror Immortal camp, then the time Xia Hong can gain will be even greater. Moreover, Yuan Dao deliberately mentioned his father Yuan Hu's philosophy, which was clearly suggestive. It's highly likely that the camp leader He Yuan Huan's philosophy differs from his father's. This could also explain why his father would stop leader He Yuan Hun from adopting He Meng's proposal to cause trouble for Great Xia. Yuan Dao's gaze remained fixed on Xia Hong, his demeanor tense, his hands never leaving the broadsword, evidently waiting for his decision. Let the blood flow. After a long silence, upon hearing Xia Hong utter these 3 words, Yuan Dao immediately relaxed, his tension dissipating in an instant. He turned to instruct the others, his face breaking into a smile. Thank you, Leader Xia. Xia Hong only slightly cupped his fists, not showing any pleasant expression. While he admired Yuan Dao, the relations between the two camps could not yet be considered good. Sparing them tonight was a temporary measure. If he later discovered Yuan Dao had deceived him, any positive expression he showed now would be a colossal joke. Knowing Xia Hong's concerns, Yuan Dao didn't take it to heart. With an awkward chuckle, he glanced at Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan behind Xia Hong, showing a hint of curiosity before nodding to them with a smile. It was at this moment that he finally showed some signs of youth. This slightly childish behavior of Yuan Dao lightened Xia Hong's heart, significantly reducing the hostility in his eyes. Naturally, besides focusing on Yuan Dao, he didn't forget to observe how the other members of the Mirror Immortal camp were letting the blood from the demon sheep. The group walked to the chest area of the demon sheep, slicing open the outer skin with a knife, and near its heart, they found a red blood vessel with a diameter of 3 to 4 centimeters. One person stepped forward to cut open the blood vessel, and the crimson blood gushed out immediately. The others held large leather bags to collect the blood, soon filling one bag entirely. Strangely, during the bleeding process, the demon sheep's originally enormous body, nearly 9 meters long, began to shrink slowly. After half of its blood was drained, its body had already shrunk by 1 or 2 tenths, leaving only a length of over 7 meters. Although this scene piqued Xia Hong's curiosity, he didn't ask any questions, nor did his face show any unusual expression. The same with Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan. The three even deliberately turned their heads to conceal their curiosity. No way around it. If they asked, it would confirm it was their first time witnessing an intermediate cold beast being bled. It would not only expose Great Xia's strength, but also instantly lower their prestige. Soon, Yuan Dao tossed over the sealed bag of cold beast blood. Xia Hong reached out and caught it steadily, estimating it to be about 30 or so pounds. Considering the previous handling of low-level cold beasts and estimating from the size of an intermediate cold beast, the blood volume seemed about right. After receiving the blood, Xia Hong did not leave immediately. He looked at Yuan Dao, his expression gradually becoming solemn, and spoke in a deep voice. Since the misunderstanding tonight has been resolved, I shouldn't say much. However, Brother Yuan, as you yourself just mentioned, you also believe that our two camps should maintain good neighborly relations. Then please, help me convey a few words back. The previous rodent swarm incident was entirely a misunderstanding, and any discerning person can see clearly that we, of the Great Xia, have no intention of bearing a grudge against the Mirror Immortal camp. Our two camps being neighbors is a fact, and though we may not speak of living in harmony, we should at least avoid unnecessary disputes and conflicts. In the future, I will also ensure that the people of our camp do not venture into any area of the Arrow Bamboo Forest, and I ask that the people of the Mirror Immortal camp do not cross the boundary to intrude upon our Redwood Ridge. What happened tonight should happen only once. If it happens again, the Great Xia camp will show no mercy. Do not say, I did not warn you. All right, Leader Xia Hong's words will definitely be passed on. Yuan Dao quickly nodded in response, and when he looked up again, he found that Xia Hong and his 3 companions had already retreated into the southern dense forest. At the same time, rustling noises came from several surrounding large trees, clearly from the archers Xia Hong had brought. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yuan Dao closed his eyes, counting silently, and only after the noises from the trees completely disappeared did he open his eyes, looking in the direction where the people of the Great Xia had vanished, and heaved a deep sigh of relief. 9 earth-digging realm archers. Thankfully, there was no conflict. He glanced at the wound on his shoulder, a flash of relief appearing on his face. The change in Xia Hong's expression just now had been closely monitored by him, and if the other party had changed his mind, the outcome tonight would have been completely different. The other 9 people also relaxed a lot at this moment, but most of them still had a hint of discontent on their faces, clearly still brooding over the half of the cold beast blood. All right, your lives are saved. What are you sulking for? As soon as Yuan Dao finished speaking, the 9 of them immediately burst into laughter. One of them even ran to the back of a large tree on the north side and slowly dragged out a huge object. It turned out to be a dead snow main corpse. Ha ha! This Xia Hong would never have expected that we actually had another prey hidden here. The person dragged the snow mane next to the demon sheep, unable to help but laugh out loud. Upon hearing this, Yuan Dao turned his head to look in the direction Xia Hong and his companions had left, his face also gradually revealing a smug smile. Ha ha! If I weren't afraid this snow mane would also be discovered, I wouldn't have handed over half of the cold beast blood so easily. But this leader of the great Xia is very smart and must not be underestimated. Yuan Dao turned back to look at the 9 people, a deep glint flashing in the depths of his eyes. All right, pack up and leave quickly. Let's head back to report to the great leader and second leader. From now on, we will have to engage with the great Xia camp. The group quickly packed up the 2 pieces of prey and also carried away those who were unconscious or had lost their lives, and only then did they follow Yuan Dao toward the outskirts of the Redwood Ridge on the east side. What a large snow mane! How can it be so big? This is an intermediate cold beast. An intermediate cold beast really hunted an intermediate cold beast. Why is the leader so bloody and battered? He must be injured. Zhou Yuankai and Zhu Shun are unconscious too. At the Great Xia Station, as Xia Hong led the team back to the valley, it immediately caused an uproar among the people waiting outside. As they shouted, people in the wooden houses rushed out one after another. Everyone gathered around the enormous corpse of the snow mane, their eyes filled with shock and emotion. Both eyes of the snow mane had been shot blind, clearly absolutely still, completely dead, yet it still gave everyone a shiver deep inside. Tusks 2 or 3 meters long stained with blood, a body filled with knife wounds and holes, and a snow mane's head riddled with scars. All highlighted the breathtaking battle the hunting team had just experienced. Most people knew that the hunting team went out tonight to find an intermediate cold beast. When they left, many in the camp were quite worried. But then they thought they were only going to search, not to hunt, so nothing major should happen. Who could have imagined they actually attempted to hunt an intermediate cold beast? And they succeeded. Everyone's eyes shifted from the snow mane to the members of the hunting team, and lastly, all focused on their leader Xia Hong, filled with awe and admiration. Some even carried a hint of fanaticism. Of course, some also noticed the gravely injured and unconscious Zhu Shun and Zhou Yuankai, as well as Xia Hong, whose face was horrifically burned by beast blood. Don't crowd here. Take Zhu Shun and Zhou Yuankai inside first for treatment. Xia Chuan, get the team to carry the prey up for processing. Everyone else injured in the hunting team, go back and rest immediately. Mudong, prepare a 2-meter diameter wooden barrel and bring it to my room. As soon as Xia Hong finished his words, he rushed upstairs with the bag of blood. The others were still a bit confused. Only Xia Chuan and the rest of the hunting team looked up at him, their faces showing a hint of worry. Earlier in Redwood Ridge, under dim light and in a rush, they hadn't noticed, but outside Redwood Ridge, they clearly saw the terrible state of Xia Hong's skin, scorched by the cold beast blood. Will the leader be all right? Luo Yuan couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Xia Chuan thought for a moment, shaking his head. He should be fine. If something were really wrong, he couldn't have held on for so long just now. Quickly go draw the blood. Big Brother should attempt to break through to the cold resistance level soon. Luo Yuan's worry immediately vanished, replaced with excitement. The leader is about to break through to the cold resistance level. On the 3rd floor, back in his room, Xia Hong. As soon as he sat down on the chair, he reached up to touch his facial skin. With just a light touch, intense pain instantly surged through his mind. All my skin's been burnt off now. I'm really disfigured. Xia Hong walked to the small wooden barrel in the room. Glancing at his reflection on the water surface, his pupils showed a touch of horror. His face had large areas of burns. No good skin could be found. Only flesh, with his features so exposed that if not dyed with blood, it would look several times more terrifying. Even though it hurts, it's obvious that my skin is constantly recovering, and the speed is getting faster. Just this burning sensation hasn't subsided at all, and it's getting worse. Xia Hong looked down at his own skin, already showing a few tiny white spots. Although the speed was slow, the white spots were spreading noticeably. And as the white spots spread, he could clearly sense his basic strength increasing continually. Xia Hong clenched his fists, feeling the enhancement in strength. A trace of excitement gradually flashed across his painful expression. Indeed, strength can continue to increase. Luo Ming once said the standard for cold resistance level is to be completely exposed under the sunlight, fully referencing those 4 hours of daylight, meaning the breakthrough to cold resistance level isn't an overnight event, but requires the use of intermediate cold beast blood to continually reshape the skin until it is eventually perfected. And the standard of perfection is to last those 4 hours during the day. This wasn't a random guess by Xia Hong. When he saw Yuan Dao and Redwood Ridge just now, this hypothesis had already emerged in his mind. At this moment, feeling the skin remodeling process in himself, still entirely in the initial stage, he became even more confident in his conjecture. Yuan Dao's basic strength is likely above his own, but he was still hunting at night, yet to break through to the cold resistance level, which already explains it. This bag of blood weighs about 30 pounds, plus that Snowmane should nearly add up to 100 pounds of cold beast blood. I wonder how much it can reshape my skin. The pain was clearly diminishing, yet Xia Hong's face showed no joy. His heart even felt somewhat empty, because together with the subsiding pain, he also sensed the diminishing feeling of increasing strength. That exhilarating sensation, once experienced through training, is hard for anyone to refuse. Leader, the blood is ready. The wooden barrel is also done. Come in. Xia Chuan and Mu Dong carried a large wooden barrel inside. The barrel had a diameter of 2 meters and stood over a meter high, already filled more than halfway with scarlet blood, obviously newly taken from the Snowmane they had just brought back. The two were afraid of the blood in the barrel spilling out, moving very lightly and slowly, gently placing it in the center of the room. Big brother, are you all right? Seeing his normal expression, he felt a little more at ease, but couldn't help worrying. It's nothing. You all go about your business. In the next few days, unless there's something absolutely urgent, no one should come to disturb me. Yes, leader. Xia Chuan nodded in agreement and left with Mu Dong. After the two left, Xia Hong also carried the leather bag to the side of the wooden bucket, opened the bag, and poured all the more than 30 pounds of demon sheep blood inside. Xia Hong reached into the wooden bucket and instantly felt a burning sensation, but at the same time, the tingling and pleasurable sensation from the skin remodeling also surged forth. During this process of tingling and pleasure, the enhancement of muscle strength was unusually apparent, even more intense than the enhancement after consuming cold beast meat. A look of intoxication appeared involuntarily on Xia Hong's slightly pained face. This is probably what it means to feel both pain and pleasure. Let's see if 100 pounds can remodel my skin to what extent. With this thought in his heart, Xia Hong couldn't resist any longer and jumped naked into the wooden bucket. As soon as he jumped into the wooden bucket and his body was immersed in the blood, a sharp pain surged in his mind. Xia Hong felt as if his entire skin was being cut open, causing his veins to bulge, from low growls to screams, and finally to convulsive roars. His pained roars echoed both inside and outside the wooden house. Xia Chuan, who had just ascended to the second floor and hadn't stayed there long, along with other members of the hunting team, heard the noises and all looked shocked, immediately rushing up. Big brother, what's wrong? Leader, are you all right? We're coming in. Xia Chuan yelled once, preparing to force open the door. Yet, inside, there came Xia Hong's intermittent low growls. No. Need? No need. Don't come in. Fine. The crowd gathered outside, looked at one another in dismay. No. Need to worry, I am fine. Everyone go about their own tasks. Although Xia Hong's voice was much calmer than before, Xia Chuan and the others outside could still hear the pain and suppression in his voice. Everyone's faces were full of concern, but they didn't dare rush in and could only shift their gaze to Xia Chuan at the front. The leader says he's fine, so he's fine. Return to your tasks. I will stand guard here, and I'll notify you if anything happens. Xia Chuan dispersed the crowd, remaining at the door himself. Though worried, the crowd could do nothing but depart. Hiss! Standing outside the door, Xia Chuan heard Xia Hong's painful hisses from inside, and although he understood that Xia Hong was trying to break through the cold resistance level using cold beast blood, he couldn't help worrying. There's no precedent to follow and no information about how to use intermediate cold beast blood properly. Big Brother attempting a breakthrough like this is too risky. If not for that damned Mirror Immortal camp. Xia Chuan clenched his fists, a look of hatred gradually emerging in his eyes. If not for the sudden emergence of the Mirror Immortal camp forcing Xia Hong to break through cold resistance level in a hurry, he wouldn't be taking such a risk. With enough time, he could have gone to the Hive camp to investigate proper methods before attempting to break through. Thinking this way, Xia Chuan naturally held no good feelings towards the Mirror Immortal camp. Yet, no amount of hatred could help him now. He could only wait for Xia Hong to finish. Though Xia Hong's voice seemed to weaken and the frequency decreased over time, the painful and suppressed low growls continued unabated. From dusk to dawn and into the night, until the first year of the Great Xia, January 26th. Only after 2 days of continuous screams did it finally stop. When the sound ceased, Xia Chuan was initially worried. But when he pressed his ear against the door and heard Xia Hong's rhythmic breathing inside, he immediately relaxed. In fact, hearing Xia Hong's breathing was now even steadier and deeper than before, leaving Xia Chuan with a look of expectation on his face. Unfortunately, Xia Hong didn't come out immediately. Xia Chuan could only continue to stand watch by the door. North of the Arrow Bamboo Forest lies a vast, seemingly endless plain. But on the eastern side of the plain, there is an oval-shaped basin that dips inward. The basin is approximately 5 to 6 miles in circumference, with the deepest part about 10 meters below the ground level. It is surrounded by a dense ring of transplanted arrow bamboos, enclosing the basin tightly. Each of the front and back sides of the basin has a road leading directly to the ground, just over 2 meters wide, also flanked by arrow bamboos, allowing no more than 2 or 3 people to walk abreast. It's evident that there is a human settlement within this basin. Indeed, several dozen houses made of a mix of green bamboo and round wood are clustered inside the basin. The houses are organized into left and right sections, each with 4 rows of 5 houses per row, and roads constructed around each group of 5, orderly and tidy. People come and go, talking and laughing, showing that the population is quite sizable. In the very center of these wooden houses, a giant bamboo tower, over 20 meters tall, stands out. Unlike the green bamboo used for the other houses, this tower is constructed from snow-white bamboo. The snow-white bamboo has an eerie sound to it. Judging from the bamboo tower's exterior, it does appear so. The bamboos, each with a diameter of about 1 to 2 meters, are not only snow-white in color, but also densely covered with 10-centimeter-long, sharp spikes on the surface, only obscured by the thick snow cover, making them less noticeable. The bottom of the pillar has holes and slots where coal stones burn brightly, providing a continuous source of heat throughout the entirety of the bamboo tower's interior. The bamboo tower is also highly insulated, not allowing any warmth to escape. Though covered with thick snow outside, inside it feels warm like spring, not cold at all. The third-floor hall of the bamboo tower is currently packed with over 100 people. Yuan Dao and his group, returning from Redwood Ridge, recounted everything that had just happened, and several individuals beside them immediately stood up, indignant. Second leader, is that Xia Hong's so arrogant, and we're still going to tolerate it. A mere earth-digging realm dares to be so disrespectful to our Mirror Immortal camp. What's tolerable and what isn't? Their camp should be just on the east side of Redwood Ridge. So what are we waiting for? Young Master Dao also said that Xia Hong already has murder in mind. So are we still going to put up with it? That's just cowardly. That Great Xia, at most, is just a large camp. If you ask me, say no more. Just go there, kill Xia Hong, and take in the rest of their people. The great leader already mentioned it. Keep expanding the camp, increase the population. We just crossed through the Arrow Bamboo Forest and encountered this Great Xia camp. It shows heaven's favor on us. Second leader, a chance not to be missed. Opportunities like this won't come again. All right, shut up. Your tempers are getting bigger by the day. At the top of the hall, there are two large white bamboo chairs. The one in the center is empty, while the one slightly lower on the left is occupied by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man has thick eyebrows and a broad face, his expression calm, dressed in black, with a gigantic broadsword at his side as well, bearing a 7-part resemblance to Yuan Dao. From his appearance and his action of scolding everyone to be quiet, it is clear that he is indeed Yuan Dao's father, the second leader of the Mirror Immortal Camp. Yuan Hu scanned the emotionally charged crowd below, focused on Himeng, raised his eyebrows slightly, then looked at his son Yuan Dao, pondered for a moment, and asked in a low voice, "Are you certain that Xia Hong's strength isn't even a match for yours?" Yuan Dao pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Although I was injured at the time, and my perception may not have been accurate, his chi muscle movements were indeed no match for mine in my prime, barely crossing 30,000 pounds at most." Afterwards, I offered half of the cold beast blood, which he immediately accepted. This action is enough to prove that he is probably still in the stage of reshaping skin, and is making less progress than I am. Yuan Hu shook his head, puzzled, and said, "The earth-digging realm's limit, just reshaping skin, with so little strength, and he dares to have you bring a message back, saying he wants to stay out of our Mirror Immortal Camp's way?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Dao also appeared puzzled, speculating aloud. "Perhaps he doesn't know the strength of our Mirror Immortal Camp." After he spoke, he turned a glance at the furious Himeng and continued, "Didn't Himeng say last time that the Great Xia Camp has over 100 logging realm individuals, and everyone is equipped with bows and arrows? Maybe their iron supplies are sufficient, and they have quite a few individuals in the earth-digging and logging realms too." On hearing this, Yuan Hu immediately shook his head. With plenty of logging and earth-digging realm individuals, can they compare with Mirror Immortal Camp? On the other side, Himeng couldn't help but scoff and speak up. "Young Master Dao, you give them too much credit. With that little strength, why would Great Xia compare to our Mirror Immortal? Not to mention over 100 logging realm. Even if they had 100 earth-digging realm before our Mirror Immortal Camp, they are nothing but crumbling dirt and mud dogs. In my view, he's just got some spirit, no insight, and doesn't recognize his own weakness. Didn't Lu Shang say before, on the east side of Redwood Ridge, there was originally only one mid-sized camp, Rogel. Great Xia started as no more than a small camp. It's likely due to the prior matter with the wood puppet monster. Xia Hong took the advantage when Rogel Camp suffered a huge loss to annex it, letting Great Xia gain power in one stroke on the east side of Redwood Ridge. Once Xia Hong gained power, it was inevitable for him to become conceited and fail to recognize his limitations. It's quite normal. The one speaking after Himeng was He Gang, one of the 15 who followed him through the arrow bamboo forest last time. As soon as he spoke, several people nodded immediately. This speculation seemed to be the most reasonable. Even Yuan Hu couldn't help but somewhat agree. Only Yuan Dao shook his head directly after hearing this, and he spoke to his father. "Father, that Xia Hong is thorough in his dealings, extremely cautious in character, and not arrogant at all. Definitely not as He Gang says." He Gang's face showed a flash of anger upon hearing this, just about to retort, but Yuan Dao unexpectedly added another sentence. "Moreover, from what I gather, Leader Xia Hong is certainly not an overbearingly arrogant person. He even deliberately explained to me about the rodent swarm, saying it was a misunderstanding, so what Captain he said last time must be biased as well." At this point, even Himeng couldn't stay seated. "Young Master Dao, Xia Hong almost killed you tonight. I am speaking for your sake, and you are defending that Xia Hong. Could it be that you've taken some benefits from their Great Xia Camp?" On hearing this, He Gang's eyes lit up slightly, and he quickly followed up with a cold smile. I said, "Why did young Master Dao sneak out midnight with his men to hunt without notifying the leader? Feels like there's something you're hiding." After listening to He Gang and Himeng, Yuan Dao, who had been calm, immediately changed his expression. He turned to look at the two, suppressing his anger, and said in a deep voice, "I go out hunting, not want to take more of the cold beast blood share from the camp, to avoid being criticized by people like you, saying I can only rely on my father. Whether I have taken any benefits from the great Xia camp, you can ask those who went out hunting with me, some of whom are your people. Oh, right? You are falsely accusing me, so naturally, you wouldn't ask. After sarcastically finishing the last sentence, Yuan Dao walked to the two brothers, He Meng and He Gang, disregarding the injury on his shoulder, picked up his broadsword, and directly pointed at them, angrily saying, "And I'll warn you all from now on, anyone who dares to call me young Master Dao, even if the great leader is present, I will drag him onto the ring and settle life and death." Young Master Dao was not a respectful title, but a nickname given to Yuan Dao by He Meng, mocking him for relying on his father, Yuan Hu. At first, this nickname was only used privately, and although Yuan Dao disliked it, he had no choice. But tonight, He Meng and the others openly called him this, which he could not tolerate. Yuan Dao's voice was loud, filled with anger. Whoever dared to call him by that nickname again, he would indeed follow camp rules and take them onto the ring to settle life and death, and no one doubted this. Normally, in such a tense meeting, even if not intimidated by Yuan Dao's anger, He Meng wouldn't say anything more. But instead of shutting up, he boldly took on Yuan Dao's anger, refusing to back down. "Do you think I, old man, would be afraid to get on the ring with you, Yuan Dao? Who are you trying to scare? Or should we just get on the ring now?" Though he said he wasn't afraid, He Meng dared not utter young Master Dao again, but his confrontational attitude made Yuan Dao instinctively step forward. Just as he was about to agree to He Meng's suggestion to get into the ring, Yuan Dao glanced and saw his father above, gently shaking his head at him. He immediately calmed down, pondered for a moment, and finally stepped back. Yuan Dao's stance made He Meng and the others believe he had conceded, and he sneered with a cold smile. "All right, let's say no more." Yuan Hu from above stopped the quarrel and continued. "No matter what hidden strength Xia Camp and Xia Hong have, it's impossible for them to take Redwood Ridge for no reason. Since contact has been made, let strength speak. No matter what dealings Rogue has with Great Xia, and whatever agreements they may have, Lushang Camp's land belongs to our Mirror Immortal Camp, without a doubt. All hunting activities will continue as usual, and Redwood Ridge will not be neglected. If you encounter Xia Hong again, deliver this message to him. Tell him that if he truly wants to take Redwood Ridge single-handedly, let strength speak." Hearing these words, a smile appeared on He Meng's face. Letting strength speak was originally in line with his thinking. He Meng, thinking of something, showed a hint of ruthlessness and stepped forward to ask. "Second leader, Great Xia has a large population, as the great leader previously mentioned the need to expand the population quickly. Why not just kill Xia Hong and bring all the people from the Great Xia camp into our Mirror Immortal camp?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Hu did not respond, but first turned to look behind the bamboo building. A look of hesitation flashed across his face. "No need to kill. First try to persuade Xia Hong to willingly bring his people into our Mirror Immortal camp. That would be the best." Before Yuan Hu could finish, He Meng interrupted him and continued to ask, "What if persuasion doesn't work?" Yuan Hu looked at He Meng, frowning. He certainly knew what answer He Meng wanted to hear, but it didn't align with his principles, so he didn't answer. Seeing Yuan Hu not answering for a long time, He Meng grew more impatient and was about to speak. At this moment, a gentle voice as warm as jade came from behind the bamboo building. "Dower did well tonight, leading a team to hunt 2 intermediate cold beasts, and despite being seriously injured, he was able to negotiate and successfully bring back the 2 prey. Brave and wise, second brother, you have raised a good son." Everyone in the hall, upon hearing this voice, respectfully knelt down. "Thank you for the praise, great leader." Facing the accolades from behind the bamboo building, Yuan Dao quickly bowed in response, with a calm expression and no change in his demeanor. But He Meng to the side clenched his fists, his face full of jealousy. Sitting at the top, Yuan Hu also stood up slightly, facing the direction of the voice with a slight bow. "Great leader is too kind." The voice behind the bamboo building fell silent for a moment, then spoke again. "Starting today, the camp will add another intermediate hunting team, led by Yuan Dao, to hunt intermediate cold beasts. The people in the hall erupted in discussion upon hearing this. Mirror Immortal Camp's hunting teams are divided into advanced, intermediate, and low level. The name implies that the level of the hunting team corresponds to the level of cold beasts they handle. The low-level teams need not be mentioned. There are many low-level hunting teams in Mirror Immortal Camp. Currently, there's only one advanced team, composed of 12 members, personally led by the Great Leader and Second Leader, both of whom are cold resistance level experts, along with 10 of Mirror Immortal Camp's strongest earth-digging realm experts. There are also 2 intermediate teams before, with those involved being among the stronger earth-digging realm experts in the camp. He Meng is the captain of one of those hunting teams. And now, a new team is to be formed, personally led by Yuan Dao. It may seem he's just an intermediate hunting team captain, but with increased voice, the leader's favor, and even improved treatment, these 3 aspects are what every earth-digging realm expert in the camp dreams of. With the leader's words, Yuan Dao gained it all. Everyone turned to look at Yuan Dao, unable to hide their envy. He Meng, already full of jealousy, now had an even more distorted expression. In Yuan Dao, clearly not expecting great leader He Yuan Han to value him so highly, was visibly taken aback. Whether by killing or persuasion, as long as all members of the Great Xia Camp are brought into our Mirror Immortal Camp, I don't care what method you use. This matter, second brother, I entrust to you. He Yuan Han said these final words, and without waiting for Yuan Hu to respond, a sense of withdrawal seemed to emanate from behind the bamboo building. Yes, great leader. Yuan Hu responded with clasped hands, and everyone respectfully bowed. After a while, realizing that the leader was no longer paying attention to the hall, everyone slowly raised their heads. All right, as per the leader's instructions, do you two understand? Upon hearing Yuan Hu's inquiry, both He Meng and Yuan Dao nodded. The two turned to face each other, a strong sense of rivalry in their eyes. Yuan Dao sat cross-legged on a chair with his upper body bare. A middle-aged woman in a blue velvet jacket sat behind him, holding a bristled brush in her hand, dipping it into the blood in a bowl and evenly applying it on his back. As the area covered with blood increased, the pain on Yuan Dao's face became more intense, eventually unable to suppress a hissing sound of pain. Hiss! Mother, be gentle. That's enough. Applying 2 or 3 pounds today is fine. Take it slowly. The woman, seeing her son's face twisted in pain, immediately put down the bowl and brush and turned to gently caress the large wound on his shoulder with a heartache. Smack! The woman thought of something. Her face darkened, and she slapped her son's other shoulder hard, angrily reproaching him. You this reckless boy, don't even know your own limits. You dare to lead people to hunt intermediate cold beasts with such little strength. If you dare to secretly do such dangerous things again, I'll let your father beat you. Yuan Dao shrank his neck, chuckled, and said, Mother, then you'll be disappointed. The leader just ordered the camp to add another intermediate hunting team, and your son, unworthy as he is, has been appointed the captain. From now on, I will specifically be responsible for hunting intermediate cold beasts for the camp. The woman immediately stood up, her expression even more worried. Adding another intermediate hunting team and letting you be the captain? How can this be? With so much talent in the camp, why send you? Didn't your father talk to the leader to send someone else? No, I'm going to talk to your father. No, mother, please don't. Shut up. You rest well. I'm going to find your father now. Yuan Dao immediately jumped up from the chair, wanting to dissuade his mother from going, but before he could finish, he was sharply interrupted by the woman. The woman, her face furious, hurriedly walked out, clearly intending to go find Yuan Hu to vent her anger. Yuan Dao knew his mother's character well. Once she decided, not even 8 horses could pull her back, so he dared not speak further, only silently mourning for his father, obediently staying in the room. However, not a few minutes later, a head peeked through the door. Where is your mother? Seeing his father appearing sneaky, knowing his mother had already spoken to him, Yuan Dao couldn't help but chuckle softly. You brat, you're laughing. Yuan, who entered the room and upon seeing his son laugh at him, felt a loss of face. After a reproachful remark, he saw the cold beast blood and brush on the ground, became interested, picked them up, and began brushing Yuan Dao's body. This, father, it hurts. Gently stop brushing. Hurt with just this? When I broke through to cold resistance level, I use at least 5 pounds every day. This is nothing. At this pace, you won't break through for 2 or 3 years. This, plus, father, how old were you when you broke through? How old am I? In 3 more years, I'll only be 20. I'm not in a hurry to break through. Gently, stop brushing, stop brushing. Yuan Hu, watching his son in pain, couldn't help but shake his head. But thinking of his son's age, he chuckled twice. Indeed, the son is still young. Even if it takes 2 or 3 years, breaking through to cold resistance level at 20 years old is much better than he was. With that thought, Yuan Hu put down the bowl and brush in hand, pondered for a moment, looked at his son, and asked solemnly, "What did you find out last night?" Hearing his father's question, Yuan Dao immediately became more serious and sat up, answering formally. Like before, among the 24 people last night, 19 had followed the leader in worshipping the mirror immortal. Those 19, whether facing intermediate cold beasts or Xia Hong, were utterly fearless. Even in dire situations where death was certain, they weren't scared, as if embracing death without regret. Exactly the same as what happened with He Meng before. Yuan Hu, upon hearing this, his expression dropped, and he continued to ask, "How many died last night? Out of 24 people, 9 are confirmed alive. Among the other 15, I checked on the way back. 7 were unconscious. The remaining 8 were definitely dead. If they could live again, then surely. They are alive. Just as you left, I personally saw those 8 coming out of the leader's room, and even greeted me. Although they were in critical condition, they were definitely alive." Yuan Dao, hearing this, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart jolted sharply. Most of the people we brought have already followed the leader and worshipped the mirror immortal. If they truly gained the ability to be immortal, it's no wonder those people did it. But how can one attain immortality? When Yuan Hu said the last sentence, his voice was deep, and instead of asking his son, it was more like asking himself. As he spoke, his eyes seemed puzzled, yet noticeable interest flickered through them. Seeing this, Yuan Dao quickly spoke to dissuade. "Father, don't believe it. Humans can't have the power to be immortal. Even if the leader had extraordinary skills, he couldn't grant these abilities out of thin air. Those who've worshipped the mirror immortal and died once, no matter how convincingly they act, I can swear they are absolutely not the same as before." He paused for a moment and continued. "Friend, _2, when we just merged, the temperaments of the brothers He Meng and He Gang were not as irritable and violent as they are now. During the last hunt, you personally confirmed it. Both were clearly dead, yet mysteriously resurrected. Doesn't that explain the issue? That mirror immortal is definitely related to the deceitful monster. I even suspect that the leader now may have already. Be careful with your words. The leader is impossible." Yuan, who directly interrupted his son, pulled out a silver-edged, circular jade pendant from his bosom and shook his head heavily. "The leader cannot be associated with the deceitful monster, I can be sure. Several times he came near me, and this deception detection jade had no reaction at all. He Meng, He Gang, and others who have died once indeed experience an enormous change in temperament. But the leader has always remained the same. As you heard today, He Meng proposed a kill that Xia Hong and the leader did not agree, not only promoting you, but also acknowledging your way of persuasion, letting you and He Meng compete fairly." Yuan Dao was suddenly speechless. He also believed in the deception detection jade. Yuan Huan's temperament has indeed not changed, still gentle and understanding like before, not like He Gang and He Meng. But with the recent events, saying that leader He Yuan Hun has no relation to the deceitful monster really does not add up. In this world, no one is unafraid of death, whether it is you, father, or me, nor even the leader. None is an exception. He Meng, He Gang, people in the camp, And even those from Ningzhou camp who merged over, all who have worshipped the mirror immortal become unafraid of death, which defies logic. Not to mention he Meng and others resurrecting, and the 8 people I saw with my own eyes last night. Even if the leader himself has no relation to the deceitful monster, that mirror in his hand cannot be unrelated. Father, please do not be swayed by the leader to worship that mirror immortal. Although the deception detection jade could be considered ironclad evidence, Yuan Dao couldn't help but analyze it carefully and persuaded his father once more. Knowing his son was worried about him, a warmth rose in Yuan Hu's heart. He shook his head gently and said, "Rest assured, your father was once a leader too. I'm not so muddle-headed yet. Oldie talked to me several times, wanted me to worship that mirror immortal too, but I have declined several times already. It's just..." Speaking of this, Yuan Hu hesitated slightly and continued. More than half of the camp have already worshipped that mirror immortal, and more keep joining. If this continues, once the entire camp has worshipped, and only our family hasn't, by then, whether to worship it or not will no longer be in our control. Upon hearing this, Yuan Dao's face immediately turned troubled. Outsiders are not tolerated anywhere, especially in such a massive camp population like Mirror Immortals. When everyone in the camp truly accepts the Mirror Immortal, even knowing it relates to the deceitful monster, they will have to accept it. Fortunately, the leader has not yet forced others, currently only adopting a voluntary attitude. I have refused several times, and he hasn't said much. Upon hearing this, Yuan Dao's eyebrows slightly relaxed, but he couldn't help but ask with confusion. The leader is such a wise and strategic person. How can he not see through that the mirror is related to the deceitful monster and actually believes in the resurrection? Yuan Hu pondered for a moment after hearing this, then leisurely asked in return, "Is it possible that you do not believe it at all?" This question stunned Yuan Dao into complete silence. He Meng, He Gang, and others who have worshipped the mirror immortal, anyone who has been resurrected once, their memories, cultivation, actions, and everything else are exactly the same as before, without a single visible difference. The only change is that their temperament becomes gradually more irritable. But even that point is actually within an acceptable range. If others were clearly told that worshipping the mirror immortal could grant the immortal ability, with the only side effect being a more irritable temperament after dying once and everything else remaining normal, who would not be willing? Who in the perilous ice abyss world isn't afraid of death? Seeing the indomitable spirit of those people hunting without fear last night, although Yuan Dao found it strange, he could not deny he was somewhat envious as well. If merely worshipping the mirror immortal could grant the immortal ability. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. That leader of the great Xia camp almost killed you earlier, but based on what you said, you seem to have a pretty good impression of him. Seeing his son becoming more engrossed in thought, Yuan Hu quickly changed the topic. That Xia Hong is quite reasonable, able to understand the implications in my words, a clever man. He handles matters cautiously and has a prudent character. If we could work together, he should be a strong asset. Indeed, I have a fairly good impression of him. Then you must hurry. He Meng has already notified the members of the hunting team to head to Redwood Ridge specifically. It seems like he intends to cause trouble for Great Xia. If you could persuade Xia Hong to lead his people to join the Mirror Immortal, it would save the camp a lot of trouble, not to mention that you'd gain a powerful assistant. Yuan Dao nodded first, but soon shook his head and said, "It's just a good impression. I'm not going to exhaust my efforts to save him. Persuasion is merely my duty, nothing more. From what I can see, he doesn't seem like someone who would be content with a subordinate position. I'll let Meng cause some trouble first, and persuasion should be more effective afterward." Hearing his son's mature and steady response, Yuan Hu nodded slightly in approval, his face showing a bit of a smile. First year of the Great Xia, January 27th. As dawn broke, the valley's bonfire had already died out, and everyone gradually returned to their cabins to rest. The outside of the cabin was empty. Inside the cabin, Luo Yuan and everyone else from the earth-digging realm had just handed over the iron or mined overnight to the camp supply station. The leader isn't awake yet. It's already the third day. Could something have happened? Shall we go up and check? Let's go. Since we need to go back to our rooms anyway, let's check on him. The rooms of the 15 people in the hunting team were all on the third floor. Everyone agreed and went up together, intending to check on Xia Hong's condition. Why are you all coming up? Xia Chuan, who had been keeping watch for 3 days, looked a bit wan. Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, she immediately understood and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the leader's breathing is getting louder. Quiet down and listen." Upon hearing her, everyone immediately fell silent, listening intently to the sounds inside the room. Who? The 5 senses of the earth-digging realm were beyond ordinary, and although they were separated by a wooden door, they could still hear Xia Hong's long and steady breathing inside. Moreover, this breathing was becoming longer and louder. Upon hearing this, everyone showed a hint of excitement on their faces. Breathing related to qi muscle changes, and the length was inherently related to the body's internal organ strength, which everyone in the earth-digging realm understood. Could the leader have had a breakthrough? It's possible. The breathing feels much longer than when I cultivate. Cold resistance level? Everyone looked at the wooden door with a glimmer of anticipation. All right, everyone disperse first and go rest. Wait for the leader to come out, and then, bam! Just as Xia Chuan was about to dismiss everyone, a banging sound came from behind the wooden door. Those who were about to leave turned back immediately upon hearing it. Even Xia Chuan turned back to look at the wooden door. Did the leader wake up? He should be awake. The noise sounds like he jumped out of a tub. Everyone waited for a moment, until... Ha! Xia Hong's exuberant and excited laughter came from within the wooden door. The faces of those standing outside gradually revealed excitement and anticipation. Come on in. Hearing Xia Hong's voice, Xia Chuan was the first to push open the door. The others exchanged glances, followed behind, and walked in. Wait, don't come over this way, just stay at the door. As the door opened, Xia Chuan and the others instinctively took a few steps back, their pupils constricting as they saw that most of the room was illuminated. The light was not firelight. The window on one side of Xia Hong's room was wide open. Sunlight streamed in from outside, lighting up more than half of the room. And Xia Hong stood beneath the window, his upper body still bare, basking in the sunlight with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Though the cabin had an iron refining furnace for warmth, the sunlight streaming in through the open window brought a bone-chilling cold that had everyone involuntarily hissing. Xia Chuan, who had stepped too far forward, had part of his arm exposed to the sunlight, where a layer of frost immediately formed, and the nearby skin turned blue and black. The sunlight was still as piercingly cold as before, unable to be touched by them. Yet Xia Hong could now openly expose himself onto the sun. The people in the shadows looked at Xia Hong's back by the window, filled with envy and reverence, as desires arose in their hearts. When would they be able to stand freely in the sunlight like Xia Hong? Leader, have you broken through to the cold resistance level? Luo Yuan couldn't help but ask. Xia Chuan and the others immediately looked at Xia Hong with anticipation. Evidently, they were also very concerned about this matter. No, but soon, Xia Hong turned to face everyone, his face full of smiles. Seeing Xia Hong's front, everyone was slightly taken aback. The Great Xia Camp was short of water. To be precise, humans in the Ice Abyss world were short of water. In extremely cold weather, encountering running water was nearly impossible. The only way to obtain water was by collecting snow on the ground, melting it at high temperatures, letting it sit for a while, and then using it after sedimentation. Because of the water shortage, Great Xia did not habitually bathe or wash. And because of the perennial frost environment, everyone, especially those frequently outdoors, had perpetually dry, cracked, and darkened skin. Previously, Xia Hong was about the same as them. But now, Xia Hong's skin was not only cleaner, it was much more supple and textured, and under the sunlight, it even had sheen. Though his appearance hadn't changed in the slightest, just the change in his skin made Xia Hong seem like a different person in their eyes. Compared to the current Xia Hong, despite being clothed, they seemed like beggars. Xia Hong understood why everyone was so astonished. He also noticed his skin's change upon waking up. However, he wasn't in the mood to explain now and quickly checked the new changes in the system. Camp, Great Xia, Level 0. Lord, Xia Hong. Cultivation, Earth Digging Realm Perfect, Skin Remodeling Progress 2%. Territory Population, 1096. Resources, Wood 21 Coal 0, Iron 0, Silver 0, Gold 0. Buildings opened. 4. Iron Refining Furnace, Level 2. Wooden Mannequin, Level 1. Medicine Decoction Pot, Level 1. Polishing Stone, Level 1. Buildings not opened. 5. Green Bamboo Fence, Marking Stone, Yellow Earth, Small Wooden Table, Rough Iron Chain. Skin Remodeling, I'm lucky that I stumbled upon it, used over 100 gene, and forced the system. Otherwise, by following the normal breakthrough routine, it would have taken years. Looking at the system's resource data, all cleared. With only 21 units of wood resource left, Xia Hong's eyes showed both relief and lingering fear. 3 days ago, the moment he jumped into the blood basin, he realized that his actions were absurdly wrong. The pain experienced earlier when touching cold beast blood made him think that the worst of it wouldn't be too bad, and he could endure it. After all, when he hunted that intermediate snow mane, nearly his whole body was stained in blood, roughly amounting to 3 or 4 gene. Upon entering the blood basin, the energy within the cold beast blood invaded his body like parasites from bones. The intense pain was 100-fold or even 1,000-fold more severe than touching it earlier. Only then did he realize that the pain from cold beast blood increased with the amount used. Breaking through to cold resistance level indeed required intermediate cold beast blood, but using so much at once, no ordinary person could endure that excruciating pain. Unfortunately, by the time Xia Hong realized this, it was already too late. He never thought he could be so close to death. It wasn't until he was nearly passing out that the system suddenly gave a prompt. Detected that host's nerves have reached the limit. System resources can be consumed to alleviate some neural pressure. At that moment, Xia Hong felt like he'd never heard a better sound. The end result was that all the resources previously accumulated were nearly exhausted, with only the last 21 units of wood remaining. Before closing off, he nearly had 100,000 units of wood. During this time, he hardly used iron and coal. Iron had more than 5,000, and coal over 8,000. In a moment, they were all gone. He had originally planned to build the green bamboo fence and marking stone during this time, but now he could only manage a marking stone, while the green bamboo fence will have to wait. Losing so many resources at once was painful, but knowing that this function could significantly shorten his breakthrough to cold resistance level left Xia Hong feeling more excited. This was a tremendous advantage for him. As long as there were enough resources, the system could alleviate some of the pain from beast blood, allowing him to use beast blood more efficiently than others by far. However, noticing the newly appeared cultivation item in the system, Xia Hong's excitement disappeared immediately, leaving him dumbfounded. 100 gene and only 2% progress, which means I need over 5,000 gene of beast blood to complete the entire skin remodeling process. Over 5,000 gene of beast blood. Estimating that would require at least 100 intermediate cold beasts. Is this a joke? Xia Hong stood shocked, his face filled with disbelief, not even hearing Xia Chuan and the others calling him. Leader, is it difficult to break through to the cold resistance level? Xia Chuan asked twice. Xia Hongkai came back to his senses, saw the curious eyes of everyone, and without holding back, directly told them the method to break through to the cold resistance level. Of course, it was the normal method of using a small amount of cold beast blood. Not like him, who could use 100 pounds directly, as these people didn't have a system like him. Use a small amount, but leader you. After hearing Xia Hong's method, Luo Yuan immediately looked confused and pointed to the large wooden tub in the room. The others also reacted, their expressions the same as his. Xia Hong had just said that you can only use a small amount of cold beast blood at a time, and if the amount is too large, the pain is something a normal person absolutely cannot endure. But he used over 100 pounds this time. What's up with that? Xia Hong didn't know how to explain to everyone, couldn't exactly reveal the system. After thinking for a moment, said, "My physique is different from ordinary people. When you reach the limit of 30,000 pounds, try the cold beast blood, then you'll understand." Though there was full of confusion in their eyes, seeing that Xia Hong was obviously unwilling to say more, they didn't ask further. Xia Hong at the moment was still preoccupied with the 5,000 pounds of beast blood and the massive resource gap that came with it. In the end, he could only chuckle bitterly twice, sighing helplessly. The blood content in other intermediate cold beasts, unclear. But based on the snow Mane hunted last night, one snow mane gives only about 60 pounds. For 5,000 pounds of beast blood, at least 80 intermediate cold beasts are needed. 80 intermediate cold beasts? Using over 100 pounds of beast blood at one time requires consuming 10,000 units of wood, more than 5,000 iron, more than 8,000 coal. Adding it all up, if the resource consumption remains unchanged in the future, it means to break through to the cold resistance level. Such resource consumption altogether requires 50 times? I thought once the breakthrough started, things would get easier, but instead, even bigger resource gaps appeared. This is just... Xia Hong didn't know what to say, looking at the cold, piercing sunlight outside the window, shaking his head helplessly. The breakthrough to the cold resistance level was much more challenging than anticipated, obviously requiring much more time as well. However, Xia Hong tightly clenched his fist, a tremor in his heart. Looking at his own fists, his eyes gradually showing a spark of excitement. Correspondingly, the increase in basic strength is also extremely terrifying. He slightly turned his head, saw a group of Xia Chuan still not leaving, all curiously looking at him, suddenly stirred his heart, walked to one side of the room, and lifted the double-edged giant axe leaning against the wall with one hand. Lifting the giant axe with one hand was nothing remarkable. Xia Chuan and the others had basic strengths exceeding 10,000 pounds. Lifting it with one hand was not difficult. But the problem was the 2,100-pound double-edged giant axe seemed weightless in Xia Hong's hand. Not only did he lift it with one hand, but he also wielded the axe handle wantonly around the room. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the axe blades slicing through the air instantly filled the entire room. The powerful momentum created by swinging the giant axe caused the wooden floor to shake violently. Several times, when the axe blade was about to touch the floor, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath, fearing that if this axe were swung down, the floor on the third level would crack open. Despite wielding the axe with one hand, every swing of Xia Hong unleashed such tremendous force that it set the airflow in the room into a frenzy. The leader swings the axe so casually, I'm afraid I can't even withstand it. Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and all the others, facing the gusts kicked up by the giant axe against their cheeks, couldn't help but think this. After a long while, Xia Hong finally put down the giant axe and stopped. After laying down the giant axe, he hadn't even taken a single breath. The amplification should be 2,500 pounds. This is only 2% progress. If I complete the skin remodeling stage, to what level will my basic strength rise? No need for a force measure. Xia Hong slightly clenched his fist, accurately knowing his basic strength through sensing the changes in his qi muscle. Xia Chuan 15,000, Luo Yuan 14,000, Zhao Long 13,000. It wasn't just himself. Xia Hong turned back to look at Xia Chuan and others, observing their qi muscle dynamics. He could immediately perceive their basic strengths. After reshaping skin, the perception ability also greatly improved, especially in sensing changes in biological qi muscle. Discovering this further advantage of skin remodeling, Xia Hong was suddenly overjoyed. This wasn't an insignificant function. Previously during hunts, he had to engage to confirm the prey's strength. Now there's no need to engage, just observation suffices. It not only saves effort, but also avoids many risks. Suddenly, remembering something, Xia Hong turned to Xia Chuan, asking, "By the way, the essence blood from that snow mane." The moment Xia Hong mentioned essence blood, Xia Chuan knew what he was going to ask. He immediately responded before Xia Hong could finish speaking. "Rest assured, leader, when processing the prey 3 days ago, we already extracted the essence blood and had the wooden mannequin recorded. I had previously instructed Tong Xinglong and the others that in the future, all new species brought back should be handled this way." Upon hearing this, Xia Hong nodded, feeling a surge of relief in his heart. No, not just relief. Xia Hong's eyes even showed a hint of excitement. When they brought back that snow mane 3 days ago, he was eager to try cold beast blood and forgot about the essence blood recording with the wooden mannequin. Fortunately, Xia Chuan was now familiar with the camp's building's functions, managing these matters well without his instructions. Without any iron tools, it's impossible for humans to hunt it barehanded. Based on the progress of his reshaping skin, the basic strength of the cold resistance level should be over 100,000 gene. To hunt an intermediate cold beast alone, probably only the cold resistance level can do it. This means that a wooden mannequin that can transform into an intermediate snow mane can fully act as a cold resistance level powerhouse within a radiation range of an iron refining furnace. Setting aside his own breakthrough, the biggest gain from this hunt should be the change in the wooden mannequin. Moreover, unlike the cold beast, as long as enough coal stone is provided, it won't get exhausted, and since it's a system building, there's a high probability it won't be damaged. This means the Great Xia Camp has gained a hard-working, tireless intermediate snow mane, which is immune to external damage and whose strength rivals a cold resistance level powerhouse. Xia Hong's expression grew more excited as he reviewed the wooden mannequin's description. Wooden mannequin, level 1 cultivation tool. Activate with coal stone, can greatly enhance cultivation speed and increase martial arts comprehension. Special function 1. Can record cold beast species through essence blood, transform into any cold beast, and display the strength of an adult beast. Special function 2. Activated within the radiation range of an iron refining furnace, can follow commands and engage in autonomous combat. Consumption 1 coal/hour. Upgrade conditions 3,000 wood, 6,000 iron. Upon seeing the upgrade conditions for the wooden mannequin, Xia Hong was immediately tempted. 3,000 wood is easy enough, while 6,000 units of iron, equivalent to 60,000 gene of iron ore, would take about 7 or 8 days of full-scale mining at the current camp's mining speed. Upgrading the wooden mannequin should bring quite a few surprises. Recalling the significant enhancement of functions when the small fire pit was upgraded to an iron refining furnace, Xia Hong grew even more eager for the potential upgrades to the wooden mannequin. In fact, if it weren't for the unexpected situation caused by this breakthrough, not only the wooden mannequin, but also the medicine decoction pot, polishing stone, and iron refining furnace were all structures Xia Hong planned to upgrade, including the green bamboo fence, marking stone, and yellow earth, which only require wood, coal, and iron. He was prepared to construct all of them. Given the current situation, there's no choice but to upgrade them. The changes in functionality after upgrading from the small fire pit to the iron refining furnace indicate at least the wooden mannequin should be the first to upgrade. The imminent threat is the unpredictable risk brought by the Mirror Immortal Camp. Although he let Yuan Dao go, Xia Hong remained extremely cautious of the Mirror Immortal Camp. Whether Yuan Dao's words were true or false remained to be seen. Xia Hong released him mainly to avoid major conflicts with the Mirror Immortal Camp. After all, the Mirror Immortal is a colossal camp, housing over 10,000 people and boasting cold resistance level powerhouses. Although Xia Hong had harsh words for Yuan Dao, he understood that those words would have minimal impact. In a world like the Ice Abyss, the survival of the fittest is an inevitable principle, whether between individuals or between camps. Yet, he had to speak assertively, as seen from He Ming's probing actions and aggressive attitude during their first encounter in the Arrow Bamboo Forest. If Xia Hong had shown any sign of submission or weakness, the outcome would have been disastrous. Equipped with the system, Xia Hong was determined not to integrate the people of Great Xia into any other camp. With this in mind, it was far better to adopt a tough stance initially, disorienting the adversary to buy more time. Hence, Xia Hong had spared Yuan Dao and let him convey the message back. He needed that time to achieve a breakthrough. Xia Hong originally intended that once he reached the cold resistance level, plus the system building's functionality, the threat from the Mirror Immortal camp would naturally be resolved. Unfortunately, he didn't anticipate such a complex process to achieve the cold resistance level. The procedure was not only complex, but also required an astronomical amount of resources. A short-term breakthrough was undoubtedly impossible. Thus, he could only pin his hopes on the system buildings. Previously, resource scarcity and the pressure from the rodent swarms meant most of the camp's coal and iron were exhausted by them. But now it's different. Even excluding Xia Hong, the 15 earth-digging realm participants, if they mined with all their might, could reach 12,000 coal and 6,000 iron per day. With some accumulation, they could upgrade all the relevant structures. Let's upgrade the wooden mannequin first. If that doesn't work, there's still several other structures. Solving the threat from the Mirror Immortal camp shouldn't be difficult. Resource extraction must continue, and hunting intermediate cold beasts should not cease. In fact, the wooden mannequin that can transform into an intermediate snow mane has practically resolved the threat from the Mirror Immortal camp in another way. Even if, as Yuan Dao claimed, the Mirror Immortal camp had 2 cold resistance level powerhouses, if they really found the Great Xia Station, the wooden mannequin would give them a tough time, let alone the camp's numerous people and iron tools. It's not like they'll bring everyone from the Mirror Immortal camp, cross the Arrow Bamboo Forest, and attack the Great Xia Station at Redwood Ridge, right? Thinking of this, Xia Hong slightly shook his head, immediately dismissing this possibility. In the Ice Abyss world, launching a large-scale mobilization is unwise, especially across unknown territories. At least, the Mirror Immortal camp's strength isn't enough for such action. He Meng's group consisted of 15 people, who should have only been active in the Arrow Bamboo Forest, but they were startled by a group of rodents and came out. Yuan Dao's group had a bit more, over 20 people, but the problem was to hunt down that demon sheep. They lost quite a few. From these 2 times, it's clear the Mirror Immortal camp is unfamiliar with the situation on Redwood Ridge. So every time they deploy very few people, and all are elites from the earth-digging realm hunting team. Moreover, the 2 camps don't have any deep-seated hatred. The rodent incident was clearly He Meng's provocation, and the only existing dispute is over the ownership of the land from Lushan camp. The best scenario is that the harsh words I had Yuan Dao bring back have an effect, and they behave for a while, not venturing to Redwood Ridge. But the likelihood of this, Xia Hong shook his head, the likelihood of this is almost none. Barring any surprises, the Mirror Immortal camp will ignore my words, and their people will continue to hunt in Redwood Ridge. And judging by He Meng's previous behavior, it's likely they'll keep crossing boundaries and provoke conflicts to extract greater benefits from Great Xia. After all, their strength is evident. The strong rule supreme, and this supremacy refers not just to status. Xia Hong frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and quickly made a decision in his heart. Avoid them. Don't bother with Lushan's territory yet. Concentrate on extracting resources and upgrading buildings, at least to ensure the safety of the camp. Secondly, I need to accelerate my breakthrough progress. Upgrading buildings can at most ensure the safety of the camp, but we can't just hole up inside and not venture out. To drive the Mirror Immortal camp completely out of Redwood Ridge, we'll still have to speak with strength. Clarity in his thoughts, Xia Hong turned around to find that, except for Xia Chuan, everyone else had left. Where is everyone else? Stimulated by you, big brother. They're either cultivating or mining, all busy with their own tasks. This. Xia Hong was about to reply with a smile when a piercing coldness suddenly spread across his skin. He glanced down at his skin, which had begun to turn blue, and hurriedly shut the window, then draped on more clothes. Failing to break through to the cold resistance level, he naturally couldn't stay in the sunlight for long. It seemed like a long time had passed since opening the window, but actually only 5 or 6 minutes had gone by. With a 2% progress in reshaping skin. Under this calculation, when skin progress reaches 100%, one can stay exposed for the full 4 hours of daylight. Xia Hong calculated this in his mind, glanced at the sky outside through the yet-to-be-closed window, and a peculiar expression appeared on his face. Why does this feel like it's calculated? Could there be some connection between the sun and the human body? This complex issue certainly couldn't be figured out with his current strength, and since he couldn't understand it, he stopped thinking about it and instead asked Xia Chuan, "By the way, how are Zhou Yuankai and Zhu Shun's injuries?" While hunting that intermediate snow mane, it feigned death and shot out spines from its back, injuring everyone. But Zhu Shun and Zhou Yuankai were unlucky enough to have spines pierce their bodies, causing them to pass out immediately. 3 days have passed since then, and he didn't know about their current condition. Zhu Shun is slightly better. He was pierced in the leg and is still having trouble walking. It might take another 3 or 5 days. Zhou Yuankai was pierced in the waist, which is more severe, and he's still bedridden, unlikely to get up before half a month. Xia Hong's face grew heavy. Though humans in the ice abyss world have bodies far superior to those of common people, and after reaching the logging realm and earth-digging realm, their self-healing abilities greatly enhance. There's still no match for the stronger cold beast power. Any expedition always results in injuries, and it's especially severe for the hunting team, not to mention the collection and logging teams. Key to note is the current camp only has golden healing powder for treatment, no other remedial means. Regardless of how serious the injury is, applying golden healing powder followed by self-healing is the only option. Even for himself, the scar left by a rodent's tail on his face hasn't completely healed yet, and it'll probably take some more time. Right, notify Changfeng. The collection team can go within 500 meters past Redwood Ridge to search for more medicinal materials. As we currently have sufficient coal stone, all the hunted game retrieved should be analyzed by the medicine decoction pot to see if we can synthesize more medicinal formulas. Relying solely on self-healing after injuries just won't do. Xia Chuan nodded thoughtfully, then added, "By the way, big brother, I've already begun expanding both the collection team and logging team." Only then did Xia Hong recall his previous decree. The logging team was limited to 80 people, the collection team to 40. With more and more people reaching the logging realm in the camp, and with both the craftsman workshop and camp supply station unable to accommodate so many, expansion was indeed necessary. By the way, how many people do we now have in the logging realm at the camp? Upon hearing this question, Xia Chuan immediately grew spirited, answering with enthusiasm. 312. Hearing this, Xia Hong instinctively felt surprised. If he remembered correctly, around the 20th, while forging the 10-stone iron bow in the blacksmith room, he heard there were 283 people, and now, in just 7 days, 29 more have leapt forward. The pace is still accelerating. The logging realm doesn't have much of a threshold, and most of the first batch to break through are around 20 years old. Basically, this whole batch has now broken through as well. This batch is just beginning, and I estimate that within a month, they should all break through. At that time, the total number of those at the logging realm will reach over 500. Upon hearing this, Xia Hong couldn't help but look invigorated. Over 500 at the logging realm. This would have been unimaginable a year ago when they were at the hillside cave. And now, it's about to become a reality. Although those in the logging realm cannot hunt, they're no less important for gathering resources and logging for the camp. In critical moments, like the issue with the rodent infestation, those at the logging realm can also play a huge role. By the way, are there any new breakthroughs to the earth-digging realm? Of course, compared to the logging realm, Xia Hong was more concerned about whether anyone has broken through to the earth-digging realm. However, clearly, his expectations were a little too high. Xia Chuan shook his head slightly and replied, "Not at the moment. However, I have observed that Cheng Feng, by Dongying, by Wading, Lin Kai, Lu Sheng, Su Ning, and Lu Yang all have a basic strength of over 9,000 pounds, forming the first echelon. Barring any surprises, they should be the first to break through." The second echelon beneath them is much weaker, with the highest at just over 7,000 pounds. It'll probably take them around 2 months to break through. Hearing the names of the first echelon, Xia Hong showed a hint of surprise. The first 4 are from Rogel Camp's logging realm and have a solid foundation, so it's not surprising they break through quickly. However, Su Ning, Liu Yang, and Lin Kai's inclusion made him a bit amazed. These 3 were among the first logging realm of Great Xia. While it's not surprising that their strength improved quickly, squeezing into the same echelon as the first 4 is impressive. Clearly, Xia Chuan read the astonishment on Xia Hong's face, smiling as he said, "Not only Lin Kai and the others, but do you know how many of the earliest Great Xia people are among the more than 300 in the logging realm?" Xia Hong shook his head, showing a slight look of confusion. 72. This figure made Xia Hong pause slightly. Then he showed a bit of disbelief, saying, "Are you saying that all but the younger ones have broken through to the logging realm?" Xia Hong hadn't forgotten that after the initial disaster, only 154 people from Great Xia were left. After excluding 76 who were too young, 78 remained. Excluding himself and subtracting the 5 from the hunting team, exactly 72 were left. Xia Chuan chuckled and nodded. "With you leading, they dare not slack off at all. I've looked at these people. Their enthusiasm for cultivation is much crazier than others. Thanks to these leaders, others are following their example. That's why so many have recently broken through to the logging realm." Unexpectedly, it was his influence that played a role. Xia Hong was at a loss for words momentarily, shaking his head, but he immediately understood. As the earliest people from Great Xia, with Xia Hong as their leader, they carried a sense of superiority. This sense naturally needed to be reflected in their strength, so their drive to cultivate was naturally more intense than others. That's good too. Encouraging others to cultivate is also a great thing. After pondering for a moment, Xia Hong realized that the earth-digging realm would not grow in the short term, so he could only wait patiently. Such matters couldn't be rushed. If it can't be rushed, then he might as well prepare for other matters first. You take charge of the expansion of the collection team and the logging team. I won't inquire anymore. Informed by Dongying that unless there's a special situation, the entire logging team must head out every night to maximize cutting speed. Do you need a large amount of wood resources? Xia Chuan immediately picked up on the hinted urgency. Xia Hong needing resources wasn't unusual in the camp. Whenever structures appeared out of nowhere, encountering wood, iron, ore, and coal stone, those materials would vanish instantly. The implications were clear. Yes, not just wood. I also need a lot of iron and coal. This is related to how quickly I can break through the cold resistance level. At this point, Xia Hong paused for a moment before continuing. The logging team's tasks should be doubled directly. If there's no special situation, members of the collection team should join in logging as well. Additionally, starting today, the hunting team will stop hunting low-level cold beasts and venture out every 3 days, with me personally leading to hunt intermediate cold beasts. The rest of the time will be entirely devoted to mining coal and iron ore. We'll proceed like this until I break through the cold resistance level. When Xia Chuan heard that resources were linked to Xia Hong's breakthrough speed to the cold resistance level, his expression turned solemn. He began pondering how to enhance the efficiency of resource acquisition for everyone involved. By the time Xia Hong finished his last words, Xia Chuan nodded, showing approval. The threat from the Mirror Immortal camp was right at their doorstep. Xia Hong breaking through to the cold resistance level was now the most critical issue for Great Xia. He believed that both he and the rest of the camp would understand this. All right then, you go ahead and notify everyone, starting now. Let me know when Zhu Shun and Zhou Yuankai recover. Yes, brother. The logging team members must bring back at least 10,000 pounds each night. The collection team, at least 5,000 pounds. Members of the camp supply station and the craftsman workshop, if they have no tasks at hand, must also go out to log. Including myself, all 15 members of the hunting team, apart from going out to hunt with the leader, must spend all other time mining. Even for meals and sleep, we must stay in the mines. After leaving Xia Hong's room, Xia Chuan immediately convened Mu Dong, Cheng Feng, Bai Dongying, and all members of the hunting team. Except for Zhou Yuan Kai, who was severely injured and couldn't get up, even Zhu Shun, who was temporarily unable to walk conveniently, was present. Their faces showed some confusion upon hearing Xia Chuan announce the new rules. It's not that it's difficult. Although metal tools aren't widespread, yet in Great Xia, logging tools like saws and axes aren't lacking. The logging team basically has one tool per person. A 10,000-pound timber load, considering the weight of the smallest tree at Redwood Ridge, is just 2 trees. Sawing 2 trees in one night isn't too difficult for those in the logging realm. The problem is after cutting down the trees, they must be brought back. Even when 2 people work together, making 2 round trips in one night at the most, 10,000 pounds is close to, if not at, the limit for the logging realm. Lord Xia Chuan, isn't there an abundance of timber resources? Bai Dongying was the first to ask. He is the captain of the logging team, and Xia Chuan's decision needs to be conveyed by him to all logging team members. With this sudden change, he naturally needed to ask for the reason. As soon as he spoke, Cheng Feng, the captain of the collection team, also spoke up. My lord, for the collection team, 1 tree is nothing, but at the current camp's logging efficiency, with so many people logging crazily, I'm afraid the valley will be completely filled in a few days. Can we use all this timber? The 14 members of the hunting team, although silent, had mostly confused expressions, clearly also at a loss for understanding. The camp doesn't lack timber, and there's no dire need to mine iron, ore, and coal mines so frantically. The previous intense mining was due to the rodent swarm. Recently, there hasn't been any matter requiring this kind of crazy mining, right? No, there's something going on recently. Isn't the leader attempting a cold resistance level breakthrough? The hunting team members, realizing this, suddenly had some speculations arise, and all looked at Xia Chuan. Chuan, are these resources for the leader's breakthrough? Not just Luo Yuan. When imagining Xia Chuan being the last to come down from upstairs, they all associated these resources with the leader's breakthrough. Cheng Feng and Bai Dongying, although confused, immediately thought there might indeed be a connection, seeing the serious demeanor of the hunting team members, and also turned their attention to Xia Chuan. That's right. Xia Chuan had no intention of hiding it from them, and nodded directly, continuing in a deep voice. For the leader to break through to the cold resistance level, besides a large amount of intermediate cold beast blood, it also requires a massive amount of resources: wood, coal, and iron. All 3 are needed. During this period, all other camp activities can be paused. Focusing on gathering the necessary resources for the leader's breakthrough is the priority. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan immediately nodded solemnly, saying, "Of course, we've already offended the Mirror Immortal camp, which has 2 cold resistance level experts. If the leader becomes a cold resistance level expert sooner, we can all stand taller." Yuan Cheng also nodded heavily and said seriously, "If it's for the leader's breakthrough, there's no more to say. We from the hunting team, when following the leader out to hunt, mostly play a secondary supportive role. Aiding while mining is our main task. To ease the leader's burden, I will not shirk responsibility." The hunting team members all nodded, showing agreement on their faces. Indeed, when following Xia Hong out to hunt, their role was mostly as assistants at best, while Xia Hong was the one truly engaging in risky combat with the cold beast. Even in hunting low-level cold beasts, Xia Hong only entrusted them with the task after ensuring they had matured enough and confirmed there were no issues. Compared to hunting cold beasts, their significance is greater when mining. Now that Xia Hong's breakthrough requires resources, they undoubtedly need to supply them with full effort, even if it means wearing themselves out. It's much easier than Xia Hong risking his life against the cold beasts. We of the logging team haven't been very useful lately. Before, with the excess of wood, we worried we might be of no use anymore. It's only natural to support the leader's breakthrough. Once I spread the word, everyone will surely be happy. Rest assured, Lord Xia Chuan, the logging team will surely complete the mission perfectly. My collection team is the same. To ease the leader's worries, we won't hold back. Bai Dongying and Cheng Feng both stood up, their voices filled with excitement. The position of those in the logging realm in the camp, though numerous, has been somewhat awkward, especially since wood is in excess and crystal fruit is useless. Last time, during the rodent swarm incident, they managed to play a role using bows, but with so much time having passed, they inevitably felt a bit lost again. But now, with Xia Chuan saying that the timber they normally chop could help leader Xia Hong break through to the cold resistance level, Cheng Feng and Bai Dongyu both knew without thinking. Once this news spreads, the members of the collection and logging teams will be filled with enthusiasm, eager to go out logging. I'm sure someone would try. Training the troops for 1,000 days to use them in a single moment, the leader has given so much for the camp all this time. It's finally time to give him some feedback. Everyone mustn't slack off. Moreover, the leader's breakthrough to the cold resistance level is to defend against the Mirror Immortal camp and to keep the territory of Redwood Ridge. Ultimately, we will also benefit from it. After Xia Chuan finished saying this, everyone nodded emphatically. Redwood Ridge is not only regarded as a forbidden domain of Great Xia by Xia Hong alone. The people of the Daxia camp think so too. Looking at it now, the only viable way to hold on to Redwood Ridge in front of the Mirror Immortal camp, which is 2 cold resistance level strongmen, is for Xia Hong to quickly break through to the cold resistance level. All right, go down and start notifying everyone. The new regulation will officially take effect at nightfall. In this period, everyone in the camp must get moving. No laziness is allowed. When a leader breaks through, then we can relax a bit. I won't talk harsh, but take care of your subordinates. If anything goes wrong, even if the leader doesn't hold you accountable, I'll question you 3, understood? Yes, sir. Mu Dong, Cheng Feng, and Bai Dongying nodded heavily. Hearing the seriousness in Xia Chuan's tone, they couldn't help but take it more seriously in their hearts. Seeing Xia Chuan directly giving orders to Mu Dong and the others, a strange look flashed in Luo Yuan's eyes. By rights, Xia Chuan currently holds the camp officer position, and his status should be equal to Mu Dong and the others. But the actual situation is obviously not the case. Xia Chuan's inherent strength, plus his relationship with the leader Xia Hong, give him a natural aura of authority over others in the camp. Especially as Xia Hong entrusts him with more and more matters, this aura becomes increasingly apparent, making him effectively Xia Hong's spokesperson in the camp. Not that there are any objections, whether in terms of strength or his way of handling affairs. No one is more suited or qualified than Xia Chuan to be Xia Hong's spokesperson. It's mainly Luo Yuan who feels a bit jealous. The leader is someone who values capability and efficiency and is fair in his dealings, as could be seen earlier when selecting the first batch of the hunting team through a public selection using wooden mannequins. Entrusting more and more matters to Xia Chuan is partly because Xia Chuan is his own younger brother, but more importantly, it's clearly because of the value and ability Xia Chuan has demonstrated. Thinking back to when the camps first merged, his basic strength was above Xia Chuan's, and Xia Hong advised him quite a bit, but as time went on, Xia Chuan surpassed him in basic strength and even started playing a bigger role in the hunting team. Through this continuous process of being surpassed, whether within the hunting team or throughout the camp, his status was gradually being outpaced by Xia Chuan. Now, Xia Chuan can openly give orders to Mu Dong and the others, while he remains just a minor player in the hunting team. This was something proud Luo Yuan just couldn't accept. I won't say much about the people in the hunting team. When a leader is heading out for a hunt, I'll inform you in advance to rest well. Otherwise, stay with me in the mine. By the way, the leader himself might come. Everyone nodded, while Luo Yuan silently turned around, grabbed a chewing teeth chisel from beside the wall, and headed downstairs out of the woodhouse, clearly intending to go to the mine. Can't let this kid get ahead. I have to go too. I'm going to. Let's go, hurry. Don't fight. I'm coming too. Let's all go, quickly. Seeing everyone anxiously grabbing their chewing teeth chisels and heading to the mine, Xia Chuan displayed a hint of a smile, took a chisel himself, and followed after them. The leader breaking through to the cold resistance level needs wood. Really, it couldn't be fake. I once saw it with my own eyes. Once the leader touched wood, It disappeared. The leader must be able to absorb wood. Not only wood, iron, ore, and coal stones are all possible. I've seen it too. The captain wouldn't lie to us. Why didn't the leader say so earlier? If I'd known, I would have cut more before. I used to think it was tiring and only cut one a night. Under the notification from Chung Fong and others, the entire camp, especially the ones in the logging realm, immediately knew that Xia Hong needed a massive amount of resources to break through to the cold resistance level. As Xia Chuan had previously predicted, as soon as the news spread, every logging realm in the camp stirred. All the contributions Xia Hong made for the camp over the years were evident to everyone. From the hunting team members in the earth-digging realm to ordinary children, everyone in the Great Xia camp was filled with gratitude and reverence for Xia Hong. This sentiment, after long-term fermentation, even gradually evolved into fanaticism. Upon learning that Xia Hong could use wood for his breakthrough to the cold resistance level, there was no need for reminders from Chung Fong and by Dongyi. The people from the logging team and the collection team all grabbed their saws without hesitation and headed out in batches as soon as it got dark. Even the people from the craftsman workshop and the camp supply station joined them after finishing their tasks. The hunting team, of course, was no different. As soon as Xia Chuan spoke that day, everyone went to the iron or cave on the south side of the valley. 13 people working together, the constant sound of chiseling almost reached outside the mine. If not for Xia Chuan and the others strongly refusing, insisting he recover fully before returning, Zhu Shun would likely be mining with his injured leg. The entire Great Xia camp was either logging or mining. From nightfall, everyone was bursting with immense enthusiasm for extraction. This extraordinary enthusiasm seemed not enough for Xia Chuan, as he discussed with Shiping the next day and organized a mining competition. During the time before Xia Hong breaks through the cold resistance level, all materials logged and mined by both the logging realm and earth-digging realm across the camp will be recorded, forming a leaderboard. The leaderboard is divided into 3 categories: wood, coalstone, and iron ore. The top 30 in wood and the top 5 in iron, ore, and coalstone will be recorded. The first place for wood can earn 800 contribution points. The rankings for iron, ore, and coalstone will earn 2,000 points respectively, decreasing sequentially. As long as one enters the list, there are high contribution point rewards, and the higher the rank, the higher the contribution points received. When the mining competition was announced and people heard about the high contribution point rewards, all members above the logging realm in the camp were immediately ecstatic. Apart from a focus on Xia Hong's breakthrough, just the contribution point reward alone were enough to drive everyone into a frenzy. Take the hunting team as an example. They rely on hunting outside. At most, they can only hunt low-level cold beasts, and it even requires coordination among 4 to 5 people. The contribution point value for a low-level cold beast generally ranges from 200 to 400, split among 5 people, with each person getting around 40 points. Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan personally led the team, capable of hunting at most 2 per night, which means at best they could earn 80 to 120 contribution points in one hunt. They can't hunt outside every day, and hunting itself carries considerable risk. Gold and healing powder now also cost contribution points to exchange. Iron core bows are only owned by Luo Yuan and the Zhao Long brothers, while others still need contribution points to rent them, and consumables like iron arrows also need contribution points to exchange. The hunting team calculated that in a full month, considering hunting outside 15 times, deducting costs for renting bows and arrows and golden healing powder, they could at most earn about 1,000 contribution points. But in this competition, the first place can earn 2,000 contribution points, which is almost equivalent to 2 months of their earnings. Even the hunting team is like this, not to mention the collection team and logging team, as well as the craftsman workshop and camp supply station, for whom earning contribution points is even more difficult. A one-time reward of 800 points is a rare stroke of luck for them. With a highly incentivized mechanism and the connection with leader Xia Hong's breakthrough, these factors combined instantly amplified everyone's enthusiasm for mining several folds. The entire atmosphere of the Great Xia camp immediately transformed. Every day, the most discussed topic was the day's volume of extraction. By nightfall, everyone would swarm out in batches, and Chung Feng, and by Dongying, for safety reasons, began planning to split the logging areas to avoid too many people gathering together, aiming to spread them out as much as possible. To improve logging efficiency, people started brainstorming, and gradually, new inventions appeared in the camp. The first to appear was the wheelbarrow. A significant reason for low logging efficiency was the low transportation efficiency. Though Redwood Ridge is less than a mile from the valley, the trees were too large and heavy, requiring several people to carry them, consuming considerable time just returning. After someone raised this issue with Mu Dong, the craftsman workshop developed a manual wheelbarrow within a few days. Initially, the version was crude, just a wooden plank with a single wheel, but it kept improving as more issues were raised, making the wheelbarrow more functional. Then came the two-wheeled cart, and several people even cooperated to create more wheels, increasing load capacity, but requiring more manpower for the cart. To enhance efficiency, efforts were not only focused on transportation, but also on logging tools, leading to the emergence of flexible saws, two-person saws, and three-person saws. As logging efficiency increased, the hunting team also put in full effort in mining, fearing they might fall behind. Even Xia Chuan himself stayed in the mine for 4 to 5 days straight, with cold beast meat being delivered by others. The changes happening in the camp were naturally unknown to Xia Hong, who stayed upstairs for training. It wasn't until the 1st of February in the first year of the Great Xia, when Xia Chuan went upstairs to inform him that Zhu Shun's injury had fully healed, and upon going downstairs to receive a batch of resources through the system, did Xia Hong learn about the series of activities Xia Chuan had organized. Resources: wood 11200 coal, 580 iron, 1220 silver, 0 gold 0. The order for the entire camp to accelerate resource extraction was issued on January 27th, and in just 3 days, such a significant increase in resources was achieved. The extraction progress of coal and iron was still within Xia Hong's acceptable range. With the chewing teeth chisel, an individual in the earth-digging realm, whether extracting coal or iron, could extract more than 40 units a day. With Zhu Shun and Zhou Yuankai injured and unable to mine, the remaining 13 people extracted a total of 1,800 units of coal and iron in 3 days, showing their hard work, but nothing too excessive. But the wood was a bit absurd. With over 300 in the logging realm, pushing their limits, each could fell 2 trees a night, equating to about 8,000 gene. The system converts 1,000 gene of wood into a unit. Even calculated this way, the camp's daily wood resources should at most amount to 2,500. No matter how hard everyone tries, it won't exceed 10,000. After all, the number of people is fixed. Where did the 11,200 units come from? Xia Hong's perplexity was resolved when Mu Dong took him to the craftsman workshop, and he saw the new types of iron saws being made, along with various sizes of wooden carts. During this period, everyone has come up with quite a few strange and novel ideas to improve logging efficiency. They've truly racked their brains. Hearing Mu Dong's words, Xia Hong's face showed a hint of interest. After all, it's pressure that breeds motivation. Previously, when there was an excess of timber, no one could think of these things. But now, with resource pressure, everyone immediately came up with many new inventions through collective brainstorming. Of course, besides being interested, Xia Hong also felt somewhat moved. The more than 300 people in the camp, those above the logging realm, worked tirelessly and relentlessly to extract resources. Ultimately, it was for himself to break through to the cold resistance level as soon as possible. Big brother, since you can collect resources at will, can't we let those logging people cut down the wood and leave it there, and then you go to Redwood Ridge to collect it directly? Hearing that Xia Chuan had this thought, Xia Hong's expression became a bit strange. If it were this convenient, there would be no need for Xia Chuan's reminder. He would have done it long ago. I've already tried before. I have to be within the radiation range of the iron refining furnace to collect resources. It won't work elsewhere. Then move the iron refining furnace to. Xia instinctively came up with a new plan, but he soon realized it wouldn't work and quickly stopped. Xia Hong shook his head. He had thought of this plan himself, and the answer was still no. Judging from the torch's strong attraction to cold beasts, if the iron refining furnace enters Redwood Ridge, who knows what kind of impact it would have? If it attracts a horde of cold beasts, it would be a major problem. Besides, the most important function of the iron refining furnace is to ward off deceitful monsters. Once it moves, it means that everyone in the camp has to move with it. Even when there are no deceitful monsters, Xia Hong doesn't dare to move the furnace casually, let alone now, when Great Xia Camp has already been targeted by a deceitful monster. Thinking of the incident on the 17th of last month, when Wang He mysteriously disappeared and was burned to death by coagulated fire oil upon his return, Xia Hong's mind stirred, and he quickly asked, "So many people have gone out in these 3 days. Didn't they encounter anything?" Xia immediately shook his head and replied, "No. Although groups go out in batches, each has at least 10 people. Plus, before going out, everyone must apply coagulated fire oil, and each group carries 3 torches. Normally, they're not lit. They should only be used when encountering deceitful monsters. Indeed, nothing happened in these 3 days, and everyone returned normally. More than 300 people from the logging realm, almost all moved out, yet the deceitful monster didn't strike once. This is a bit strange." Xia Hong's brow furrowed, and his expression showed some confusion. No issues happening is, of course, a good thing. But considering the deceitful monster's bloodthirsty nature, being so quiet is even more worrisome. This proves that the deceitful monster is likely aware of the coagulated fire oil and is more cautious than the original wooden puppet monster. Hiding in the dark with such caution makes it undoubtedly harder to deal with. Since it doesn't strike, let's continue to act as if it doesn't exist. As long as the iron refining furnace is here, it won't breach the camp. Just remind everyone to be careful when going out. If there truly is any problem, we'll address it then. This is a kind of helpless measure. Having no idea how to deal with the deceitful monster, Xia Hong couldn't think of any method. Not going out to extract resources is certainly not an option. With the furnace present, the camp is assuredly safe. When coated with coagulated fire oil, the opponent dares not strike. Confirming these 2 points is already enough. For now, let's do this. Inform Zhu Shun and all members of the hunting team that they don't need to mine during the day today. Rest well and come out with me after dark. Yes, big brother. More than 300 people were all determined to extract resources, all for breaking through to the cold resistance level themselves. Since everyone was working so hard, Xia Hong naturally also felt pressured. Zhou Yuankai's injury is likely to take a while to heal. Missing one person shouldn't be a big issue. Having once experienced hunting an intermediate snow mane, as long as they don't encounter other unknown intermediate cold beasts, Xia Hong is still quite confident. A gap of 4,900 pounds of cold beast blood. We must try to improve the hunting efficiency. The traps, weapons, and hunting tools all need to be improved. Thinking of the massive amount of cold beast blood needed for his breakthrough, Xia Hong frowned slightly and exhaled heavily after a long pause. Elsewhere, the members of the hunting team mining in the cave learned from Xia that Xia Hong would lead them to hunt intermediate cold beasts after dark, and they were all instantly thrilled. Although mining also yields substantial contribution points, it's far less compared to going out hunting, especially when going with Xia Hong. Last time, when hunting that intermediate snow mane, Xia Hong set the reward at 10,000 contribution points, and he himself didn't take any. So, each of the 15 hunting team members received over 600 points. To earn over 600 points in one go, knowing that the duration of this mining competition is unknown, and the reward for first place is only 2,000 points. The temptation of going out hunting with Xia Hong is self-evident. Last time was the first intermediate cold beast, so the leader set it very high. This time there shouldn't be 10,000 points, but it won't be too low, maybe 8,000. I don't think so, should be 6,000. You're overthinking it. The highest for low-level cold beast is currently Teng Jiao with 380 points. I'm guessing it will normally be set at 5,000. That's the limit. 5,000 is not bad either. We are 14 people this time. Each can get over 300 points. The hunting team discussed excitedly for a while, then all put down their chewing teeth chisels and returned to their rooms to rest and prepare. After dark, without needing notification from Xia Hong, the 14-member hunting team was already fully armed and waiting at the camp supply station entrance. Are you all ready? Ready, leader. Let's move out. Xia Hong didn't waste words, and with one command, he led the 14 members out of the camp, heading straight into Redwood Ridge. It can be predicted that in the coming period, the frequency of hunts will definitely increase. It's just unknown how long the excitement of these hunting team members will last. Deep in Redwood Ridge, an intermediate snow mane with iron arrows piercing its eyes was frantically fleeing northward. It was blind and could only crash around based on instinct. The snow mane's right hind leg was dragging a piece of an animal trap, the wound already exposing flesh and oozing bright red blood. Due to the injury on its leg, its speed was far below normal. However, its massive body and strong survival instincts allowed it to unleash a tremendous force. Within less than 100 meters, it had already knocked several giant trees askew. Zhao Long, shoot from afar. Xia Chuan, release lines to restrain it. Yuan Cheng and Yu Feng, lay traps ahead. Luo Yuan and everyone else, pull the rope to control the direction of this beast's escape. As Xia Hong's voice echoed from behind, several white threads suddenly attacked from one side of the snow mane's body. Two figures sped up, running tens of meters ahead of the snow mane from both sides, quickly throwing 4 more animal traps to the ground, each end-tied with a rope. From the rear, 3 successive waves of dozens of arrows were shot, all accurately hitting the snow mane's abdomen and the spot where its hind leg was dragging the trap. When the arrows struck its abdomen, the wounds were not deep enough to cause a reaction from the snow mane. But when the injured leg was hit, it faltered a bit. Each arrow elicited a muffled grunt. Its escape slowed noticeably, obviously suffering from aggravated wounds. As its movement slowed, a group of 8 people caught up from behind, each clutching a rope. The rope's end was tied to the animal trap, dragging behind the snow mane's hind leg. Almost there, pull. Another fierce shout from Xia Hong spurred Luo Yuan and the 8 others to grit their teeth, find the nearest large tree, wind the rope around it several times, then brace themselves behind it, gripping the rope tightly. Luo Yuan's group halted, but the snow mane did not. The rope connected to the animal trap quickly went taut in the air. Snap! The rope snapped taut with a loud whip crack, causing the snow mane, though not stopping entirely, to stagger sharply with its right leg, veering slightly to the left. Crack! It was this slight veer that caused the snow mane's left foreleg to step directly onto one of the 4 animal traps set by Yu Feng and Yuan Cheng earlier. The half-meter wide trap snapped shut, crushing the bones in the snow mane's left foreleg with a loud crack. Roar! Pain drove the snow mane into even more of a frenzy, the force from its body greater than before. Crack! Even though Luo Yuan and the 8 others were exerting their full strength pulling the rope, they couldn't hold the completely frenzied snow mane. Within 2 breaths, it overwhelmed them, leading to a headlong tumble, breaking the rope and even the 10-meter diameter tree. If not for their quick reflexes to release the rope in time, they might have been dragged dozens of meters by the snow mane, risking severe injury from colliding with another giant tree. Splurt! Both the snow mane's left foreleg and right hind leg were caught in animal traps, and the surging power unleashed by its survival instincts only lasted briefly. After running another 100 meters north, its speed visibly slowed. At the same time, Xia Hong, who had been following along the tree line, had run ahead of the snow mane. Seeing the timing was right, he finally made his move. Bang! Xia Hong raised his arms high above his head, the double-edged giant axe dangling behind him, as he leapt 20 meters from the tree, swinging his arms mightily. The giant axe arced through the air in a semicircle, cleaving abruptly into the snow mane's head just as it reached the base of the tree. The axe blade split through the skull, And although the expected sound should have been a crack, what actually rang out was a loud bang. It was like a thunderclap, resounding across 200 to 300 meters around. Xia Hong's basic strength had already reached over 32,000 pounds, with the punching technique adding 20% more force, plus the acceleration from the free fall. The force from this axe swing exceeded 40,000 pounds. Like tearing through decayed wood, the axe split open the snow mane's skull, embedding the entire 75-centimeter radius fan blade into its head, leaving only one side exposed. Boom! The snow mane's head hit the ground with a boom, the immense power creating a terrifying potential energy that generated a circular shockwave, sending the snow within 10 meters flying high into the air. Roar! Even with its skull nearly cleaved in two, the snow mane's ferocity hadn't completely faded, roaring hoarsely while eyeing Xia Hong with bloodshot pupils. Its pupils suddenly constricted. Everyone gather here, quickly. Seeing this, Xia Hong urgently shouted towards the others. Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and the group, including the Zhao Long trio, shooting arrows from afar, moved swiftly towards the snow mane upon hearing the call. Within less than 3 breaths, all 14 were gathered around the snow mane, and they even crawled under it. Xia Hong, who first warned them, was already positioned under the snow mane's chin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The snow mane's back was suddenly bristling with spikes as they shot out indiscriminately in all directions, the power evident from the dozen trees around heavily pierced and riddled with holes. No matter how strong the spikes on its back are, it can't turn around to shoot at that position. Ha ha! This snow mane probably never imagined that by using its body, we could break its final trump card. After 3 or 4 breaths, as all the spikes on its back were shot out, the snow mane let out a whimper and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Yuan Cheng was the first to burst into laughter, his voice full of excitement and pride. The others didn't speak, but looking at the huge prey on the ground, their faces also showed signs of excitement. However, in the end, seeing the double-edged giant axe still stuck on the snow mane's skull, everyone turned their gaze to Xia Hong at the forefront, their faces full of reverence. Is the intermediate cold beast blood really that strong? The leader used it only once, and the change in strength was this significant. No, I must quickly reach the limit of 30,000 pounds. This thought flashed through the minds of Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and all the others at this moment. The change in Xia Hong was truly remarkable. When they first hunted that intermediate snow mane, everyone remembered that Xia Hong had to use the long measure blade to injure the snow mane inside the skull through the face or eyes. In just a few days, he could now use the giant axe to directly hack open the snow mane's skull. Crack! Xia Hong was unaware of the thoughts in everyone's mind. He pulled out the double-edged giant axe from the snow mane's head, revealing a few traces of excitement on his face. In just over 3 hours, an intermediate snow mane was already in their hands. The hunting process tonight went much smoother than expected. The strength of the snow mane's skin and skull should both be around 40,000 pounds. No wonder the last time he saw Yuan Dao fighting the demon sheep, the broadsword left so many wounds on it. The smoothness of this hunting process was largely due to his own improvement in strength, but it also benefited from familiarity with the intermediate snow mane and the tacit cooperation of the hunting team. As long as we hide in the position under the snow mane's belly, its spike trump card is basically useless. However, the only thing to note with this method is to seize the moment when it is about to die due to exhaustion. Once you hide under its belly prematurely, it's not about dodging spikes, it's courting death. Last time, when Zhu Shun and Zhou Yuankai were seriously injured, Xia Hong was wondering how to avoid the snow mane's backspike trump card. After thinking it over, this was the only method he could come up with. Based on the speed and power of the snow mane's spikes and the ultimate range they reach, running to the outer areas is definitely a path to death, and lying flat is also a method, but it can't guarantee complete avoidance. During the first hunt of that snow mane, when it shot out its spikes before dying, Xia Hong led everyone to jump down from a big tree to avoid them by lying flat. But in the end, Zhou Yuankai and Zhu Shun were still hit. Escaping was too late, and lying flat couldn't guarantee complete avoidance. There was then only one method left: staying close. Tonight was the first attempt, and the result already proved that this method is effective for now, though it requires a very high timing precision. All right, that's it for tonight. Is it over? Leader, we can still continue. We haven't suffered any injuries and can totally continue. Leader, take us to hunt another one back. We have enough arrows, the weapons are intact, and it's only been a little over 3 hours. No need to head back so early, Leader. Let's continue. That's right, there's still time, Leader. Upon hearing Xia Hong announce the end of the hunt, everyone promptly spoke up to dissuade. Xia Chuan was the last to speak in a deep voice, saying, Leader, didn't you say we need a lot of cold beast blood to break through the cold resistance level? This is just one. We still have the strength. Let's hide this prey and continue. Upon hearing Xia Chuan's words, everyone nodded heavily. A warm current surged through Xia Hong's heart. Obviously, Xia Chuan's last words encapsulated the true thoughts in their hearts. All right, we'll continue, but we can only look for snow mane. Other intermediate cold beasts are not to be considered for now. Xia Hong only pondered for a moment before agreeing to their proposal, but he made strict limitations on the choice of prey, opting only for intermediate snow mane. Everyone nodded, immediately collaborating, lifting the large snow mane on the ground, and placed it atop a large tree, posing it as if it's resting. Once everyone tidied up and marked the prey, Xia Hong led the team to prepare for further exploration northward. The depth here should be 1,300 meters, almost looked through from south to north. Besides Teng Jiao, there weren't other preys to be seen. Let's go a bit further inside. Everyone nodded. Although the first time they hunted the intermediate snow mane, they unexpectedly ventured 4 kilometers into the depths of Redwood Ridge. But back then, being watched by a powerful cold beast was truly an uncomfortable feeling and extremely dangerous too. Before the strength is adequate, the search range must be strictly controlled. Let's go 200 meters further in and see if there are any new discoveries. Hey, look over there. Just as Xia Hong decided to go 200 meters further in, Zhao Long among the crowd exclaimed, pointing northward, signaling everyone to look quickly. Everyone followed his pointing direction and was stunned. Although no one had lit a fire, the ground and trees in Redwood Ridge were covered with snow, so the dense forest was not pitch black, but rather a bleak grayish white. Amidst this vast expanse of gray and white, over 100 meters to the north, around a sturdy ice tree, there was a faint golden light emanating. That ice tree, isn't it the one we encountered last time? Xia Hong spoke up, prompting everyone to remember. That's right, it's the same one. I remember that ice tree was huge, with the ground around it appearing fluid, like a golden swamp. I remember too, the crystal fruit on that ice tree weighed at least 10,000 or 20,000 pounds. The leader even tried to dig the ground, but couldn't manage it. Let's go take a look first. Hearing the team's words, Xia Hong also confirmed that it was indeed the giant ice tree they discovered last time. He didn't hesitate and led the group forward. Rumble. As they got closer, the sound of the thunder became increasingly clear. Everyone, including Xia Hong, felt a slight trepidation. This had nothing to do with courage. Humans inherently hold a deep-seated awe for natural phenomena like thunder and lightning, especially when they're only a few dozen meters away. Let's climb the tree first and see what's going on. When they were within just over 40 meters of the ice tree, Xia Hong felt something was wrong. He stopped and then called everyone to follow him and climb a nearby large tree. At the top of the tall tree, about 50 to 60 meters high, Xia Hong, the first to climb up, looked towards the edge of the ice tree and was suddenly stunned. The others who climbed up after him did the same, and after looking up, their expressions froze. In the swampy area beside the ice tree lay a giant cold beast, about 10 meters in length, resembling a rhino. Its body was a pale gold color, with eyes as large as lanterns, and it had a 3-meter-long, black, upward-pointing horn on its head. Even though its limbs were reclined, one could easily estimate their diameter was over a meter, impressively robust with knotted muscles, emanating an intimidating strength just by looking. The thunder above the ice tree wasn't targeting the swamp. Instead, it struck right at the horn on the head of the cold beast. Crack! Every time a thunderbolt landed, arcs of lightning streaked from the cold beast's horn, spreading backward, and coursed through its entire skin. Its skin was already a pale golden color, but as the arcs moved across it, the hue became more textured and progressively deeper, clearly evolving toward a pure gold appearance. Golden-armored Kuei bull, golden-armored Kuei bull. Upon seeing the cold beast's appearance clearly, several members of the hunting team exclaimed in surprise, clearly recognizing this beast. A low-level Kuei bull has a yellowish hide and isn't this large in size. This should be an intermediate Kuei bull. Unexpectedly, we encountered an intermediate one before even hunting a low-level Kuei bull. Xia took out a scroll of bee skin from his pocket, the cover inscribed with Great Xia Cold Beast Record. After leafing through to the golden-armored Kuei bull page and comparing it with the present cold beast, he immediately made a decision. The Great Xia Cold Beast Record, compiled based on the Cold Bee Scroll left by Luo Ming, only records a limited total variety of cold beasts, including Bone Spur Frostwolf, Long-Tongued Snow Mane, Golden-Eyed Demon Sheep, Blue Moon Elf, Cloud Mist Tongue Jiao, Golden-Armored Thunder Kuei, and Long-Tailed Rodent, 7 types in total. All 7 types of cold beasts certainly have intermediate forms, but the Great Xia has only successfully hunted the intermediate snow mane active. They have interacted with intermediate rodents and have seen intermediate tongue jiao and demon sheep in person. Only with the Kuei bull, they've not successfully hunted even a low-level one yet. Today marks the first time seeing an intermediate one, too. Xia takes the compilation of the Cold Beast Record very seriously. Only after successfully hunting and accurately understanding the beast's weaknesses and habits does he add them to the record. Therefore, until now, the Great Xia Cold Beast Record only lists these 8 types, including the addition of the intermediate snow mane. Should we give it a try? I think we can. This Kuei bull's hide looks really tough, even withstanding thunder, seeming like a defensive type of cold beast, potentially not very strong in attack. Its pale gold hide could probably be used as armor. We're just in need of armor, so it's worth trying. I also think it's worth a try. What kind of daydreaming are you all doing? You haven't hunted even low-level Kuei bulls, yet you're eyeing an intermediate one? Wake up! Let's move on and continue looking for the snow mane. About the Kuei bull, we'll talk about it later. Xia Hong interrupted the group's suggestions, immediately shaking his head. It said that ignorance leads to overconfidence, and although they had hunted the intermediate snow mane, he still couldn't ensure 100% success. This Kuei bull, capable of conjuring thunder, was even more formidable. This Kuei bull is clearly using lightning to temper its body, and this scene also proved that its strength surpasses that of the snow mane. Not only is it tempering its body with thunder, but even the demon sheep can't compare to it, since they have no idea about low-level thunder Kuei yet. Thinking about tackling an intermediate one is clearly a suicidal path. It seems the hunts have been going too smoothly lately, and this hunting team has started getting a bit carried away. Xia Hong glanced sideways at the thunder Kuei, slightly furrowing his brows. The swamp beside the tree was likely the thunder Kuei's habitat. Its golden fluid appearance must have resulted from the thunder Kuei residing there for a long time. You know, at that time his basic strength had reached the limit of 30,000 pounds. Yet no matter how hard he tried, that piece of ground remained completely unmoved. But this thunder Kuei could move freely within the golden swamp, even burying its entire body inside. Just this fact alone showed that the power of this thunder Kuei was no simple thing. When you all head out hunting on your own later, first hunt a few low-level ones, understand the habits and tactics of the thunder Kuei, and report to me. Then I'll consider it. Though Xia and the others were somewhat disappointed, they knew Xia Hong's approach was more cautious, so they all nodded. The density of cold beasts in Redwood Ridge was indeed very high. Xia Hong led the group inwards by 200 meters, and within less than an hour, they discovered another intermediate snow mane. This was purely by focusing on finding snow mane. If they had more hunting options, Tung Jiao, Thunder K, Frostwolf. Within a range of 1,500 meters, there were indeed many intermediate cold beasts. The first time hunting is unfamiliar, the second time just somewhat familiar, by the third time it becomes easy and practiced. 14 10,000-pounds iron embryo bows, 5 animal traps, Xiachuan's white thread, and the double-edged giant axe in Xia Hong's hand, paired with everyone's seamless cooperation. This snow mane only lasted for a little over an hour before falling in regret. Having secured 2 intermediate snow manes, more than 6 hours had passed. Though the night was only halfway gone, everyone's bodies were more or less at their limit. Successfully hunting 2 intermediate prey in one night, both Xia Hong and the others were already quite satisfied. Returning to the location of the first prey, everyone carried the 2 beasts back happily to the valley camp. As soon as they returned to the camp, without Xia Hong's instructions, Xiachuan immediately ordered the people at the camp supply station to start bleeding the 2 snow manes. Xia Hong waited in his room for only a few minutes before Shiping and several others brought in a large basin of cold beast blood. Leader, the 2 snow manes gave a total of 130 pounds of blood. It's all here. All right, you all can leave now. After Shiping and the others left, Xia Hong stood up and walked to the basin, sniffing the rich, bloody smell wafting from it. A touch of excitement passed over his face. 130 pounds, it's quite a lot. Let's see how much it can help me improve. Although the process of reshaping skin is painful, as long as you endure the moment, the subsequent rise in skin strength and the leap in basic strength is something that, once experienced, no one can refuse. Resources: wood 12590 coal, 580 iron, 1220 silver, 0 gold, 0. In just part of the night, the wood had increased by more than 1,300 points, showing the enthusiasm for logging at the camp. All members of the hunting team had gone out, so coal and iron hadn't increased at all. Looking at the remaining resources in the system, Xia Hong sank into thought. Last time, to resist the immense pain brought about by 100 pounds of cold beast blood, he had used up nearly all the resources in the system. He had nearly 100,000 in wood, over 5,000 in iron, and over 8,000 in coal at the time. Although the specific consumption rules were unclear, this time, with only so many resources, he certainly couldn't just jump into the wooden tub again. Let's try slowly first. Xia Hong took off his shirt, took out a large wooden spoon that had been prepared in advance, scooped out a spoonful of blood, and slowly applied it to his body. For the first pound, there was only a slight pain. The second pound, the pain intensified, but it was within an acceptable range. The third pound, the fourth pound, the fifth pound. Hiss! By the 10th application, equivalent to 10 pounds, the pain became intense enough that Xia Hong began to hiss. But the system still hadn't given any notification, indicating it was still within an acceptable range. Xia Hong gritted his teeth and persisted, continuing to apply cold beast blood to his body. The 15th pound, the 20th pound, the 30th pound. Ah! Xia Hong began to scream. Large areas of skin began to show burns, and smoke was even rising as his flesh and blood began to blur again. Yet the system still did not give any notification. Ah! His screams intensified. His pupils began to glaze over, the intense pain making him dizzy, leaving only his remaining while waiting for the system's notification. Still, no notification. This. His pupils began to fill with blood and turned red. His body started to weaken, and his hand holding the wooden spoon was trembling uncontrollably, but there was still no notification from the system. The process of skin remodeling, the pain persists, it does not diminish. This process cannot be stopped. In other words, as long as the system doesn't notify, Xia Hong would continue to endure such pain. Whether it's increasing or not, it stays the same. Xia Hong looked at the wooden basin, bit his teeth, and used his wooden spoon to quickly scoop out the blood and continue pouring it over himself. 35, 36, 41, 42. Detected hosts nerves reaching the limit of endurance. System resources may be used to mitigate some neural pressure. Finally, At 42 strokes, equivalent to 42 pounds, the system's notification finally arrived. The wood was consumed first, dropping by 1,000 each time. After 13 drops, it was all gone. Next was coal, dropping by 50 each time. After 11 drops, it was gone as well. Lastly, iron, also dropping by 50 each time. After 24 drops, empty. Resources: wood 0, coal 0, iron 0, silver 0, gold 0. At the moment the resources were depleted, Xia Hong was stunned to discover the pain he was enduring hadn't lessened in the slightest. It was exactly like before. Up! Xia Hong let out a scream and fell unconscious beside the wooden basin. At that moment of losing consciousness, he also realized consuming resources only helped mitigate the additional neural pressure, which means that the intensity of the pain he was enduring was always at the limits of his will. If this process repeats a few times, my limit of endurance should get higher, and the resources consumed should gradually decrease. It's a good thing, it's a good thing. Before passing out, this thought flashed through Xia Hong's mind, and the pain on his face seemed to ease a lot, even revealing a slight smile. Of course, this smile, appearing along with the expression of extreme pain, was bound to be a bit twisted. Lord, Xia Hong. Cultivation, earth-digging realm fulfillment, skin remodeling progress 5%. Territory population, 1096. Resources, wood 0, coal 0, iron 0, silver 0, gold 0. On the third day of the second month of the first year of the Great Xia, 2 days later, Xia Hong woke up from his bed. He first clenched his fists and felt the significant increase in basic strength, his face full of joy. But then he looked at the skin remodeling progress in his system, which had only increased by 3 points, and the joy on his face vanished, turning into distress. 35,000 plus, after using up this 130 pounds, the increase in basic strength is about 3,000 pounds, slightly higher than last time. But the basic progress only increased by 3%, which means it really takes 50 pounds of cold beast blood to increase 1 point of progress. If I want to complete the entire process of skin remodeling, I still need at least over 4,700 pounds. Converted, it still requires the hunting of 80 intermediate cold beasts. Reaching the number 80, Xia Hong felt a bit dazed. Last night, he had already woken up 3 times in between. The first time he woke up, his resources were already depleted, so he didn't dare to use that much all at once, using only 40 pounds, which resulted in him fainting again. The second time, he was hesitant even with 40 pounds and used only 35 pounds, resulting in him fainting from the pain without suspense. As estimated, only when his nerves reached the limit of pain tolerance did the system help him through the bout by deducting resources. During the rest of the time, as long as the pain did not cause a devastating blow to the body, even if he was in agonizing pain, the system would not intervene. The third time he woke up, he used the last bit of beast blood and then went straight to bed and fell asleep. Fainted 3 times just to increase by 3 points, and now the beast blood is gone. 80 intermediate cold beasts. How long will it take to hunt them all down? Why is the process of skin remodeling so difficult? The difficulty of breaking through to the cold resistance level is absurdly high. Xia Hong frowned deeply. Although the increase in basic strength was tempting, the difficulty was indeed absurdly high. 1 point of progress seems to increase basic strength by about 1,200 to 1,300 pounds. To complete the entire skin remodeling process, my basic strength must be at least over 150,000 pounds. Wouldn't that make me a humanoid Tyrannosaurus? 150,000 pounds, and that's just basic strength. The maximum impact force generated by an intermediate snow mane in a frenzy is only 100,000 pounds. This means that any strong person at the cold resistance level, even without any weapons, can easily crush an intermediate snow mane with sheer physical strength. 80 is 80, must speed up the progress. Although Xia Hong had not personally verified the strength of a strong person at the cold resistance level, he could roughly estimate it from his current cultivation progress. And such strong persons, the Mirror Immortal Camp has too. Let's hold off a bit. save up some resources, and upgrade the wooden mannequin to see if it brings any new surprises. The strength of the cold resistance level may be far beyond imagination. Upon reaching this conclusion, Xia Hong also knew that he certainly could not break through shortly. Therefore, upgrading the wooden mannequin takes priority. From the experiences of absorbing the cold beast blood twice, the resources had played a role in testing his willpower limits, or perhaps they helped him exercise his willpower, enhancing his capacity to endure more cold beast blood. The currently tested limit is 42 pounds, so for now, let's stick to using 40 pounds, which isn't a slow progress either. Using up the 130 pounds took him 2 days, which means at his current endurance level, a single day is sufficient for 1 intermediate cold beast worth of blood. Previously, I set hunting every 3 days. Calculating it like this, at least 3 intermediate cold beasts must be hunted each time to keep up with my usage. Xia Hong's brows tightened. Based on the last experience, hunting 3 intermediate cold beasts in 1 night, although extreme, was not impossible. Just adding a few more animal traps would suffice. The problem is whether there are enough intermediate snow manies in the current explored area. There's no use thinking about it too much. What if there are plenty of snow manies? If they're obliterated, then push in a bit deeper, or at worst, shift to hunting other cold beasts. Having made up his mind, Xia Hong no longer hesitated. Only 2 days had passed since the last hunt, and the next excursion was the following day, so the current day should not be wasted. He took the chewing teeth chisel and went to the mine to dig iron. Of course, it wasn't just him. Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and others had already started digging in the mine. Seeing Xia Hong walk in, everyone knew that he had already absorbed all the 130 pounds of beast blood, and their faces showed curiosity. Their curiosity, naturally, was about how much Xia Hong's strength had increased. Xia Hong did not explain, but simply raised the chisel and started mining. Everyone's curiosity was satisfied as they witnessed Xia Hong's incredibly efficient mining display. The improvement in basic strength was accompanied by an enhancement of various physical qualities. The most crucial aspects of mining are the body's load-bearing capacity and endurance. Upon initially breaking through to the earth-digging realm, using a regular sheep horn chisel, the typical daily output was about 100 pounds, which could double to 400 pounds with a chewing teeth chisel. Of course, besides Xia Hong, none of the camp's 15 other earth-digging realm individuals were newcomers. With a chewing teeth chisel, their output could reach over 500 pounds daily. Xia Hong's mining efficiency was even more terrifying, initially about twice theirs, achieving over 900 pounds in a day. The next day, when everyone followed Xia Hong out of the mine, their faces showed a bit of numbness. After Xia Hong instructed them about going out to hunt tonight and went upstairs, everyone exploded into lively discussions. 3 times, the leader's basic strength is almost 40,000 pounds, right? Probably not yet, but it's close. 3 of us are needed to match his mining output. Even though I've reached the earth-digging realm, I feel like I still have the strength of logging realm in front of the leader. No kidding, I feel that too. The leader hasn't even broken through yet. If he breaks through to the cold resistance level, we probably wouldn't be able to withstand even 1 punch from him. Can you withstand it now? Luo Yuan's last question immediately silenced everyone. They recalled the time when Xia Hong jumped down from the tree to hunt that intermediate snow mane, and from the power of that single axe, none of them dared to say they could withstand it. We need to put in more effort. Even if we can't catch up with the leader, at least we should be able to be helpful. If the gap becomes too big, the leader might soon have no use for us. After saying that, Luo Yuan also went upstairs. The others, after pondering for a moment, their expressions gradually turned determined, and they each went upstairs to rest, preparing their energy for the night's hunting. On February 4th, Xia Hong led the team out for hunting again. To meet the needs for the next 3 days of improvement, it took an entire night, and Xia Hong finally managed to kill the 3rd snow mane just an hour before dawn. Hunting 3 intermediate snow mane in 1 night left both Xia Hong and the other 14 members of the hunting team utterly exhausted. Despite this, excitement glimmered more in everyone's eyes. First, breaking through limits itself is exciting. Secondly, they all knew Xia Hong needed a lot of cold beast blood. The more efficiently they hunted intermediate cold beasts, the more cold beast blood they collected, which also meant Xia Hong could break through to the cold resistance level faster. The three cold beasts together produced more than 170 pounds of blood. Xia Hong began the process of reshaping his skin once more. Due to resource limitations, he didn't push to the extreme this time, but stopped at around 30 pounds. Even with this control, he fainted from pain several times. During this period, Xia Hong led the team hunting once every 3 days, bringing back 3 intermediate snow mane each time and immediately extracting the blood for use. This continued for 5 times, and as soon as Zhou Yuankai's injury healed, he immediately rejoined the hunting team, acting with everyone. February 19th, first year of the Great Xia. The hunting team brought back 3 intermediate snow mane once again. The camp residents were no longer surprised by these behemoths, as similar prey had been brought back almost 20 times during this period. Xia Hong, as usual, went directly upstairs, while Xia Chuan took the prey to the camp supply station to prepare the bloodletting. The other hunting team members, those injured, hurried back to apply medicine and heal, and those without injuries went straight to the mine as it was still early. Resources: wood 48212, coal 1020, iron 13210, silver 0, gold 0. Upstairs, Xia Hong didn't wait for the cold beast blood as usual, but first checked the recently accumulated resources in the system. From February 4th to now, a total of only 15 days had passed. Accumulating so many resources in 15 days proves how frenzied the camp's gathering had been in this half-month. The logging realm doesn't need much mention. The numbers were continuously rising, tools were constantly improving, and with over 300 people, they could gather about 3,000 wood resources a day. In half a month, 48,000 is reasonable. The main focus is the earth-digging realm. Over the past half-month, Xia Hong led them on 5 hunting trips. On those days, it was impossible to mine, so, strictly speaking, they only had 10 days for mining. Their current mining efficiency is about 7,500 pounds of iron ore and 12,000 pounds of coal per day, which translates to 750 points and 600 points in the system. To upgrade the wooden mannequin as soon as possible, Xia Hong arranged for coal mining on only 2 of those 10 days, with the remaining 8 days focused on iron. Note that he had been training during this period, only mining a bit of iron on the first day and not visiting the mine at all thereafter. In those 8 days, even with full efforts, these 15 people could only mine about 11,250 points, and even with fluctuations, it wouldn't exceed 12,000. Yet, the system showed 13,210 points of iron resources. Clearly, after returning from hunting, some people didn't rest much and went mining instead, seizing every minute. After thinking for a moment, Xia Hong understood what was happening. Knowing that everyone wanted to quickly assist him in breaking through, a warm feeling flowed through his heart. The process of reshaping skin was painful, yet Xia Hong persistently endured without any slack. Firstly, he enjoyed the improvement after the pain. Secondly, breaking through to the cold resistance level was no longer just his affair alone. During this period, the logging realm, earth-digging realm, and even the ordinary people left in the camp had all been working tirelessly, day and night, collecting resources for his breakthrough. The gazes of over 1,000 people could be said to be focused on him. He had no reason to retreat, and even less reason to slack off. Of course, the rewards of perseverance were equally immense. Cultivation, perfect earth-digging realm, skin remodeling progress 20%. In the previous 4 times, the cold beast blood obtained totaled over 730 pounds, and after using it all, the progress increased by 15 percentage points. Basic strength is already close to 55,000. With the cold beast blood brought back tonight, the progress should be about 23 to 24, and basic strength can reach 58,000. The improvement during this period was indeed gratifying, but the breakthrough to the cold resistance level seemed far off, which was also a fact. Over 70 percentage points, and at the current pace, it would take at least 20 more outings, meaning about 2 more months. For more than half a month now, I haven't been to the north. Without a doubt, the people from Mirror Immortal Camp must be hunting there recklessly. It's time to check it out. Otherwise, over time, they might truly start considering that place as their own territory. In the past 5 hunts, Xia Hong deliberately avoided Lu Shang Camp's territory, not wanting to encounter Mirror Immortal Camp too early. But constantly avoiding them wasn't a solution either. Some things, if left unchecked for too long, would become a fact. If we keep ignoring Mirror Immortal Camp, they will disregard Great Xia even more, and they might someday venture south to start encroaching on more of Great Xia's land resources. The best hope is that Mirror Immortal Camp heeded the warning and has not come to Redwood Ridge during this time. Though this possibility isn't great. It has been more than half a month. Xia Hong couldn't keep leading his team away from them. He must go north and reassert Great Xia's sovereignty. Of course, before going, I need to be completely prepared. Xia Hong thought silently in his mind and looked up at the left side of the room. The wooden mannequin stood motionless against the wall. Upgrade conditions: 3,000 wood, 6,000 iron. As Xia Hong focused his mind, a portion of the system's resources instantly disappeared. Resources: wood 45212, coal 1020, iron 7210, silver 0, gold 0. Simultaneously, the wooden mannequin in front also began to change. The ground under where the wooden mannequin stood, about 10 square meters, suddenly burst into a bright light. When the light dissipated, the ground had turned black and was covered with intricate cloud patterns. Meanwhile, the wooden mannequin, which originally stood on one leg, now stood on 2 legs, and its color changed from yellow to black, clearly indicating a material shift from primarily wood to primarily metal. It was still 2 meters tall, with a hollow abdomen and complete facial features. The only difference was the lack of a smile on its face, replaced by a very serious expression. Moreover, after a moment, the wooden mannequin gave a slight shake and astonishingly spawned 4 identical wooden figures in all directions. Seeing the black cloud pattern ground and the 5 wooden figures, Xia Hong was delighted and quickly checked the upgraded properties of the wooden mannequin. Martial Arts Training Ground. Level 2, a 100 square meter training area that significantly boosts cultivation speed and enhances martial insights, with 5 wooden mannequins included. Special Function 1. The wooden mannequin can record cold beast species through essence blood and transform into any cold beast, showcasing the strength of an adult cold beast. Special Function 2. Activate wooden mannequins within the iron refining furnace's radiation range to follow commands for autonomous combat. Special Function 3. Training within the martial arts training ground increases basic strength, improving efficiency by 2-fold. Applies only to cultivation below the perfect earth-digging realm. Special Function 4. Training with wooden mannequins doubles martial insights efficiency. Applies only to cultivation above the perfect earth-digging realm. Martial Arts Training Ground Consumption: 20 coal per hour. Wooden mannequin consumption: 5 coal per hour. Upgrade conditions: 100,000 wood, 30,000 iron, 200 silver. After reviewing all the properties of the martial arts training ground, Xia Hong was immediately thrilled, especially upon seeing Special Function 3. He couldn't help but smile broadly. Previously, the wooden mannequin did enhance cultivation efficiency and improve martial insights. But the problem was there was only one, and it couldn't be broadly used by everyone. Moreover, it consumed 5 coal resources per hour, totaling 120 coal resources a day, which equates to 2,400 pounds of coal stone, already taking up 1/5 of the current daily camp mining amount. It's impossible to have earth-digging realm cultivators mining coal daily, and there were many other coal-consuming areas in the camp, like the medicine decoction pot and the iron refining furnace, which were major coal consumers. Therefore, previously, except for selecting the first batch of hunting team members, Xia Hong used the wooden mannequin only once. it wasn't used much most of the time. Now it's different. This 100 square meter martial arts training ground area has the function to enhance cultivation speed, accommodating dozens of people at a time, the only drawback being the heavy consumption. 20 coal resources per hour means 480 a day, which translates to 9,600 pounds of coal stone, taking up 4/5 of the total daily mining amount. Although the consumption is large, Xia Hong only pondered for a moment and realized that this consumption is by no means excessive compared to the benefits it brings. The most important thing Xia Hong valued in this upgrade was this twofold indicator. At level 1, the wooden mannequin claimed to increase cultivation speed, with a description of significantly increased, which Xia Hong himself tested, showing it was significantly increased for the logging realm. But as basic strength grew in the earth-digging realm, the enhancement diminished. Heavy consumption, usable by only one person, enhancements decreasing over time. The improvement in cultivation speed has been distinctly quantified with a double metric. In this way, as long as they are members of the Great Xia, breaking through the logging realm is no longer a problem, and the speed of breakthrough to the earth-digging realm will also rapidly increase. Therefore, the subsequent resource extraction rate will become higher and higher, making such consumption negligible. Xia Hong, with an excited expression, walked into the martial arts training area, looked around, and then, with a slight movement of his mind, a smile appeared on his face. It could be moved freely, 100 square meters, just right to place in the main hall on the 3rd floor. Daily, it can be used for those in the logging realm and earth-digging realm for cultivation. Of course, it cannot be free. A glimmer of light flashed in Xia Hong's eyes. This martial arts training ground can at most accommodate 100 people at a time, and the consumption of coal stone is so high that it cannot be used for free by the camp members. To use it, one must exchange contribution points. The specific pricing will be researched by Xia Chuan and others, as Xia Hong would not bother with these matters. His gaze finally stopped on the 5 wooden mannequins, gradually showing a strong passion. 5 cold resistance level intermediate cold beasts that follow commands without fear of pain. Now the camp should be considered thoroughly secure. Even if those 2 cold resistance level experts from the Mirror Immortal camp come together, it should not be a big problem. The security of the camp is finally assured. Looking at the 5 wooden mannequins, Xia Hong couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. With the current progress of his cultivation, the basic strength of a cold resistance level expert is at most around 150,000 gene, and 1 or 2 intermediate cold beasts would certainly pose no threat to them. But what about 5? Moreover, these 5 completely disregard pain. Their material is tougher than real cold beasts, and most importantly, they completely obey his commands, even to their deaths if necessary. It's a pity they can't be taken outside for hunting. If only they could be taken out. The thought crossed his mind, and Xia Hong immediately chuckled and shook his head. Taking the iron refining furnace and all the camp members around, who knows what might happen, he really cannot take on that risk. It's better to play it safe. Of course, since the camp security is assured, it's time to look to the north to see if the people from the Mirror Immortal camp have crossed the line. Outside, it was daytime, and as Xia Hong pushed open the window, the cold wind swept in with frost and snow, continuously rushing into the room. Through the swirling frost and snow, he cast a distant glance toward the northern side of Redwood Ridge, his gaze flickering with a hint of chill. On February 20th, the first year of the Great Xia, Xia Chuan received a command, went up to the 3rd floor, and paid a visit to Xia Hong's room. After coming downstairs, Xia Chuan immediately gathered everyone in the camp and excitedly announced that the camp supply station had added a new item that could be exchanged. The cultivation time of the martial arts training ground on the 3rd floor can be exchanged for 20 contribution points a day. Once 50 people exchange, the martial arts training ground will open for a day. Initially, when Xia Chuan announced it, everyone was a bit puzzled. What is the martial arts training ground? Why does it cost 20 contribution points for a day, and what effect does cultivation have? Faced with everyone's confusion, Xia didn't explain, but directly led the entire hunting team and selected the 35 people with the highest basic strength, plus himself, to make up 50 people to stay on the third floor for a day. No one knew what happened on the third floor that day. Everyone only knew that when the people, including Xia, came down from the third floor, their faces were all filled with excitement and agitation. Once the news spread, everyone in the camp instantly boiled over. The leader has built a new martial arts training ground on the third floor. As long as you cultivate in the training ground, the efficiency of absorbing cold beast meat will double. Double. It really is double. The hunting team members have confirmed. Just go up, and you can double the speed. Cheng Feng, Lin Kai, and Su Ning, the three of them, broke through to the earth-digging realm on the very day they went to the third floor. It must be real. I must go as well. You can exchange 20 contribution points for 1 day. I must go too. I'm not far from the earth-digging realm. As long as I stay up there for a few days, I'm sure I can break through too. Do not underestimate those who have practiced in their obsession with strength enhancement. Even now, with wooden products, beast skin products, iron tools, weapons, the camp already has many items that can be exchanged, but the hottest selling resource in the Great Xia undoubtedly remains cold beast meat. Because everyone knows that no matter how good, useful, or beautiful other things are, they can't compare to the real benefits of enhancing one's strength. Strength is the foundation of everything, without which any treasure is just a castle in the air, ready to crumble at a touch. And now, the martial arts training ground can help them double their cultivation speed. The collective frenzy among the people is imaginable. The next day, February 21st, as soon as night fell, a long line had already formed at the camp supply station. There was no need to gather 50 people. Most who were led up by Xia the day before had already secured the front spots, with only a few perceptive ones seizing the top 50 places. Those who came later, realizing they wouldn't get a chance this time, had looks of regret on their faces and secretly resolved to come early next time to queue. After Shiping completed the registration, all 50 people followed Xia up to the third floor. When they reached the black cloud pattern ground, everyone who had visited the day before showed satisfied smiles and began to consume the cold beast meat they had prepared in advance. 20 points of contribution value, which equates to digging 400 pounds of coal, and with 50 people together, that's 20,000 pounds. Isn't your pricing a bit high? Xia Hong, sitting in a chair next to the wall of the martial arts training ground, looked through the wooden window facing the hall at those 50 people with a somewhat peculiar expression. According to the current rules, the contribution points obtained from coal and iron mining have the same conversion unit with the system: 20 pounds of coal for 1 point, 10 pounds of iron for 1 point. The martial arts training ground runs a day and consumes 9,600 pounds of coal, converting to just 480 points of coal resources, evenly divided among 50 people. The day's training consumption should be less than 10 points per person. But Xia set it at 20 points, doubling it. Even Xia Hong couldn't help but think it's a bit greedy. Hearing the teasing in Xia Hong's tone, Xia chuckled and then straightened his expression, shaking his head. It's not greedy. Among these people, aside from the hunting team members, the rest don't have mining abilities. They rely on logging collection to earn contribution points, and there's inherently some water in the contribution points in their hands. Moreover, the opportunity to double the cultivation speed, which would be obtained just by going out to log, makes even 20 points seem low to me. Even if it's higher, I bet they'll fight over it. Upon hearing this, Xia Hong pondered for a moment and chuckled softly. Indeed, it's definitely not greedy. Doubling the cultivation speed, a miracle-like ability with no competition, they could only wish for it. Thinking this way, 20 points of contribution value truly isn't much, but it can't hinder the resource collection of the camp. I'm planning to open it once every 3 days in the future. If more people come, we'll have to raise the price or even bid for it. We definitely can't spare 50 people for training every day. Our Great Xia isn't equipped for that right now. Clearly, Xia considerations are even more far-reaching than his own. He's already thinking about the detailed arrangements for the martial arts training ground in the future. Go ahead and take care of it. Seeing that he had arranged everything so thoroughly, Xia Hong didn't say more, but turned his thoughts to another matter. Are the two sets of weapons ready? Luo Yuan and Yuan Cheng didn't come today. They stayed in the blacksmith room forging. It should only take one more day to finish them up. Xia Hong nodded, feeling a slight excitement in his heart. Yesterday, when the martial arts training ground opened for the first time, it brought a huge surprise. Cheng Feng, Lin Kai, and Suning all broke through to the earth-digging realm in one day. Cheng Feng's breakthrough wasn't unexpected for Xia Hong, as he was among the oldest of the Rogel camp, already ranking high in basic strength. It was Su Ning and Lin Kai who truly surprised him, especially Su Ning. Evidently, after losing his right eye, he didn't let himself go, but became even more diligent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have broken through to the earth-digging realm so quickly. Cheng Feng, being the collection team captain, doesn't currently have a suitable replacement, so it's not convenient for Xia Hong to recruit him into the hunting team. As for Lin Kai and Su Ning, there's nothing more to say. New members naturally need new weapons. The current standard allocation for the hunting team is a large saber, a 10-stone iron bow, complemented with 57-pound specially made iron arrows. The benefits of having more in the earth-digging realm are slowly becoming evident. Now, unless there's a special situation, mining, forging, and even hunting low-level cold beasts no longer require his personal effort. Brother, will we go hunting as usual tomorrow? The last hunt was on the 19th. It was set to occur every 3 days. Tomorrow would be the 22nd, and with Xia Hong specifically asking about weapons for Lin Kai and Su Ning, Xia Chuan naturally guessed his intention easily. But evidently, he guessed wrong. Xia Hong shook his head, speaking in a deep tone. Not necessarily tomorrow. First, let's head to the north of Redwood Ridge and assess the situation. If the opportunity is right, we'll discuss it then. To check the north of Redwood Ridge. Xia Chuan immediately understood the implication, gently nodding, a glint of coldness appearing in his eyes. During this period, when Xia Hong led them to hunt, he deliberately avoided the northern area, and they all knew the reason. Hopefully, those in the Mirror Immortal camp will adhere to the rules a bit. Xia Hong murmured in a low, deep tone, with a hint of severity flashing in his eyes. Second floor of the wooden cabin, at the entrance of the camp supply station. This sword, over 600 pounds, is really something. Swords are for close combat, but this 10-stone iron bow is even more impressive. My brother-in-law said, when we go hunting with the leader, we basically have no chance to engage in close combat. We mainly use bows and arrows. Lin Kai and Su Ning were visibly excited, constantly gesturing with the large swords and iron core bows in their hands, occasionally whispering to each other. The members of the logging realm, who came to the camp supply station to submit resources, couldn't help but show envy in their eyes when they saw the two and the weapons in their hands. Even Shi Ping, who had just distributed the weapons to them, occasionally cast envious glances their way. Everyone in the camp basically knew by now that of the three who simultaneously broke through to the earth-digging realm the day before yesterday, besides Cheng Feng, who still had to lead the collection team, Lin Kai and Su Ning had both been promoted to the hunting team. Camp supply station, craftsman workshop, hunting team, logging team, collection team. Although officially, the 5 departments of the Great Xia each have their roles, and there is supposed to be no distinction of high or low status. People love to compare, especially when contribution value is quantified, making the differences in treatment and status very apparent. The members of the hunting team rightfully belong to the first tier of the Great Xia, and their status is even slightly higher than the leaders of the other 3 departments, Cheng Feng, Bai Dongying, and Mudong. The reason is simple: strength and contribution points. Take clothing as an example. Currently, the only members in the entire camp who wear full sets of clothes are those of the hunting team. In fact, most of their families do as well. Meanwhile, the rest of the 4 departments, totaling over 100 people, only managed to wear clothes because of contribution points gained from driving away rodents the last time, and the proportion cannot compare to that of the hunting team. Of course, part of this is due to the number of people involved, but everyone knows the most important factor is the ability to earn contribution points, which the other 4 departments lack compared to the hunting team. The current ways to earn contribution points in the camp boil down to collection and hunting. The people in the other 4 departments can only collect, and they can only gather wood and crystal fruit, at most earning a dozen points per day, which is the limit. But for members of the hunting team, it's different. Just with mining, they can earn over 50 points a day, and by routinely forging ironware, going out to hunt low-level cold beasts, gathering medicinal materials from deep within Redwood Ridge, and sometimes being tasked with protecting logging realm members who go out to gather. They simply have more ways to earn contribution points. Not to mention that the amount gained in a single collection is also much greater. More importantly, it's about following the leader out to hunt intermediate cold beasts. Everyone in the camp now knows a single intermediate snow mane is worth 4,500 contribution points, and the leader does not take a share. In the last half month, the hunting team has brought back 3 intermediate snow manes each night. This means the 15 members of the hunting team take home 900 contribution points each night. One night, 900 points. 900 contribution points. What does that mean? It means in one night, you can exchange for 6 sets of clothes or a 5-stone iron core bow, a large sword, dozens of ordinary iron tools or other wooden products, and bee skins, and even more. Just this fact is enough to drive everyone insane with desire. Anyone in the camp with a sense of ambition is now pushing hard, eager to break through to the earth-digging realm and join the hunting team. So it's no wonder that Lin Kai and Su Ning, who had a head start, aroused such envy. All right, you two, your smiles are reaching your ears. Stop showing off. Have you applied the solidified fire oil? The other members of the hunting team were also gradually gathering. Yufeng saw their smug expressions and jokingly teased them. Ha, brother-in-law, we've applied it long ago. It's rare to have a chance to go out with the leader. As soon as it got dark, Lin Kai and I came here to get ready. We were just waiting for you all and the leader. Yufeng is Lin Kai's brother-in-law, and along with Su Ning and Lin Kai, were part of the first batch of logging realm members of the Great Xia, so the 3 have close relationships. The first time going out, and you 2 rented both the large sword and the iron core bow. The combined rental for 1 month requires 100 contribution points. You might not even earn that back. Adding in the solidified fire oil and torches, you 2 haven't even started earning contribution points, and you've already spent over 150 points. Make sure you don't end up in the red. Luo Yuan and Zhao Long standing by couldn't help but join in teasing. What should I do? My contribution points are not enough. Lin Kai feigned nervousness, but his acting was too obvious, and everyone who saw it couldn't help but laugh softly. Don't fool me. I've already dug up the info. Going out with the leader even once brings in at least 900 contribution points, let alone these things costing only 150 points a month. Even if it's 1,500, I wouldn't be scared. Everyone burst into laughter, and even Luo Yuan and Zhao Long, who tried to tease back, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xia Chuan, who came out of the camp supply station, also couldn't help but laugh. As long as they can steadily go out with Xia Hong, renting these materials, never mind just 1,500 points, even if it's double that, they would rent without hesitation, because even in such a case, they would still make a profit. Is everyone ready? However, with Xia Hong's voice echoing from the hallway, the laughter instantly ceased, and everyone turned to look in that direction. Xia Hong, carrying a double-edged giant axe and holding an iron core bow, with a blade tucked at his waist, still dressed in a black cloak and wearing black bee skin boots, slowly descended the stairs. Interestingly, Xia Hong's physique among the members of the hunting team isn't particularly remarkable. Yuan Cheng, Luo Yuan, Zhao Long, and a few others are all noticeably more robust than him. Yet to everyone at that moment, Xia Hong, walking down the hallway, seemed several times larger than all of them. It felt as though there were invisible currents swirling around him, creating an inexplicable sense of oppression. And as he got closer, this oppressive feeling grew deeper and stronger. It seemed to make even breathing difficult. "Are you all deaf?" Xia Hong's thunderous voice reverberated in their ears, jolting everyone to attention, and they all replied in unison, "Ready." Xia Hong nodded, his gaze slowly shifting to Su Ning and Lin Kai at the edge of the crowd, a smile appearing on his face. "Let's go." "Yes, leader." All 17 of them nodded in agreement, fully armed and following Xia Hong's lead as they departed the camp and plunged into Redwood Ridge. Once in Redwood Ridge, Xia Hong led the group straight to the north. The faces of the 17 people showed varying degrees of excitement. They all knew that this outing might not be primarily hunting. The main goal was to patrol the Northern Territory to see if the people from Mirror Immortal Camp had crossed the border recently. The memory of Himeng's aggressive stance during the rodent incident was still fresh, and the members of the camp's hunting team never had any fondness for Mirror Immortal Camp. They were eager to encounter them. The territory previously delineated by Lushan Camp was only about 500 meters to the north. In this 500-meter outer region, Xia Hong ordered the members to spread out to quickly search it. Those who returned one after another reported their findings. There are signs of activity in several places. The number of low-level cold beasts on the outskirts has noticeably decreased. They must have been hunted. Several trees have also been cut down. It must be people from Mirror Immortal Camp. The reports were not unexpected to Xia Hong, but realizing that the words he had Yuan Dao bring back were completely ignored by the people of Mirror Immortal Camp, his expression darkened noticeably. "I found signs of a large group heading inward on the west side, quite fresh, probably just an hour or two ago." Once Luo Yuan's final words fell upon his return, Xia Hong immediately turned to look inside towards the west, speaking in a deep voice. "Let's go in and see just how capable these people are." Hearing the anger in Xia Hong's deep tone, everyone's expressions became more solemn as they quickly followed him toward the west, into the depths of Redwood Ridge. The traces of activity on the outskirts were clear enough to discern that the Mirror Immortal Camp's hunting team had over 20 people, about the same as last time. But the deeper they went into Redwood Ridge, these traces became increasingly faint, and eventually they completely disappeared. The snow inside is too thick, the temperature too low, the density of cold beasts is high, and it seems they've intentionally covered their tracks. We can't find them. After delving about 1,300 meters in and finding they could no longer trace the others, Xia Hong looked further west, his brow slightly furrowed. On previous hunting trips, apart from the first time when chasing snow mane led them unintentionally 4 or 5 kilometers deep, he mostly kept hunting within a 1,500-meter radius. At this current position, the 1,500-meter range should generally be visible. Even if unseen, the size of intermediate cold beasts could give them away if they were being hunted. Placing an ear to the ground might catch some noise. But here, there was nothing at all. There was only one possibility. Mirror Immortal Camp's strength inherently surpasses ours. If they've been hunting here for more than half a month, it's not surprising they're deeper inside. "Big brother, let's continue searching further in." Xia Chuan spoke with a hint of resolve, clearly intent on not resting until they found the people from Mirror Immortal Camp. Upon hearing this, the others nodded, all evidently in agreement with Xia Chuan's words. "Let's keep searching deeper." Xia Chuan at the front, the rest in pairs spread out and search, staying hidden. At each spot, listen for any ground noises. This should help us find them faster. Using Xia Hong and Xia Chuan at the forefront as the center, the other 16 spread out in pairs, delving deeper and searching. The area wasn't large, and with the group dispersed like this, in just over half an hour, one team heard something. "Northwest side. Not sure how far, but we can hear vibrations." It was Yuan Cheng and Luo Yuan who had gone northwest. Hearing this report, Xia Hong immediately blew a few soft notes on the bone whistle. Xia Chuan at the front, along with the other 6 teams, swiftly regrouped. "Where's the missing team? Who's missing?" Noticing only 7 teams returned, Xia Hong frowned. "It's Su Ning and Lin Kai." Upon hearing these two names, the others instantly had a grim expression. Those two fools, they didn't go too far, did they? It's their first time hunting outside. They have no experience, they might have wandered off. Spread out, search along the edge. Xia Hong instinctively abandoned the idea of searching the northwest side and instructed everyone to split up to find the two. But before he could finish, Lin Kai's voice came from the east side. Leader, leader, come quickly. I've made another huge discovery. Lin Kai's face showed obvious excitement. He didn't even walk over, but directly called out to Xia Hong from 10 meters away. Xia Hong looked doubtful, but, seeing nothing unusual about Lin Kai, followed him over. The others exchanged glances. Though they also looked skeptical, they followed once they saw Xia Hong go over. They followed Lin Kai eastward for over 300 meters and then saw Su Ning waving at them from a distance atop a large tree. At the sight of Su Ning, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. There's a cold beast on Su Ning's head. The cold beast isn't moving. Is it asleep? Demon sheep. It's a demon sheep. No, wait, it seems like... As everyone exclaimed in shock, they quickly took out their bows and arrows. The fastest Zhao Long brothers were already knocking their arrows, ready to shoot. Wait, the demon sheep is already dead. Leading the way, Xia Hong interrupted the group's discussion. With joy on his face, he made some guesses in his heart, and then quickly dashed toward Su Ning. Leader, this demon sheep is already dead, and it has many wounds. It should be prey hunted by someone else and temporarily stored here. On the big tree, Xia Hong reached out to touch the knife wound on the demon sheep's forehead. As he saw the blood at the wound still hadn't fully dried, his expression immediately turned strange. The others also climbed the tree by now. Looking at the large demon sheep's body posed as if it were asleep, they pondered for a moment, and their expressions became playful. Is this hunted by the Mirror Immortal Camp? It must be. Like us, one night isn't enough, so they hunt first and hide it here, planning to take it back after the hunt. Ha ha ha, this is truly... Isn't this pretty much a freebie for us? Ha ha. Let's see if they dare to reach out recklessly again. This will be interesting. We haven't hunted a demon sheep before. The mood among the hunting team became excited instantly. At this moment, Xia Hong put away his strange expression, pondered a bit, turned to Xia Chuan, and ordered, pointing at the demon sheep, "Drain all its blood." Leader, aren't we taking the meat? An intermediate cold beast's main value is its blood. Its meat is not much different from a low-level cold beast's. Yet an intermediate cold beast yields at least 4,000 to 5,000 caddies of meat. Just leaving it to the Mirror Immortal Camp, the group still felt a bit reluctant. We need to leave the meat. Otherwise, how will they know we drain the blood? Ha ha ha! Xia Chuan quickly caught on, laughed a couple of times, took out a leather bag, directly cut open the chest area of the demon sheep, and started draining the blood. The others were initially stunned by Xia Chuan's words, but then they immediately understood, each showing a mischievous smile on their faces. Right, if they took the entire cold beast away, the other side might think some other cold beast did it. Draining the blood and leaving the meat makes it obvious it was man-made. The demon sheep they risked their lives to hunt, and now all its blood is drained by us, huh? In just a moment, all the demon sheep's blood was drained. Xia Chuan packed away the beast skin pouch and couldn't help but laugh a few more times. Xia Hong couldn't help but feel delighted, turning to Lin Kai and Su Ning with a face full of praise, and he gallantly said, "Su Ning and Lin Kai did well. Let's count this bag of demon sheep blood as 3,000 contribution points. You two split it." Hearing they would each get 1,500 contribution points, Lin Kai and Su Ning were momentarily stunned and then, with excitement, bowed towards Xia Hong. Thank you, leader. For their first outing, without even beginning the hunt for cold beasts, they each received 1,500 contribution value. Lin Kai and Su Ning were full of excitement. Even Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and the others nearby couldn't help but feel a bit envious. All right, Luo Yuan, lead the way. Let's see if it's them in the northwest. From the traces observed in the periphery before, the Mirror Immortal Camp has come over quite a few times these past few weeks, and who knows how many intermediate cold beasts they've hunted. These cold beast resources all belong to the Great Xia camp. Just the blood of this one demon sheep is not enough to repay them. A gleam of determination flashed in Xia Hong's eyes as he had Luo Yuan lead the way, directing the group towards the location of the noise he had just heard. The group followed Luo Yuan, walked about a kilometer northwest, and soon sensed the stirring of the ground coming from a distance. To the west, judging by the sound, it's about 400 to 500 meters away. Even at night, the visibility at Redwood Ridge is actually not low. The main issue is the trees. These big trees often have diameters of more than 10 meters, some even thicker, so if one gets far enough away, the view is easily obstructed, and you can only judge the direction and approximate distance by the sounds. After getting up from the ground, Xia Hong turned to the group and said, "Same as before, Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan follow me, and the rest of you take our positions as the base spread out behind us. Be ready with your bows and arrows when you spot someone, and watch for my hand signals. Let's go, let's check it out." Seeing the others all dispersing, Xia Hong spoke, bringing along Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan, heading directly towards the source of the noise they had just heard. Crunch, boom, whoosh, whoosh. Keep shooting, don't stop. This beast has entered the Kuei marsh, and it's out of strength. Quickly, shoot the arrows. Roar. As they got closer, the sounds ahead gradually became clearer. There were sounds of large trees breaking and collapsing, the rapid firing of arrows, commanding voices from humans, and the roaring of cold beasts. Once the distance narrowed to about 100 meters, everyone could clearly see the hunting scene of the group in front. Underneath a giant ice tree, 7 or 8 people wielded huge axes, maneuvering around with a tongue jiao, while arrows continuously fired from more than 10 large trees around, aiming at the weak spots on the tongue jiao's body. Behind the large tree, there lay a golden armored thunder Ka, covered in wounds, motionless on the ground. Its body was nearly 10 meters long, similar in size to the golden armored thunder Kuei they had seen last time. Is that a tongue jiao? It's a tongue jiao, but it looks about 60 to 70 meters long. It should be intermediate level. No, over there, there's another one. That's the golden armored thunder Kuei we saw last time. It's already dead. These people, their strength is so strong. They just killed a thunder Kuei, and now they're taking on a tongue jiao. Not just that, thunder Ka, tongue jiao. Counting that demon sheep, these people have successively hunted 3 different types of intermediate cold beasts. Amidst everyone's discussion, Xia Hong did not feel much at first. Only when he heard Xia Chuan's last sentence did his expression become much more solemn. After all, it is a giant camp. Its underlying strength is much stronger than that of Great Xia. Successfully hunting 3 different types of intermediate cold beasts, this isn't just about having strength. It also requires enough understanding of the habits, skills, and weaknesses of different cold beasts. These valuable experiences must be obtained by predecessors risking their lives, making it one of the camp's most precious assets, which can't be gained just by hiding in the camp for training. Watch carefully. It's a good chance to see where the weaknesses of the tongue jiao are. Upon hearing Xia Hong's words, Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan immediately realized that it was a rare learning opportunity. Their eyes brightened slightly, and they hurriedly kept a close watch. Intermediate tongue jiao doesn't produce poisonous mist like the lower-level tongue jiao. Impossible. This should be considered one of tongue jiao's special strengths. There's no reason for it to disappear after evolution. Hearing the doubts from the two, Xia Hong's brows furrowed slightly. However, after observing the battle scene at Mirror Immortal Camp for a while, he began to make some guesses. They don't dare to touch the tongue jiao's body, and they've been deliberately or unintentionally directing the tongue jiao towards that swamp. After he finished speaking, Xia Hong carefully observed the tongue jiao's movements. Just then, the tongue jiao's body happened to fall into the swamp. It opened its fangs, trying to use its tail to support itself, lifting its upper body to attack the few people behind it. A magical scene unfolded. The tongue jiao, applying force with its tail on the swamp ground, began to sink deeper, and the harder it struggled, the faster it sank. Within moments, more than 10 meters of its tail became fully trapped in the swamp. Moreover, once it was trapped, it couldn't pull itself out. The thunder kuei's habitat can actually be used to hunt Tang Jiao. Seeing this, how could Xia Hong not understand? He couldn't help but marvel, sharing the same expression as Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan beside him. Of course, they were amazed, but didn't forget the reason they came all this way tonight, seeking out the people from Mirror Immortal Camp. Xia Chuan clearly saw that the group from Mirror Immortal Camp, led by He Ming, was directing everyone. Seeing the Tang Jiao's body half submerged in the swamp, he hastened to turn his head and quietly reminded Xia Hong, "Big brother, it's about time. If we don't take action now, this Tang Jiao will die." Xia Hong had already scouted the nearby terrain. Seeing the Tang Jiao's injuries worsening and realizing time was running out, he quickly turned his head and whispered a few words to Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan. Upon hearing him, their eyes brightened slightly. They immediately took out several pre-prepared torches and ran separately to the left and right, positioning themselves to the north and south sides of He Ming's group, encircling Tang Jiao. Xia Hong turned to scan his surroundings, selecting a large tree and climbing to a position about 70 to 80 meters high to look towards the left and right. Soon, a torch flickered into light about a kilometer to the south. Shortly after, another torch flickered about 2 kilometers to the north. Though they were far away and the torchlight was faint, Xia Hong could clearly see the 2 torches moving rapidly towards the center. Of course, the torches were secondary. What mattered was, as the torches lit up on both sides, Xia Hong clearly saw huge creatures from the north and south rushing towards the torches. Bang, bang, bang. As those huge creatures drew nearer, the commotion grew louder and louder. Without having yet killed the Tang Jiao, He Ming and his party's expressions turned drastically as they looked hurriedly towards the north and south. "Help! Help me, help me!" With the 2 flames rapidly approaching through the dense forest, frantic screams echoed from both the north and south. Though He Ming and his party had not stopped their bow and arrow attacks, their faces were already a deathly shade of green. Why would someone come at this time? And they're being chased by cold beasts. Disaster, disaster, those 2 damn bastards. Get lost, all of you. Don't leave the cold beasts here. Run somewhere else. Anxious and at a loss, He Ming even turned his head and roared at the people approaching from the north and south, trying to drive them away. But his shouts were destined to be in vain. Though Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan acted panicked, inside they were thrilled. As they closed to within 100 meters of He Ming and his group, estimating that the cold beasts behind them were very near and about to catch up, they both threw their torches towards them. Whoosh! An iron arrow suddenly shot forth. Xia Chuan dodged swiftly. The iron arrow nearly grazed his scalp as it flew past. He glanced back, seeing a large tree behind pierced by the iron arrow. Sweat trickled down Xia Chuan's forehead, a wave of lingering fear in his heart. Thankfully, after throwing the torch, he immediately turned eastward, heading towards Xia Hong's position. If not, it wouldn't be the tree that was pierced, but his body. This He Ming actually intended to kill. Not just He Ming. Those archers who had just encircled Tang Jiao, upon hearing the order, really ignored Tang Jiao and all turned their focus. Their target shifted to Luo Yuan and Xia Chuan on the north and south. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, iron arrows rained down like shooting stars at the 2. These were arrows launched by over 20 earth-digging realm archers, and the distance between both sides was barely over 100 meters. Just as the great Xia camp valued archery, the archers at the Mirror Immortal camp were extremely skilled as well. Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan instantly became cornered and flustered. The 2 of them weaved left and right between the trees, dodging iron arrows flying at them from behind. But with cold beasts chasing them, they couldn't hide behind a tree nor retreat. The only option was fleeing east. This severely restricted their escape route. The people of the Mirror Immortal camp obviously realized this too. Their aim became increasingly precise, and their hit rate astonishingly high. Don't kill them, drive them east. Let them lure the cold beasts away. Xia Chuan, who was expertly dodging, originally wore an extremely grim expression, but after hearing He Meng's order to his men, he was filled with immense joy. This fool, ha! In this short moment, he had already suffered several grazes from arrows. If they kept shooting, both he and Luo Yuan wouldn't just suffer more injuries. They could even lose their lives. Never did he expect that at this moment, He Meng would make such an unwise decision. Not to kill, wanting to force us east to lure away the cold beasts. He thinks it's me and Xia Chuan attracting them. Luo Yuan, on the south side, felt the arrows from behind cease aiming at his vitals, merely restricting his escape route. His expression relaxed, but upon looking down at his leg, his expression turned somber. An iron arrow had already pierced the surface flesh, embedded there, with blood trickling from a wound. He had thrown the torch with Xia Chuan simultaneously, and there were fewer arrows shot at him than at Xia Chuan. He shouldn't have been hit. The problem was, behind him was an intermediate frost wolf. Low-level frost wolves were more agile and faster than other cold beasts, and he had attracted an intermediate frost wolf with his torch. With the frost wolf chasing him, he was already extremely flustered, unable to pay much attention to the iron arrows from He Meng's group. This arrow in his leg, although only piercing flesh, was still bearable for now, but as time passed, the tear widened, starting to affect his speed. Awu! Knowing that He Meng's group was no longer focused on shooting him, Luo Yuan dashed forward with his head down. The howling of the frost wolf behind grew closer. He could even smell the wolf's breath. Whoosh! A sound echoed beside his ear, and a sudden sense of danger arose at his back. Luo Yuan's pupils constricted. Realizing an arrow was about to hit him, he instinctively tried dodging left. Unfortunately, the iron arrow was astonishingly fast. Before he could fully move left, the sharp tip was already pressing against his right waist. A hint of desolation flashed in his eyes, considering the earlier iron arrows piercing trees. He Meng's group likely had superior basic strength, making the power of their iron arrows extremely terrifying. The arrow that penetrated his leg was just flesh-deep, not a big issue, but this arrow aimed at his waist. Pierced by such terrifying force, it wouldn't merely leave a gaping hole. His internal organs might be damaged, risking his life. Clang, clang, clang. In a split second, the sound of metal clashing resounded in his ears, followed by Xia Hong's reassuring voice. Hide behind me, stop running, apply the golden healing powder. Xia Hong drew the E-blade, swiftly creating a blade screen behind Luo Yuan. The E-blade's length allowed a wide defensive screen. An arrow shot by He Meng's group fell to the ground, blocked by the screen. Luo Yuan quickly extracted the arrow from his leg and applied the golden healing powder. Noticing the frost wolf that had chased him was now running towards the torch, where He Meng's group was, a joyful expression appeared on his face. Not just the frost wolf. The snowman behind Xia Chuan was also charging towards the Mirror Immortal Camp's group. With two intermediate cold beasts charging simultaneously, He Meng's group no longer had time to shoot arrows this way. With his injuries calmed, Luo Yuan laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, they're gone. Those people probably don't even know who did it. They've figured it out. He Meng has seen me and my blade. Xia Hong sheathed the E-blade, his gaze cutting through to meet He Meng's across the frost wolf, over a distance of 100 to 200 meters. Under the big tree, He Meng's face was full of rage, his hand clutching the longbow, trembling uncontrollably with anger. Earlier, Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan, he hadn't clearly seen their faces. He could only vaguely determine from their clothing that they might be from Great Xia, but he wasn't sure yet. However, when he saw Xia Hong in a black cape appearing next to Luo Yuan, along with the slender long knife in Xia Hong's hand, he immediately understood. He had been ambushed. Boss, those two beasts are almost here. We won't make it if we don't retreat. Hearing the members shout, He Meng first glanced at the two torches on the ground, then turned his head, taking a quick look at Tung Jiao, who was on the verge of death, and Thunder Kuei, who was already dead, and gritted his teeth in hatred. Ignore them for now. Everyone disperse. Run out. If it were only Snow Mane and Frost Wolf coming alone, he wouldn't fear them at any time. And if the hunting team were at full strength, even facing both simultaneously, he would dare to use these people to try and maneuver. But of all times, they came now. The hunting team members had already fought 3 battles in succession, not only sacrificing some people, but most were injured, and supplies and arrows were already severely lacking. He Meng, no matter how confident, dared not remain here any longer. After saying this, he took the lead and ran around to the north side. The other 20 or more people also scattered, some running north and some south to save their lives, among them 7 or 8 carrying someone on their backs, whose condition was unknown if alive or dead. Great Xia, I will make you pay As he ran, he Meng roared with anger, uncontrollably glancing several times in the direction where Xia Hong and his group were on the east side, his eyes filled with fury and hatred. This night, which was supposed to yield 4 intermediate cold beasts as prey, was completely disrupted by Xia Hong and his group. Not far away, watching He Meng have his men split up and flee, abandoning all the prey on the ground at that moment, Xia Hong and the others all broke into smiles. Indeed, he thought the 2 cold beasts were after Thunder Kuei and Tung Jiao. Ha ha ha! These torches are truly the ultimate weapon of our camp. Hearing the banter of Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan, Xia Hong couldn't help but smile. However, seeing He Meng and the others completely scattered and fleeing, and Snow Mane and Frost Wolf each catching up with a torch, he immediately said to the 2 behind him, "Go to the flanks. Use the same method to lead Snow Mane and Frost Wolf away." "Yes, leader." Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan nodded in agreement, immediately splitting up, one heading south and the other north, each circling to the flanks of Snow Mane and Frost Wolf. Because the spots where the 2 torches landed were very close, the 2 cold beasts that had already touched the torches were nearly face-to-face at that point. "Ow!" roar Snow Mane and Frost Wolf, showing obvious hostility toward each other, displayed expressions of enjoyment when they touched the torches, but soon awakened, quickly snatched up the torches, then lifted their heads to stare at each other, emitting low growls of anger simultaneously. The sound was laden with a clear threat. Evidently, they were both expressing their claim to the torch's ownership. Roar! But at this moment, a third voice sounded. Only this third voice was entirely different from the first 2 in momentum, clearly weak, carrying a sense of powerlessness, even somewhat intimidating without force. It was that severely injured, near-death Tung Jiao. Strangely, even as Tung Jiao issued a warning to the 2 cold beasts vocally, its eyes were fixated intently on the torches in their mouths too, revealing an obvious yearning. Snow Mane and Frost Wolf simultaneously turned to gaze at Tung Jiao and the already dead Thunder Kuei behind it, a glint of bloodthirsty desire in their eyes. Clearly, they realized that Tung Jiao's condition was dire. The deceased Thunder Kuei behind Tung Jiao also held an allure for them. Wouldn't the lure of the torches be stronger than that of Tung Jiao to you both? Standing atop a large tree not far away, Xia Hong first glanced at the 3 cold beasts, then cast his gaze to both sides, a hint of anticipation on his face. With He Meng's group having fled, the surrounding snowy forest had already fallen silent. Aside from the low growls as the 3 cold beasts probed each other, no other sounds could be heard. Suddenly, about 100 meters behind both Snow Mane and Frost Wolf, small fires sprang up once more. As soon as the 2 flames rose, the 2 cold beasts seemed to sense something, swiftly turning to look, greed flashing in their pupils. Even the critically wounded Tung Jiao couldn't help but turn to see. It's settled. Seeing the reaction of the 3 cold beasts, Xia Hong knew the plan had succeeded. On the north and south sides, the small fires suddenly appeared as if someone had added a large bundle of wood, shooting up 2 to 3 meters. The flames suddenly expanding, exceptionally prominent in the still snow-covered forest. Most crucially, The two clusters of fire rapidly moved further to the north and south, as if fleeing. The frost wolf and snow mane, already anxious at the sight of a torch, couldn't contain their greed any longer, both turning to rush toward the large fire behind them. Everyone, shoot Tung Jiao, it might be poisonous. Don't engage in close combat. The moment Snow Mane and Frost Wolf simultaneously ran away, Xia Hong immediately rushed forward, knocking an arrow on his bow, while also summoning Zhao Long and the dispersed hunting team members in the surrounding trees to shoot Tung Jiao together. Whiz, whiz, whiz. They had gone hunting with Xia Hong so many times, naturally forming a seamless tacit understanding. Having observed for so long, they were clear about Xia Hong's intentions in their hearts. As soon as Xia Hong gave the order, everyone drew their bows and knocked their arrows without the slightest delay. 15 earth-digging realm, 15 tin-stone iron bows. All the more, knowing time was of the essence, they increased their shooting speed to nearly the limit. Swish, 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 swish. 15 arrows a time. In less than 30 moments, they had already fired more than a dozen volleys, totaling over 200 arrows. The Tung Jiao, already in a gravely injured and dying state, trapped under the Thunder Kuei swamp, had little chance to dodge, let alone escape, and could only helplessly stand on top of the swamp, becoming an easy target for them. Over 200 arrows directly submerged the head of the Tung Jiao. After this nearly frantic bombardment of iron arrows, its facial features were blurred beyond recognition. The entire head had been turned into a porcupine. Roar! By this time, the roar of the Tung Jiao had become extremely weak. The surrounding Zhao Long and others suddenly stopped shooting. The Tung Jiao, thinking it had a chance to breathe, immediately tensed its body, desperately twisting its lower body, tried to escape from the swamp. Without the iron arrow attacks, and fueled by a strong will to survive, it really pulled its body out from the swamp. Crack! Unfortunately, just as it managed to pull itself out and was about to escape, Xia Hong, who had been hiding above in the ice tree, made his move. With eyes wide open, he raised his double-edged giant axe and leaped down from the tree. Using the momentum of the fall, he swung the giant axe in a forward arc from behind, aiming at the bulge on the Tung Jiao's forehead, and struck fiercely. Swoosh! As the giant axe cleaved down, many iron arrows embedded in the Tung Jiao's head were instantly knocked off. The friction between iron tools sparked several flames. Whoosh! Just the iron arrows being knocked off flew and directly penetrated the ice tree beside. The strength of Xia Hong's strike was evident from this. Boom! Crack! The axe cleaved down, splitting the Tung Jiao's flesh, shattering the bulge on its forehead, and instantly crushing the bones inside with tremendous force, making it seem as if the bones in the Tung Jiao's head were as fragile as tofu before the giant axe, unable to withstand even a bit. The giant axe cleaved down 2 to 3 meters deep. The large head of the Tung Jiao was split in two from the middle. If Xia Hong hadn't held back at the last moment, the entire upper body of the Tung Jiao might have been split in two. The leader's strength. How many pounds of force is that? Xia Hong didn't have the luxury to listen to the exclamations of the people. To avoid getting touched by the Tung Jiao, he didn't even pull out the giant axe, jumping directly to the ground and quickly ordering everyone, "Hurry up and clean up, take the Thunder Ka and Tung Jiao back. The Tung Jiao skin is poisonous. Don't touch it." This wasn't the first time the group handled game. Knowing time was limited, they immediately followed the order, chopped down a slightly thinner tree, worked on it for a while, and made a simple stretcher to tie up the Thunder Kuei and Tung Jiao together. While making the stretcher, Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan, who were responsible for luring the cold beast, also detoured back from the east side. Xia Chuan returned first, looking anxious as he approached Xia Hong, and said with lingering fear, "If I saw correctly, when I dropped the torch, a nearby demon sheep and 2 frost wolves seemed to be startled too. The snowmane probably felt it too, didn't dare to chase me, grabbed the torch and ran." Luo Yuan, returning later, had a similar expression to Xia Chuan and said in a deep voice, "Before I could even run to the east side, there was a big commotion in the west too, probably from some cold beast deep inside being startled as well." Lighting 5 torches at once, the power was unexpectedly so great. Xia Hong nodded. The small torch was indeed a system-made material, tested many times by him on many low-level cold beasts. In terms of understanding, naturally, others couldn't compare to him. Torches had an attraction to cold beasts because the beasts could heal and restore themselves using the firelight, enhancing their strength. Given this, the bigger the firelight, the more attraction it had for cold beasts, so the flames became larger just as he instructed Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan to light 5 torches simultaneously. Though thinking of something, Xia Hong still turned to warn everyone again in a deep voice. "Remember, be cautious when using torches." "Yes, leader." Hearing Xia Hong's serious tone, everyone nodded quickly in agreement, remembering this matter earnestly. "All right, let's hurry back." At Xia Hong's command, he took the lead, clearing the path ahead, while the other 17 people lifted the stretcher together, quickly following him back towards the outer east side. Though heavy combined, the 2 game animals were nothing for 17 earth-digging realm to carry together. The group moved swiftly, soon exiting the Redwood Ridge, returning to the valley. The first sight of an intermediate Tung Jiao and an intermediate Thunder Kuei caused another outburst of amazement in the camp, with nearly everyone gathering around to see these 2 wicked beasts. Did the leader hunt 2 new cold beasts? Weren't the ones brought back previously all snow manies? And they're both intermediate. This is Thunder Kuei. Wow, it's huge. How much meat will it yield? The hunting team's strength is really getting stronger and stronger. Haha, they'll never guess in their dreams that we got these 2 prey for free. Oh, and there's also the blood of a demon sheep. Ha! In the main hall on the 2nd floor of the wooden house, hearing the enthusiastic discussions downstairs, Yuan Cheng looked down at the prey below and couldn't help but laugh out loud, his face full of pride. The others, hearing this, also laughed heartily. Ha ha! The Mirror Immortal Camp has worked for us for free tonight. Weren't they arrogant? This is how we should punish them. They were the ones who ignored the leader's warning and hunted recklessly beyond the boundary. They deserved it. If they come a hunt in Redwood Ridge, isn't it just right for them to work for us? If we encounter them again, we have to continue to deal with them like this. Hearing everyone's joyous laughter, Xia Hong's expression also relaxed a bit. Doing things that harm others for personal gain is not in line with his values. But that, of course, depends on the specific situation. Since the Mirror Immortal Camp ignored his warning and recklessly invaded Great Xia territory, hunting beyond the boundary, then he couldn't be blamed. Leader, in the future, let's hunt north every 3 days. If we encounter them once, let them go back empty-handed once. Keep doing this until they don't dare to venture into Redwood Ridge anymore. Upon hearing Yuan Cheng's proposal, the others nodded in approval immediately. Xia Hong showed a hint of temptation on his face, but after pondering for a moment, he still shook his head and said deeply, "No surprises, He Meng must be fuming right now. Let's see how the Mirror Immortal Camp reacts after he returns. We'll continue with our regular hunting, just go north occasionally to check." At the mention of the Mirror Immortal Camp, everyone immediately calmed down. Indeed, He Meng alone is nothing. What truly needs to be worried about is the Mirror Immortal Camp behind him. With numbers far surpassing Great Xia in the earth-digging realm and 2 cold resistance level powerhouses akin to cornerstones, from any perspective, it's not wise for Great Xia to fall out completely with the Mirror Immortal Camp right now. Even knowing full well that the other side is invading their territory, they can only endure. Just like tonight, judging from Xia Hong's strength displayed while he killed the Tung Jiao at the end, they could easily have killed He Meng and his group directly. But Xia Hong chose not to do so, and that's precisely the reason. Great Xia's current strength is not enough to support them in falling out completely with the Mirror Immortal Camp. If those 2 cold resistance level powerhouses were to take action, the outcome could be disastrous. For now, let's leave it at that. Don't completely anger them, but we also can't ignore their transgressions. Let's check the north occasionally in the future. Checking, of course, doesn't just mean checking. If they can, like tonight, reap 3 heads of prey without doing anything, they certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. The entire hunting team showed smiles of mutual understanding on their faces. Harming others and benefiting self does feel good. It's much easier than dragging a team to fight with those cold beasts. Xia Hong's eyes flickered slightly. If he weren't worried about thoroughly offending the Mirror Immortal camp and provoking those 2 cold resistance level powerhouses, he'd really want to mess with Meng a few more times like this. The feeling of getting something for nothing is indeed delightful. But enhancing one's strength should still be the priority. Draw the blood and bring it to my room. Yes, leader. Xia Hong turned to instruct Xia Chuan, then went upstairs directly. Last time there were still 3 snow, Main's blood and used. Adding the Tongue Jiao, Thunder Kuei, and Demon Sheep recovered this time. There's 6 in total, at least 3 or 400 pounds. At a progress of 50 pounds per point, this will immediately boost the progress by 7 to 8 points basic strength, increasing by about 10,000 pounds. More importantly, this time we also figured out the hunting method for Tongue Jiao. Last time we also saw Yuan Dao hunt a demon sheep. With a demon sheep and Tongue Jiao, we can start to try hunting them in the future. In this way, the hunting efficiency can be improved further and my skin membrane progress can be faster. Inside Redwood Ridge, the group of Meng who had scattered and fled gradually returned to the previous location of the Tongue Jiao hunt. Looking at the empty ground and the large areas of blood seeping from the Tongue Jiao near the swamp, Meng and the others instantly looked livid. The ground was so clean, it was obviously not the work of cold beast cannibalism, meaning that those 2 prey were taken away by the people of Great Xia. Damn bastards. Not only did they screw me over, but they also took the Thunder Kuei and Tongue Jiao away. Meng's chest heaved with anger, his eyes fixed on the southern side of Redwood Ridge, as if weighing something. Boss, something's wrong. Suddenly, a call came from the east side. Everyone turned to look. The newcomer, also filled with rage, approached Meng and said, Boss, the blood of that demon sheep has been completely drained. Upon hearing this, Meng's face first turned stiff, then fury instantly rushed to his head, and he drew the large knife from his waist. Everyone goes to the south to find Great Xia's camp. We must find Great Xia's camp. If I don't slaughter that gang of dogs, then my surname isn't he. Bang! A giant tree, over 8 meters in diameter, came crashing down. Suin rubbed his sore arms, looking at the many large trees that had fallen nearby. He put down the iron saw in his hands with a smile and said, 13th one, we've got nearly 70,000 pounds tonight, right? Should be. On the opposite side. Lu Yuan nodded with a smile on his face. However, as he thought of something, the smile faded, and he said, 9 golden frosts for vermilion frosts. That converts to just 31 contribution points. Each of us only gets 15 points. It's too slow. A golden frost tree is worth 2,000 pounds for 1 contribution point, and a vermilion frost tree is worth 4,000 pounds for 1. The 9 golden frosts just now were about 6,000 pounds each, and the vermilion frosts were 4,000, so it indeed calculates to that many contribution points. If I could be like your brother and join the hunting team to hunt cold beasts with a leader, the contribution points would come fast. Hearing Lu Yuan's envy of his brother Suning, Suin also showed a proud smile on his face. However, in his pupils, more prominently, was the same envy. Earning 900 points in a single night. Once you're in the hunting team, the contribution values are so abundant they can't be spent. Look at people like Luo Yuan and others. Everyone in their families not only is clothes to wear, but also a lot more ironware. I saw yesterday, even his son Luo, ordered a set of small clothes from the craftsman workshop. TSK. That Luo and is not even 6 years old and is already wearing clothes. Suin couldn't help but join the conversation, extending the topic with envy. I saw it too. Zhou Yuankai's son Zhou Ping did the same. Yufeng even went to order a blue velvet blanket from Mu Dong yesterday, said to be for Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan was just over a month old. Lu Yuan was initially stunned. Then his expression became even more envious. What he envied, of course, wasn't the children wearing clothes, but that these things represented the members of the hunting team having so many contribution points that they couldn't expend them all. Clothing, wooden products, bee skin products, these are just minor items. Recently, members of the hunting team have already exchanged for 10 stone iron bows. Those are the big items, costing 2,000 contribution points. I estimate, besides my brother and Lin Kai, other hunting team members have at least 3 to 4,000 contribution points in their hands. 3 to 4,000. Hearing Su An's estimated numbers, and thinking about how he had only accumulated over 300 contribution points thus far, Lu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Still need to break through quickly. How many pounds are you at now? 8,005. I reckon it'll still take some time. After Suan answered, remembering Lu Yuan's basic strength was always a bit stronger than his own, he quickly asked, and you? Lu Yuan finally smiled, extending his right hand toward Suan, and lightly hooked his index finger. 9,000, whoa, you're about to break through. Knowing Lu Yuan's basic strength had reached 9,000, Suan felt a surge of excitement, but couldn't help feeling a sense of urgency. He and Lu Yuan were among the oldest members of the Great Xia, and were also among the first 10, excluding the leader Xia Hong, to break through to the logging realm. Without counting the leader, the first batch to break through on that slope were Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng. The second batch was Yu Feng and 5 people, and the third batch included himself, Lu Yuan, and Li Yuanquan. Being in the same group of breakthroughs, he couldn't lag too much behind Lu Yuan. Li Yuanquan went to the collection team. I'm not sure about his strength. I heard he was also assigned to Captain Chang Feng's group like us, so next time I see him, I definitely need to ask. Suan nodded. He was also eager to know Li Yuanquan's progress. Currently, both the collection team and logging team need to go out in groups of 10. In the logging realm, one can freely choose to join either the collection team or the logging team. He and Lu Yuan both entered the logging team, and because of their good skills, they were assigned to captain by Dong Ying's group. Li Yuanquan went to the collection team, apparently because of his good skills as well, and was assigned to Captain Chang Feng's group. I hope my skills aren't the worst. Don't pull away from me too much. Haha, probably not. Seeing Su An's annoyed expression, Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh, teasing him. Among camp members, there was definitely some competitive spirit. But the comparison mainly revolved around 3 things: strength, collection speed, and contribution points. The 3 are interconnected, but everyone is aware that the most important is strength. As long as the strength is strong enough, collection speed will increase, and contribution points will multiply as a natural course. All right, let's cut one more tree before heading back. It's pretty much enough for tonight. Suan nodded, followed behind Lu Yuan, searching for the next large tree. Beep, 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 beep. Suddenly, 2 urgent bone whistle sounds came from the northern side. The 2, who were darting between the trees, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. 4 sounds, the emergency retreat signal. Someone's in danger. The 2 exchanged a glance without the slightest hesitation, immediately pulling out the bone whistles hanging around their necks, blowing them towards the south. Beep, 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 beep. While blowing the bone whistles, the 2 swiftly stored away their saws, quickly heading towards the east, which was outside the redwood ridge. Beep, 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 beep. And as the 2 began blowing, within a 500-meter range on the outskirts, from north to south, countless bone whistle sounds quickly echoed, signaling others to retreat swiftly. The Great Xia now had over 300 people in the logging realm. To avoid attracting cold beasts, external personnel couldn't be too concentrated. For easy communication, everyone was equipped with bone whistles when going out. For whistles mean everyone must retreat immediately, no lingering. For whistles, this is the first time, right? Who is it? What have they encountered? It must be something extremely powerful, either multiple cold beasts or an intermediate one, or perhaps a very strong, deceitful monster. The two exchanged a shocked glance and sprinted away frantically toward the perimeter, guessing as they ran what could have been encountered. In the current Great Xia, even with deceitful monsters, as long as they're not too strong, no one would normally blow the bone whistle 4 times, given the presence of solidified fire oil, torches, and so many people, let alone ordinary deceitful monsters. As the two retreated, 7 others quickly joined them nearby. Did you all hear it? Heard it. It came from the north. Who is it? Which team encountered them? Where's the captain? Suan glanced around at the 7 people, noticing the absence of Captain Bai Dongying, and immediately asked. This group of 10 was personally led by Captain Bai Dongyu. The distance between Bai Dongying and them wouldn't have been far. The intense sound of the bone whistle couldn't go unheard. How could he have not retreated? He told us to retreat first, then went over there to check the situation himself. Lu Sheng spoke with lingering fear, having just been with Bai Dongying. What's the matter? Lu Yuan, was it you who blew the whistle? It wasn't us. Which group then? No idea. Gradually, more and more people were retreating from Redwood Ridge, and someone noticed Lu Yuan and the others here, coming over to inquire immediately. Upon learning the sound came from the north, everyone's expressions were both vigilant and curious, looking toward the north. Don't waste time here. Hurry back and inform the leaders. Suan withdrew his grave expression, reminded them, and then ran back to the camp in the valley. For bone whistles, no matter who blew them, they must have encountered a huge problem. Even if they went over, they wouldn't be much help, only able to quickly inform Xia Hong. I just don't know if the hunting team has returned. If they haven't, it's going to be troublesome. Beep, 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 beep. At the northern edge of Redwood Ridge, a team of 7 was scattered in a 2-2-3 formation, moving through the dense forest, all with bone whistles in their mouths, continuously blowing while frantically escaping southward. Whoosh, whoosh. More than 20 people behind them were closing in continuously, and as they approached, they ceaselessly fired iron arrows towards them. Those iron arrows moved at a terrifying speed, with formidable power, and the enemy's archery skills were highly proficient, constantly predicting their evasion spots. Bang! One person in the team of 3 on the left was unfortunately pierced through the chest by an iron arrow, pinned straight to the tree trunk behind him. Run, don't mind me. The 2 beside him subconsciously turned back. Hearing his desperate shout, they gritted their teeth and reluctantly turned away, continuing to flee south. All of you follow He Gang and continue chasing. Don't let a single one escape. In the group behind, He Ming, seeing a person from Great Xia shot, but not yet dead, instructed He Gang while he himself stopped, walked up to the one pierced in the chest, and revealed a sinister smile. Tell me, where is the Great Xia station? With his lung pierced by the iron arrow, he was already exhaling more than inhaling. Upon hearing He Ming's question, he looked up, showing a glimmer of survival instinct, tremblingly said, Come, closer. He Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of smugness, and he gently moved to the front of him, leaning his ear closer. Our station is just at the south of Redwood Ridge. Seeing He Ming's ear come near, the person opened his mouth slowly, but his voice was so faint that He Ming had no choice but to come even closer. At the moment the person's mouth touched He Ming's ear, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he opened his mouth to bite down hard on He Ming's ear. Ah! A surge of intense pain from his ear elicited a shrill scream from He Ming, who instinctively tried to pull away. But the man bit down hard, refusing to let go, even extending both hands to grasp He Ming's clothes, evidently using a last burst of energy common in the dying, momentarily holding onto He Ming. Seeking death, seeking death, seeking death. You're seeking death. Recovering from the brief panic, He Ming immediately drew his large knife, stabbing madly at the man's body. Yet the man just stubbornly bit down, only releasing after being crazily stabbed a dozen times, life draining away completely. But by then, He Ming's ear had already lost a small part. Clutching his ear, Meng stepped back to find the man with his portion of the ear still in his mouth, a smile on his face, which instantly enraged Meng to decapitate him with a single strike. I really want to see if everyone at Great Xia Camp is this tough. Meng, in a towering rage, sheathed his knife and rushed south, soon catching up with Gang and the others ahead. How many have you killed? Gang turned back, seeing the wound on Meng's ear and his furious expression, some conjecture in mind, but feeling even more enraged, he said in a low voice. Killed 2. Only 4 left. They're changing course west. Seems like they don't plan on going home. Should we just slaughter them all? Meng looked ahead at the 4 small torches 20 to 30 meters away, constantly shifting westward, and immediately his expression grew tense. Thinking of the person from before, and looking at the 4 people in front of him, Meng's anger burned even hotter within his chest. The people of Great Xia are truly ferocious. Kill them all. No need to leave anyone alive. Redwood Ridge is only so big. Search a few more times, and eventually we'll find the Great Xia Station. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Meng's words fell, the speed of the group's arrow shooting instantly increased. Over 20 people from the earth-digging realm had bows in their hands, facing 10 from the logging realm. If they weren't trying to capture someone alive to ask for the location of the Great Xia Station, they wouldn't have needed to pursue them for so long. Thud! Sure enough, one of the 4 people in front was hit again. Since they no longer needed to leave anyone alive, this group did not hold back. Seeing that the person was shot and nailed to a tree, they immediately shot 4 or 5 more arrows, directly hitting vital points. B. Despite being on the brink of death, that person relied on their willpower to blow the bow and whistle one last time. Thud! Such a scene naturally fueled Meng's rage even more, and he shot an arrow that pierced through the person's mouth, causing the whistle sound to stop abruptly. It's over, Captain Hong. They're going all out. 7 of us are already dead, and we probably won't make it either. The 3 still rushing ahead confirmed that the group behind started going all out, and instead of panic, their eyes turned fierce. Especially Hong Mu in the middle, who, after dodging an iron arrow with the help of a big tree, dove straight into the deeper west side of Redwood Ridge. Even if we die, we won't let them have it easy. Give me all the torches and gather them together. We're already within a 500-meter range. If we can lure a few intermediate cold beasts, even if we die, it won't be a loss. The people on the left and right immediately threw their torches to him. When going out, the Great Xia logging realm people, besides being covered in coagulated fire oil, were only equipped with a single torch. Hong Mu combined the 3 torches, raised them high, and continued deeper. From the initial encounter, when the other side shot the first arrow, Hong Mu realized that this group was entirely of the earth-digging realm. His father, Hong Gang, and the hunting team also had the strength of the earth-digging realm. Hong Mu had seen the arrows shot by his father, so he knew very well that the people behind them were likely stronger than his father, and with their numbers, this group's strength might even surpass the Xia hunting team. Although he hadn't seen the opponent's appearance clearly, Hong Mu could basically conclude that they were definitely from the Mirror Immortal camp. Fighting head-on was certainly seeking death. If the leader didn't come, no one in the entire camp was their match for this group. So from the start, Hong Mu blew 4 bone whistle signals, warning those going out that night to quickly flee. The others should have mostly escaped. Dying is certain, but even if the leader knew, he's too far away and probably couldn't make it in time. Only by drawing in cold beasts would there be a slim chance of survival. Hong Mu didn't know the specific power of the torches because he had never used them when going out. He had only heard his father, Hong Gang, say that the torches were extremely terrifyingly attractive to cold beasts, that they should never be lit unless absolutely necessary. So at this moment, he wasn't sure, and coupled with the increasingly dense iron arrows from behind and the fact that only 2 people remained alive beside him with no sight of the cold beasts, his face became more despairing. Roar. Suddenly, a cold beast's roar came from the side. On a usual logging outing day, such a cold beast's roar would be no different from a death sentence. But at this moment, To Hong Mu, it sounded like celestial music. Not only did he feel much more relaxed, but a smile even appeared on his face. In this area, this sound surely comes from an intermediate cold beast. If I can hold on for a few more seconds, maybe, just maybe, there's a chance to survive. In all this time, from when the people behind decided to go all out until now, it had only been a little over 20 seconds. If the cold beast comes quickly, or if another one comes. Thud! A team member on the left was nailed to a tree by an iron arrow again. Hong Mu's face showed a trace of grief and pain. In total, there were 10 people in his group, and they usually went out logging together, having developed a deep bond. In such a short moment, 8 had already died. Only he and one other person were left. Still want to run? Die for me. The arrows coming from behind suddenly had a gap. Hong Mu thought it was the delay caused by the killed teammate. It wasn't until he heard Meng's angry shout in his ear that he realized it was because Meng had caught up, leaving the rest of the Mirror Immortal camp without a target to shoot at. Feeling the coldness of the blade light approaching his back, Hong Mu's pupils shrank, and a wave of doom surged to his head. He had calculated well, and the cold beast was indeed drawn by the torches. But the only thing he miscalculated was that his strength was too weak. More accurately, the gap between the logging realm and earth-digging realm was too vast. Previously, Meng and the others hadn't gone all out, which was the main reason they could escape smoothly. From the moment the other side decided to go all out until now, borrowing the trees to dodge for over 20 seconds was already his limit. The cold beast was too far away. No one could save him. He was doomed. Clang! Just as Hong Mu closed his eyes, waiting for death, an iron arrow suddenly flew from the east, directly hitting Meng's knife. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Although Meng's knife deflected a bit, it didn't affect his continued attempt to kill Hong Mu. Although he realized someone from Great Xia was definitely behind him, Meng's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he was still resolute in striking towards Hong Mu. Whoosh! 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 After the first arrow was deflected by the knife, more iron arrows continuously flew from behind, directly targeting him. Meng gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, then quickly drew back his knife and dodged. The first arrow targeted the knife, which he could ignore, but the arrows coming at him couldn't be ignored. Even though he had begun reshaping his skin, he was still far from ignoring arrows shot from the earth-digging realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost an ear just now. Swish! 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 Leader, there are many of them coming. A continuous rain of arrows hurriedly approached from behind. Not only Meng, but everyone at the Mirror Immortal camp turned to look back, feeling their scalps tingle. On the big trees behind them stood at least 100 people, frantically shooting arrows at them. More than 20 people. Retreat first. Meng was unable to kill Hong Mu. Though angry, seeing the hundreds of Great Xia archers and the cold beast rapidly approaching internally, he still retained his reason. The people from a Mirror Immortal camp obeyed the order, immediately dispersing and escaping towards the north. Hong Mu, throw the torch and come over quickly. Xia Chuan's voice sounded from afar. Hong Mu immediately threw the torch in his hand and quickly ran east with the person beside him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the distance, an enormous creature was rapidly approaching, the ground ceaselessly trembling. My son, are you all right? Hong Gang caught his son from the front of the crowd. Seeing Hong Mu in a sorry state, with multiple arrow wounds on his body, his face was filled with rage. Father, I'm fine. Hong Mu first reassured Hong Gang. Then, with a trace of pain on his face, turned to Xia Chuan and said, My lord, those at the Mirror Immortal camp came directly over. Initially, they wanted to spy on our base location, so they didn't go for the kill. But later, when they saw we weren't cooperating, they started killing directly. 8 out of the 10 in my group were killed. To directly cross the border south to kill, it's outrageous how arrogant Meng is. These bastards killing people. When the leader took us to patrol the north, we didn't go for the kill. Yet they dared to kill directly. Didn't you hear? They still want to find out our base's location. This means they plan to fight us to the death. The others might not be clear, but the hunting team, of course, understood why He Meng and his crew came over. 3 pieces of prey were snatched from them, and He Meng and the others were understandably angry. But such a reaction they never expected. To directly kill people and even try to spy on the Great Xia's base location. This clearly shows they don't respect Great Xia. Thinking Great Xia and the Mirror Immortal Camp are unequal, coming to the door to find an explanation. The 17 members of the hunting team, including Xia Chuan, were instantly filled with overwhelming anger. Too many people have come out. Everyone else go back first. The hunting team will follow me north to see if there are any survivors. Other matters will wait till the leader wakes up. Xia Chuan looked north, clenched his fists tightly. Despite the intense killing intent in his eyes, he held back his anger and signaled the others to quickly return. Though he had a poor impression of the Mirror Immortal Camp, Xia Chuan had to admit that their strength was greater than Great Xia's, especially in the absence of Xia Hong. Even more so, all of the logging realm returned to the camp, while Xia Chuan took the 16 members of the hunting team and followed the traces of Hong Mu's recent escape, searching north. As one gruesome corpse after another was discovered, the expressions on Xia Chuan and the others' faces grew increasingly furious. The chest was stabbed over 10 times. The head was sliced off, with an ear still in its mouth, likely tortured by He Meng. Nailed to a tree with arrows, then interrogated with blows to the head and body. This is by Wadding's brother, by Wu Fan, who just broke through last month. He Meng and these beasts, until they found the headless corpse. The fury in everyone's hearts surged to its peak. Everyone looked at the headless body on the ground, their chests heaving, their hands clenched tightly, eyes full of coldness. Bring the bodies back. We'll speak after the leader comes out of seclusion. Xia Chuan was now also enraged, and after speaking, directly picked up the corpse on the ground and headed back to the base. Losing 8 logging realm members at once. It's a first for Great Xia, and when my brother wakes up, he'll probably be very angry too. As Xia Chuan led everyone back to the base, the anger on his face lingered. Guessing Xia Hong would never have thought He Meng's temper would be so big. Only just after the prey was snatched, he immediately crosses the border to the south to kill. Not only killing, he also wanted to directly find out the location of Great Xia's base. If he had known, he certainly wouldn't have used beast blood to go into seclusion. On the 3rd floor of the wooden house, Xia Hong, lying on the bed, opened his eyes. Despite the flickering firelight in the room, sensing no movement downstairs, Xia Hong immediately discerned that it was daytime. 440 pounds, 2 days, passed out 10 times in total. The progress now is Camp, Great Xia Level 0. Lord, Xia Hong. Cultivation, Earth-digging realm perfected. Skin remodeling progress 31%. Territory population 1088. Resources, wood 52,030 coal, 4,910 iron, 11,740 silver, 0 gold, 0. Skin remodeling progress increased by 11 points. A hint of surprise appeared on Xia Hong's face as he quickly clenched his fists to test his strength, his astonishment instantly turning into deep joy. Nearly 70,000. With less than 1/3 progress, he had increased by nearly 40,000 pounds. As expected, by the time the skin remodeling process is fully completed, his basic strength should at least reach 150,000 pounds. Xia Hong pondered for a moment, clenched his right fist, and suddenly punched forward. Who? A small area where the fist hit emitted a slight explosive sound, and the airflow driven by the punch made the fire basin in the room sway left and right. The cold resistance level is 150,000 pounds. My basic strength of nearly 70,000 pounds, combined with long fist exertion techniques, should match up to at least half of the cold resistance level. Xia Hong's uncertain tone was because he had not yet witnessed a true cold resistance level warrior. Everything was merely his speculation at this point. Xia Hong walked to the wall and swung open the window. The intensely cold light shone on him for a full half hour, yet Xia Hong showed no sign of discomfort, even able to tilt his head to gaze directly at the somewhat dim sun in the sky. The higher the progress, the less reaction to the coldness of this light. I'll try later to see how long I can actually stay outdoors during the day. Completely staying outdoors is not the same as Xia Hong standing inside the wooden house now, with the window open and light shining in. Within the wooden house, there is the heating effect of the iron refining furnace, but not outside. Despite Xia Hong feeling that the damage from the light was almost non-existent, he still wasn't confident he could endure the entire 4-hour daytime outside. He had to wait for another time to try, because in the past 3 days, 8 people are missing, and the number of wood resources is also wrong. Something must have happened. Xia Hong wasn't only concerned with his cultivation. The camp's population and resource reserves, 2 critically important things, were always his main focus. 6 days ago, there were 45,000 logs, and with the current daily extraction of 3 to 4,000, today there should be at least 63,000. More than 10,000 missing clearly indicated that for 3 nights, the logging realm members didn't go out to log at all. Though the wood was fine, seeing the population short by 8 made Xia Hong frown deeply, and he shouted toward the door. "Sure Ping, come in." Having woken up several times, Xia Hong knew Sure Ping had been guarding outside, likely arranged by Xia Chuan out of concern for his needs. "Chief, you're finally awake." Hearing Xia Hong call, Sure Ping immediately pushed the door open, full of delight. What happened in the camp while I was in seclusion for these 2 days? Upon hearing Xia Hong's inquiry, the delight on Sure Ping's face instantly transformed into anger as he recounted the events of the night of the 22nd thoroughly. As Sure Ping continued to narrate, the calm on Xia Hong's face shattered. The initial joy after coming out of seclusion vanished instantly, replaced by a deepening gloom, mirroring Sure Ping's burning anger. Especially when led by Sure Ping to see the unburied bodies of the 8 behind the valley, Xia Hong could hardly suppress his chest's raging fire, slashing a giant wood beside him into 2 with his blade. Notify Xia Chuan and the hunting team to gather in the hall on the 2nd floor. Gazing at the decapitated body, stabbed belly, and the neck fixed with wood, Xia Hong almost squeezed these words out through gritted teeth. "Yes, Chief, I'll go right away." After Sure Ping left, Xia Hong stayed alone at the scene, staring at the 8 corpses for a good 100 breaths before slightly bowing, his expressionless face turning away to go upstairs. Upon hearing Xia Hong had emerged from seclusion, Xia Chuan and others digging in the mines dropped their chewing teeth chisels and rushed to the hall on the 2nd floor. Seeing Xia Hong sitting by the furnace, everyone spoke up indignantly. "Big brother! Chief, you finally come out. Chief, those beasts from the Mirror Immortal camp." "That's enough. No need to say more. I already know." Xia Hong interrupted everyone with a wave, indicating he was fully informed. It was still daytime. Those gathering weren't just the 17 from the hunting team. The collection team, logging team, and nearly everyone from the camp learned of Xia Hong's emergence and gathered around. Everyone's faces bore anger, clearly bottled up over these past 2 days. All hunting team members, be fully prepared. Tonight, we'll head north to kill. In the face of everyone's anger, Xia Hong simply stated calmly, "Yes, Chief." The hunting team members, upon receiving the command, were visibly excited, nodding in unison. Only Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and Yu Feng at the forefront simultaneously showed a trace of concern on their faces. "Chief, let us come along too." "Let me join as well, Chief. Though we're not strong, armed with bows, we can still threaten them. I want to avenge my 3rd brother. Chief, please take us with you." The collection team, logging team, craftsman workshop, and even the logging realm at the camp supply station all requested to join in. There's no need to mobilize so many for dealing with a bunch of riffraff. No need to say more about it. Tonight, it's enough for the 17 members of the hunting team to follow me. After Xia Hong finished speaking, he turned and went straight to the 3rd floor, leaving no chance for others to speak. The crowd on the 2nd floor immediately began to discuss fervently. Members of the hunting team dispersed to prepare, except for Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and Yu Feng, who exchanged glances and nodded before going up to the third floor together. Upon reaching the third floor and seeing Xia Hong's room, doors still open, Xia Chuan led the two inside, bowed, and asked with a probing tone, "Elder brother, did you break through?" After asking, not just him, but even Luo Yuan and Yufeng, who stood behind him, gazed at Xia Hong with hopeful eyes. Unfortunately, their hopes fell flat. Xia Hong shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "Not yet. It will take at least another month." You all, seeing the three hesitate upon hearing he hadn't broken through, Xia Hong immediately understood. Apparently, his earlier attitude had led to a misunderstanding among them. You think that the Mirror Immortal camp is too strong, and it's not wise to split with them right now. Even for revenge, we should wait until I've broken through, right? The three remained silent for a moment, then nodded lightly. Anger can cause one to lose reason, but time allows calm reflection. 2 days ago, upon first seeing the 8 corpses, Xia Chuan was furious, ready to do anything for revenge against the Mirror Immortal camp. But after 2 days of cooling down, he had to admit that seeking revenge now against the Mirror Immortal camp was indeed impractical. The 2 cold resistance level experts were like towering mountains, insurmountable barriers for Great Xia. At least until Xia Hong's breakthrough, this was the case. As for the earth-digging realm, just looking at the 3 previous encounters, the Mirror Immortal camp clearly outnumbered Great Xia. Their high-level forces were weaker, and their core strength fewer. They did not possess the power necessary for revenge. No need to fear. Xia Hong stood and waved his hand, continuing in a deep voice. Unless the 2 cold resistance level experts from a Mirror Immortal camp follow them at all times, which is unlikely. Of course, even if they do, there's no problem. Tonight, each of you will carry 5 torches, just to be prepared. We won't concern ourselves with the outside, only hunt them within Redwood Ridge's kilometer-deep area, until they're completely driven out of the northern territory. While anger was present, Xia Hong had already considered Xia Chuan's concerns. If possible, he would certainly prefer not to tear apart relations with the Mirror Immortal camp so soon. But the other parties had pushed things too far, leaving no choice. Not only did they kill, but sought out Great Xia's camp location. The murder was already crossing a line. Scouting the camp was like trampling Great Xia's honor. In the Ice Abyss world, camp locations were forbidden topics. From the first encounter, Xia Hong considered himself tolerant towards the Mirror Immortal camp, extending much goodwill. Last time, he had the chance to kill Yuan Dao, but refrained, instead conveying a message seeking non-aggression. 3 nights ago, he could have used the cold beast to kill He Meng and others, but refrained, only snatching 3 of their prey, allowing He Meng's escape unimpeded. Clearly, the other side showed no gratitude. Instead, He Meng brought people to the southern side of Redwood Ridge, showing they truly disregarded Great Xia, considering it a trivial foe. Investigating camp locations, did they intend to strike at home too? Xia Hong's eyes frosted with chill, seeing the worry on Xia Chuan and the others' faces, knowing their concerns, pondered for a brief moment and then acted. Roar! Suddenly, a low growl echoed from above. Xia Chuan and the others instinctively looked up and were startled, their expressions changing, hands reaching for their swords almost simultaneously. 5 tongue jiao, 60 to 70 meters long, were entwined around the wooden beams, blood basins open, eyes locked on the trio below. 5 intermediate tongue jiao in the wooden house. Leader, Luo Yuan was the first to cry in alarm. Yet upon realizing the tongue jiao didn't move, combined with Xia Hong's calm demeanor, his mood shifted to joy. Xia Chuan and Yufeng responded even faster, shifting their gaze from the tongue jiao to Xia Hong, filled with excitement. Leader, is this a wooden mannequin? As Xia Chuan asked, the tongue jiao on the beams transformed back to their original form. Despite the upgraded wooden mannequins being vastly different from before, Xia Chuan and the others recognized them at once. After all, only this object could transform into cold beasts at the camp. 5 figures, 5 intermediate cold beasts. Leader, this... With these, we need not fear. Even if cold resistance level experts come, we've nothing to fear. No wonder, no wonder. First of all, the strength of an intermediate cold beast is not weak. Their impact force can easily reach 100,000 pounds, combined with their unique innate skills, cunning personality, and massive size. If it weren't for relying on the iron core bow and animal traps, plus an overwhelming numerical advantage, Great Xia might not have the capability to hunt them even now. Just one intermediate cold beast is not a big deal. After all, they have been relying on rich hunting experience and increasingly complete iron traps, able to hunt 3 snow manies every night. But 5 at once, that's completely different. Even the strong, mirror immortal camp dares not take on more than 2 intermediate cold beasts at the same time. Not to mention, these 5 completely obey orders, can cooperate with each other, and ignore all pain. It's no exaggeration to say that even if everyone in Great Xia combined, they couldn't hunt them successfully. With these 5 wooden mannequins, the security of the base is guaranteed. Even if those 2 cold resistance level experts really take action, they won't be able to do anything to us. Finally understanding where Xia Hong's confidence came from, Xia Chuan and the other two's expressions were no longer worried, but became resolute. The base's security can be assured, with torches as a second insurance. Even if the cold resistance level experts take action, we won't be completely helpless. In that case, there's no pressure to deal with Meng's pack of dogs. All right, everyone go prepare. It's almost nightfall. Xia Hong signaled everyone to retreat, then drew his E-blade to adapt to the increase in basic strength after the last reshaping skin. Swish, swish, swish. Each slash of the E-blade produced a violent sonic boom, the airflow driven by the blade's glow causing the campfire in the room to flicker noisily. As the blade's momentum grew faster, the coldness in Xia Hong's eyes became more intense, and the fierce fighting spirit continued to rise from his heart. If those cold resistance level experts really take action, I can finally see it for myself, saving my constant worry, and see how large the gap between me and them truly is. Redwood Ridge, midsection depths. Crack! Meng slashed the demon sheep's neck with a blade, then immediately withdrew to a distance. Whiz, whiz, whiz. As he ran away, a flurry of arrows flew from all directions. The already seriously injured demon sheep couldn't hold on for more than 10 breaths before collapsing completely. More than 20 people gradually emerged from several nearby big trees. As these people gathered around, they retrieved the iron arrows embedded in the demon sheep's back and spoke to Meng, who was leading them. That's the 3rd one. Quite a harvest tonight. There are so many cold beasts in this Redwood Ridge. The chief should have brought us over earlier. Such a good place being occupied by that Great Xia. What a waste. If we had come to the south earlier, we wouldn't have endured so much hardship before. Hearing everyone's words, Meng laughed heartily a few times and said, "Thanks to that foolish Great Xia bunch, I thought they would have some backbone and come looking for trouble. But no, not a soul in sight for 2 consecutive days, humph." He gang sneered twice, shook his head, and said, "According to Lu He, it's at most a medium-sized camp. Coming head-to-head with us is courting death. 8 of them are dead, probably accepting reality now, ready to back out of Redwood Ridge. They're weak, but at least they know their place." Meng nodded slightly, looked around, and showed a trace of pride on his face. Even when he first came over, even just taking the people to the north side, he was still very cautious, fearing that the Great Xia people would play tricks in secret. After all, they killed 8 of their people. But for 2 consecutive days, there was no trace of Great Xia in the north. Tonight being the 3rd day, he directly led his men south into the midsection area of Redwood Ridge, the place where they chased those 10 Great Xia men before. From the fringes to the depths, they were amazed to find not only were there no people, but also no recent signs of human activity, and there was still a lot of timber and wheelbarrows left unmoved on the outskirts. Great Xia hasn't dared to come out for days. Confirming this, Meng was in a great mood. Combining what these people said And considering the significant power gap between Great Xia and Mirror Immortal Camp, He Meng's face showed increasing pride. That Xia Hong's strength isn't particularly strong. When we first met outside Arrow Bamboo Forest, I observed his chi muscle change, and the strength was just over 20,000. Those more than 10 earth-digging realm underlings were even weaker. Only that fool Yuan Dao got deceived, went to advise the leader, advocating good neighborliness with Great Xia. Such a weak camp. Are they worthy? He Gang nodded in agreement, saying in a deep voice, just backing out of Redwood Ridge, thinking that will settle the issue. Wishful thinking. Louis mentioned, since Great Xia took over Rogel Camp, their camp should be between the two mountains to the east. Next time we go over, let's take the men directly over there. He Meng first nodded in agreement. Then his face showed a vicious expression, saying, first butcher that leader Xia Hong, and those few scum beside him, then bring the rest in, to give the leader an account. The leader, He Yuan Hun, values the camp's population greatly. Last time, he even openly instructed both him and Yuan Dao, ordering them to bring all the people of Great Xia into Mirror Immortal Camp by any means necessary. This Great Xia camp has members with a fierce temperament and defiant nature, probably causing some trouble at first if they are really brought in. It's just that we kill a batch to intimidate, like before. No matter how defiant they are, ultimately, they are still afraid of death. He Gang thought of something, nodded, and laughed. That's true. This time we only killed 8, and it scared them stiff. It shows their backbone isn't that tough. Once people die, they immediately know to yield and don't come to Redwood Ridge. Ha ha! Upon hearing He Gang's words, everyone around burst into laughter. In my opinion, this Great Xia isn't stiff-backed, it's cheap-boned. They must see people killed to be afraid. Right. We only hunted in the north originally. If they don't cause trouble, we can remain harmonious for a short time. Now it's perfect. In addition, there's still the south. The whole Redwood Ridge, from now on, belongs to our camp. Ha! Whoosh! An archer at the easternmost perimeter couldn't help but laugh wantonly. But after just 2 laughs, an arrow whistled through the air, abruptly cutting him off. Thud! An iron arrow shot from the darkness behind, pierced straight through the back of the laughing man's head, exited his forehead, and carried him over 10 meters forward, pinning him directly to the trunk of a large tree over 20 meters away. Watch out! There's an arrow. Who is it? Everyone scatter quickly. He Meng's face changed drastically, and he quickly backed away, not forgetting to shout for everyone to scatter. The moment he saw the power of the iron arrow, He Meng instantly realized that the person shooting these cold arrows was no weaker than himself. The enemy is in the dark, we are in the light, deadly enough as it is, not to mention that the one hiding might be more powerful than himself. May I ask which camp's friend you are? Mirror Immortal Camps, He Meng doesn't know when I offended you to deserve such a despicable sneak attack. Whoosh. The response to He Meng was only another iron arrow with similar speed and strength. He tried to test, gritted his teeth, gathered his strength, and raised his blade to attempt to block it. Clang! The broad knife clashed with the iron arrow, sparking a flame, making the fleeing He Meng sway a meter or 2 to the left. He Meng looked down at his cracked tiger's mouth, a trace of horror crossing his face, then quickly shouted to everyone around him, "Form a shield. You can't withstand these arrows." He Gang, along with more than 20 others, promptly took out a pale golden plank-like object from their backs upon hearing the command. The group of over 20 people spread out, then quickly gathered, forming 5 teams with 4 to 5 people each, who then quickly pieced the objects together into a shield and held them up as they continued to flee. Whoosh! Another iron arrow shot from behind, targeting the group that had run the furthest, but unfortunately they had already raised their shield, and the iron arrow hit precisely on the pale golden shield. Bang! Although the iron arrow did not penetrate the shield, the strong impact still sent the shield bearer flying backward, tumbling over the 4 people in front of him, rolling on the ground for 4 or 5 meters. How can it be so strong? Cold resistance level. This must be a cold resistance level expert. Is it from the hive camp or somewhere else? Why are they causing me trouble? Not far away, Ming couldn't stop his heart from trembling seeing this scene. He didn't know the exact power of the archer behind him, but the impact from an arrow shot from such a long distance, knocking down all 5 people wielding the Thunder Kuei shield of the earth-digging realm, was absurd. Moreover, they were sent flying 4 or 5 meters backward. He, in any case, couldn't possibly achieve that. The 10-stone iron bow seems no longer suitable for me. On a large tree at the rear, Xia Hong, hastily pursuing with everyone, looked at the iron core bow in his hand and shook his head slightly. The bow body was already fully bent, and the specially thickened bowstring had snapped. All in all, he had only shot 3 arrows. Around him, Xia Chuan and others looked at the curved bow body in his hand, their faces full of shock and awe, while in their hearts, an identical question emerged. How many pounds is the leader's strength? All right, you all shoot arrows to hold the others first. Don't let them out of sight while I deal with them one by one. Xia Hong glanced at the fleeing crowd in the distance, his eyes ice cold, giving orders to his people, then tossed aside the iron core bow, drew the blade from his waist, and charged forward with increased speed. The people of the Mirror Immortal camp were retreating in an orderly fashion as well. Meng and Gang, the 2 strongest, were at the rear. Xia Hong's initial targets were naturally these 2. After receiving the order, Xia Chuan and the others bypassed Meng and Gang in the middle, drawing their bows to shoot iron arrows continuously at the more than 20 people fleeing ahead. With a shield to block, the iron arrows couldn't hit those people, but Xia Chuan and the others intended only to interfere with their escape, so they were not in a hurry. Meanwhile, Meng and Gang at the very back sensed someone quickly approaching from behind and immediately became tense. Cold resistance level. How did a cold resistance level expert appear? And without saying anything, they just kill why? Meng cried out in his heart, his expression frantically panic-stricken. Not far away, Gang's expression was also extremely tense. As he approached a large tree and detoured, his escape speed slowed. Swoosh! A sound of sharp blade cutting through the air reached his ears. Gang jerked his head back and glimpsed a flash of blade light streaking toward his back. Knowing there was no way to dodge, he abruptly lowered his head, placing his knife against his back to defend. His heart paused for several beats. Clang! A narrow, long blade clashed with his broad knife, and Gang felt like a mountain collided with him. He couldn't even hold on for a split second before he flew backward like a broken kite. Bang! Crack! Crack! Gang flew backward more than 10 meters away. 2 crisp, bone-breaking sounds came from his back, and his organs were jolted violently, causing him to spew mouthfuls of reverse blood. Even though he was injured like this, his face still showed a look of relief. Turning his head to glance at Meng behind him, his eyes were full of gratitude. If Meng hadn't turned back to assist him and deflected part of the force, he would have ended up with more than just a broken back. 100% he would die. Nearly 70,000 pounds. It's the cold resistance level, truly a cold resistance level expert. Despite blood continuously flowing from his mouth, Gang still struggled to urgently warn his brother, Meng, of how immense the strength he just experienced was. However, when he glanced up, he saw Meng's expression frozen, disbelief filling his pupils. How is this possible? Gang abruptly turned his head, also wanting to see the appearance of the person behind. Regrettably, the other party didn't seem to intend to give him such an opportunity. Swoosh! Watch out! A blade light suddenly swept in. Although Meng was already pulling him to evade, the scent of death still crept into Gang's nostrils. Crack! The sound of soft bones breaking erupted, and hot visceral blood splattered, suddenly staining the snow-covered ground black. 3 meters away, Meng, looking at Gang in his hands, saw only the upper half of his brother's body, and his expression instantly went insane. Everyone, stop running, turn back, and fight this bastard. He killed my brother. Even if I don't want my life today, I'll at least take a piece of his flesh. Meng hadn't even finished speaking before he dropped Gang's corpse, lifted his broad knife, and charged madly toward Xia Hong. And the over 20 people who were fleeing before, upon hearing He Meng's words, also stopped, quickly turned around, and drew their knives, charging towards him. He Meng's group's ferocious response wasn't beyond Xia Hong's expectations. After all, he had previously witnessed Yuan Dao's group's crazy fervor when hunting. If they behaved so during a hunt, what more during a life-and-death struggle now? Just fine, I'll take care of you all together. Since that's the case, numerical advantage naturally exists. More people, more power is not just an empty phrase. As soon as Xia Hong approached He Meng, by observing the changes in his qi muscle, Xia Hong knew that his basic strength was about 43,000. That is to say, He Meng had also entered the stage of reshaping skin, preparing to break through to the cold resistance level. A quasi-cold resistance level, plus 23 earth-digging realm individuals charging at him, it was impossible not to feel any pressure at all, especially when his peripheral vision caught 7 archers in the back aiming at him. Xia Hong's expression slightly tensed. Like the great Xia, the Mirror Immortal Camp's hunting team was equally well-coordinated. He Meng led 16 men directly towards him, with 7 archers in the rear providing cover. Though they seemed agitated, they had not forgotten to cooperate. Quite the plan, Xia Hong sneered, lifting the long measure blade, targeting the 7 archers. With a slight perception, he spun around, using the inertia, and hurled the E-blade fiercely towards the center archer with his right hand. Thud! The 1.7-meter E-blade instantly transformed into a spear. A distance of over 30 meters was covered in an instant, and just as the man knocked an iron arrow, it pierced through his brow, killing him instantly. While spinning around to throw the E-blade, Xia Hong's left hand was not idle. He had already grabbed the double-edged giant axe from his back, holding the handle horizontally with both hands, carving a half-circle axe mark in front of him, striking at the large swords from He Meng's group swinging towards him. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed all around. 7 of the fastest rushing were struck by the collision of large swords and the giant axe. All 7 flew back more than 10 meters, and among them, 3 had their large swords knocked right out of their hands. Bam! Pooh! 7 men hit the ground simultaneously with a loud crash. 6 of them had no strength left to get up, vomiting blood and passing out without any chance to resist. Use the bow, don't get close. The only one to stand up, He Meng, with a hint of fear on his face, yelled to stop the others still trying to charge. Clang, clang. Xia Hong, who had swept away 7 people with 1 axe, dared not pause for a moment, continuing to whirl the giant axe, almost forming an axe shield in front of him, blocking the iron arrows from the remaining 6 in the distance. Luckily, with my current strength, it's easy to wield the axe. Beyond the axe screen, Xia Hong saw the remaining 16 from the Mirror Immortal Camp retreating under He Meng's advice. His eyes flashed with killer intent once more. Clearly, they knew they couldn't win in a direct fight and planned to all use bows. So close, using bows requires time. Finding a gap, Xia Hong dashed forward during an interval, almost instantly catching up with the 10 retreating individuals. He didn't even bother with He Meng on the flank. The rapidly spinning axe screen approached the 10, drawing in the slowest runner with its powerful force. Crack! 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 The first, second, third. The axe screen swept through like autumn winds blowing away leaves, engulfing them one by one. Those caught within could not withstand Xia Hong's terrifying strength, either being cut down by the giant axe or crushed by its might, bones cracking audibly. Even if they reacted quickly and tried to block with blades, the end result was the same, body and sword both flying away, landing in a twisted, extreme position, leading to a sure death. Clang, clang. Most absurd of all, in such a situation, the arrows from the furthest 6 were still blocked by Xia Hong's axe screen, failing to strike him at all. The axe screen, impervious to water or oil, acted like a giant shield, shielding Xia Hong completely, leaving them helpless. How can he be so strong? How can he be so strong? Watching Xia Hong kill all 10 who had charged alongside him in mere moments, He Meng was shaken to his core, seeing Xia Hong's axe screen continuing its rampage, filled with hatred and burning jealousy. He couldn't understand why Xia Hong, who had been so weak not long ago, suddenly became unbelievably strong. You all run first. Go report to the leader. Consumed by jealousy and seeing Xia Hong almost catching up with the last 6, He Meng couldn't hold back. Gritting his teeth in anger, raised his sword and charged from the side, aiming at Xia Hong's back. Xia Hong raised an eyebrow slightly. He had ignored He Meng just now to eliminate the archers first, leaving He Meng behind him. None of you are getting away. Xia Hong sneered, his gaze fierce, and he stopped swinging the giant axe. The moment He Meng's large sword struck down, Xia Hong turned his body, lifting the giant axe horizontally to block. Clang! The instant he blocked the sword, Xia Hong's gaze sharpened, pushing off with his right leg, delivering a powerful straight kick to He Meng's abdomen. Bam! He Meng's abdomen instantly caved in significantly. The entire body flew back more than 20 meters, crashing into the snow, rolling another 5 or 6 meters back, dragging a 2-meter wide trail in the snow. But for the snow's obstruction, this snow trail might have extended further. Ugh! He Meng leaned against the snowbank, spitting blood 2 or 3 meters out, his face pale as life rapidly drained from him. Yet even so, when he looked at Xia Hong, there was no trace of fear, only deep-seated resentment and hostility. Don't kill them all, leave some alive. Xia Hong ignored the look in He Meng's eyes on the ground, turned his head to see the last 6 people, already surrounded by Xia Chuan and the other 17, and quickly shouted. Just now he dared to stop swinging his giant axe and focus on fighting He Meng, because he knew that Xia Chuan and the other 17 had already arrived. Walking up to He Meng, Xia Hong's expression was extremely grim as he said in a low voice, "Who gave you the guts to come to Redwood Ridge and kill my great Xia people?" He Meng, sprawled on the ground, was already in more of a breathing in than breathing out state, looking up at Xia Hong. His expression was weak, but his pupils were still full of ferocity. You think killing me will end this? You're finished. Your great Xia camp is finished. Just wait for my mirror immortal camp to trample great Xia. Stop. Slash. Kill them all. No need to keep anyone alive. Slash. Accompanied by the distant shouts of "Show mercy," Xia Hong directly decapitated He Meng with an axe. Following his orders, Xia Chuan and the others decisively swarmed forward, slaying the last 6 people as well. By this point, including the 2 He brothers, He Meng and He Gang, the entire 25 members of the Mirror Immortal Camp's hunting team, which had crossed the boundary tonight, were killed. After killing those last 6, Xia Chuan and others did not forget to collect all their weapons and packs before quickly rushing to Xia Hong's side. I said stop, are you deaf? As a voice full of anger rang out, Xia Hong, Xia Chuan, and the others all looked up towards the north. On the snowy ground more than 10 meters away, a middle-aged man with thick brows and a broad face, smooth skin, dressed in black, holding a gigantic broadsword, was glaring at them with rage. This is Yuan Hu. Only one came. Appearance, weapon, skin, and that imperceptible change in chi muscle. In an instant, Xia Hong and the others recognized the identity of the newcomer. Realizing that the person in front of them was one of the 2 cold resistance level experts from the Mirror Immortal Camp, Yuan Hu, he felt a little tense and immediately focused his attention behind Yuan Hu. It really was just one person who came. After 4 or 5 breaths, Xia Hong felt slightly relieved, looked up and locked eyes with Yuan Hu, deliberately saying, "I don't know who you are, nor what relation you have with these people. If it were ordinary times, giving face to you would be nothing. Unfortunately, these people all have mortal feuds with my great Xia, and killing them is the only way to calm the anger. I hope you can understand." The middle-aged man visibly paused at these words, and then seeing the expression on Xia Hong's face, realized he was pretending not to know him. He stared at Xia Hong for dozens of breaths, his expression gradually growing grim. "Dower mentioned earlier that you are a smart man. acting prudently and being cautious in personality. But now it seems he was terribly wrong. This was saying that he shouldn't have killed He Meng and his men. Xia Hong immediately understood the hidden meaning in Yuan Hu's words. His gaze slightly lowered, but he didn't argue back, just continued to look at him from where he stood. You probably think that since He Meng killed first, it's only right and proper for him to pay with his life, don't you? So it should be. Though there was no response, Yuan Hu could see the answer from the expressions on Xia Hong and the others' faces. He chuckled coldly twice and continued. Such right and proper logic should be based on the fact that your great Xia's strength is equal to my mirror immortal camp. Do you understand? With the last question, Yuan Hu suddenly raised his voice, supported his sword with both hands, and almost instantly crossed the distance of over 10 meters. The broadsword fanned out a gale, instantly striking towards Xia Hong's face. Back off! Xia Hong had been on guard all along. As soon as Yuan Hu moved, he immediately shouted for the others to scatter, while he himself gripped the giant axe horizontally with both hands, building up strength to block the strongest part of the gale. Bam! This! The broadsword and giant axe collided fiercely, first scattering endless sparks, and then the intense shock wave lifted the snow on the ground around them several meters high. Whether it was Xia Hong, who retreated 3 or 4 meters backward, or Yuan Hu, who swung this sword, both of their expressions showed a hint of astonishment when they felt each other's strength. This kid, though he hasn't broken through to the cold resistance level, has almost the strength of one main. On this side, Yuan Hu's pupils contracted sharply, pretending to remain calm on the surface, but inside, he was full of shock. It took 3 or 4 breaths before his trembling hands settled down. On the other side, after the initial shock, Xia Hong's expression changed continuously for a while, and then, as if he had realized something, his expression quickly turned playful. Indeed, my previous assumptions were all wrong. The strength of the cold resistance level is definitely not 150,000 pounds, and the process of reshaping skin and breaking through to the cold resistance level varies from person to person. At this moment, Xia Hong felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He couldn't calculate the exact force of Yuan Hu's strike just now, but he could confidently confirm its range was between 110,000 to 120,000 pounds. The first time he saw Yuan Dao in the north, he sensed his strength was over 40,000 pounds more than his own, and at that time, Xia Hong hadn't thought much of it. But tonight, when hunting down He Meng and his group, he felt the strength of He Meng, and He Gang was also over 40,000 pounds. Among the other 20-plus people, 3 had strength over 30,000 pounds. Xia Hong had some doubts in his heart. Once the strength exceeds 30,000 pounds, it begins to reshape the skin. Intermediate cold beast blood, it seems, is not that hard to acquire, especially for such a giant camp as Mirror Immortal. There's no reason why everyone in Mirror Immortal Camp who has reshaped skin should have strength only between 30,000 to 50,000 pounds. There should be those with more than 50,000 pounds, shouldn't there? Combining all these, Xia Hong couldn't help but have a bold guess in his mind. Right now, this guess, along with Yuan Hu's strike in front of him, has turned into a fact. In the process of reshaping the skin, the degree of enhancement to basic strength is not fixed, but varies from person to person. Most likely, the higher the potential, the more the enhancement, and correspondingly, the more cold beast blood is needed, and the longer the time it takes. But corresponding to this, after breaking through to the cold resistance level, the strength will be stronger. Even when the process of reshaping the skin hasn't ended, it's possible to enhance basic strength to a level comparable to the cold resistance level. Xia Hong looked up intently at Yuan Hu in front of him, a glimmer of fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. His own basic strength was already close to 70,000 pounds, and with the proficiency in long fists, the exerted force can be increased by 20 to 30%, making it nearly 90,000 pounds. Although Yuan Hu was strong, he only came alone. No need to light the torches. A cold light shone in Xia Hong's eyes as he spoke, holding a giant axe, and he actually charged towards Yuanhu first. On the surrounding big trees, Xia Chuan and others, who had already spread out and were holding torches waiting for a long time, heard Xia Hong's composed killing intent in his tone and put away the torches, took out their bows and arrows, and aimed at Yuanhu. Clang! Yuanhu raised his sword to block the giant axe, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Evidently, he didn't expect Xia Hong to charge at him actively. Feeling more than 10 iron arrows aimed at him, he immediately realized that Xia Hong and his group intended to keep him here. Dower was somewhat right about this Xia Hong. Although there was anger on Yuanhu's face, the description of Xia Hong from his son flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but admire Xia Hong a little. Steady in action, cautious in character. It should also include being decisive in killing. Xia Hong realized that he only came alone and was not invincible and made a decision to keep him here in such a short time. Anyway, since I've already fallen out with Mirror Immortal, I might as well strike first. Although their standpoints differed, after guessing Xia Hong's intention, Yuanhu couldn't help but admit that the actions taken by the other party at this moment were indeed the best choice. Clang. Of course, admiration was admiration. When someone wanted to kill him, anger naturally took over Yuanhu's heart. While horizontally blocking the giant axe with a broadsword, he shivered and abruptly added force with both hands, sweeping Xia Hong away with one strike. And that was not the end of it. He capitalized on his advantage, turning to charge fiercely towards Xia Hong. The broadsword lifted from the ground, taking advantage of the body's rotational momentum, and in an instant, it was in front of Xia Hong's face. The broadsword suddenly raised to strike upwards. The sharp edge of the broadsword swept the ground snow more than 10 meters high, covering Xia Hong's body almost entirely. The violent force broke through the snow, directly targeting Xia Hong's abdomen upward to his chin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 iron arrows suddenly attacked from all directions. Realizing that these arrows were all aimed at his arm, knowing that Xia Chuan and others were trying to force him to retreat, Yuanhu's expression slightly condensed, revealing a sneer. With such little strength, thinking to force me back, naive. Facing more than 10 iron arrows, Yuanhu didn't dodge at all, as he continued to aim with his sword towards Xia Hong. At the moment the iron arrow shot into his arm, Yuanhu's body shook violently as if moved by the wind, and the snow on the ground slightly oscillated around. Clang, clang, clang. The 17 people, including Xia Chuan, who were hiding in the surrounding big trees, instantly froze, because they saw that their iron arrows shot with all their might couldn't break through Yuanhu's arm at all, as if they hit an iron wall, making a clang sound before all clattering to the ground. Big brother, be careful. Without needing Xia Chuan to remind him, seeing the iron arrows being bounced away by Yuanhu's skin membrane, Xia Hong's pressure had already climbed to the extreme. This is the power of the fully reshaped skin membrane. The 10-stone iron bow, firing arrows over 10,000 pounds, couldn't break through. Yuanhu didn't retreat, so the upward strike of the broadsword inevitably hit Xia Hong's abdomen first. Slash! Feeling the pain in his abdomen, not cracking but heavy blows, Xia Hong immediately realized that Yuanhu's broadsword only had double-edged blades. Its tip was blunt, probably used for collision normally. In that case, a gleam of ferocity flashed in Xia Hong's eyes. He dropped the giant axe in his hand, directly gave up on retreating, forcefully thrusting his abdomen forward, clutching the upward edge of the broadsword with the left hand, disregarding the split palm, then propelled himself upward with a kick on the ground. The broadsword was aimed upward first, then swung up. As Xia Hong thrust forward, Yuanhu had already sensed it, so he immediately swung up. Thus, it naturally struck upwards along his abdomen, disemboweling him, killing him with one blow. Even though the lifted snow was already forming a curtain, blocking his vision, Yuanhu still noticed at the moment of the broadsword's upward swing. Xia Hong's body was rapidly rising. Yuanhu, thinking he had struck a blow, revealed a grin, continuing to add upward force. Whoosh! However, at the critical juncture, A piercing sound of breaking through the air arose. A sharp, bright point suddenly pierced through the snow curtain in front, dashing out, directly targeting Yuanhu's face. Yuanhu's pupils contracted suddenly, hurriedly halting his upward motion and pulling back the broadsword, quickly retreating along with his body. Unfortunately, the speed of that bright point was too fast. Not only fast, but also long. The bright point suddenly turned into an ultra-long blade glow. It was then that Yuanhu saw clearly that it was a narrow, long knife about 1.7 meters, with the bright point being its tip. Obviously, Xia Hong realized that his retreat was too fast, and continuing forward was not workable. In a flash, he switched hands and changed to a horizontal slash. Slash, retreating over 10 meters away. Yuanhu's eyes were full of horror and after fear. A slender wound 2 to 3 inches long had already appeared on his forehead. This kid, looking at Xia Hong's blood-drenched left hand and the right hand holding the long knife, the horror on Yuanhu's face couldn't match the shock inside him. He had just barely escaped death. I don't know if now, my great Xia has the qualifications to be on par with your mirror immortal camp. Xia Hong put away the long knife, took out a velvet cloth, treating the wound on his left hand with a calm demeanor, and looked up at Yuanhu. Although the question sounded calm and slow, it resonated strongly. Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and the people of Great Xia all came out from the trees on the side, standing behind Xia Hong. With the iron core, Bao having no effect, the hope of killing Yuanhu naturally fizzled out. Yuanhu stood still on the spot for more than 10 breaths, his expression constantly changing, finally showing helplessness and speaking deeply. Leader Xia Hong, the strength is indeed impressive, but the strength of our mirror immortal camp is not just what you have seen. Has Great Xia thought it through? Truly want to have a death match with us. So, he intends to recruit them? Understanding the leeway Yuanhu left in his words, Xia Hong picked up on it immediately. Not to mention that Great Xia was destined not to merge into any other camp. The previous and subsequent conduct shown by Mirror Immortal Camp couldn't make Xia Hong agree either. The strength of Mirror Immortal Camp isn't just this. So have you seen all of Great Xia's strength? Xia Hong first sarcastically asked before quickly changing his tone to speak sternly. Neither of us has territorial disputes and could well live in peace. But you have pushed us too far. Yuan Dao and He Meng's groups crossed the boundary for hunting first, and I have been patient and advised kindly. Sadly, none of you heeded it, becoming more outrageous, with He Meng even coming south to kill. This can't be blamed on me. Now the main culprit has been executed. I won't hold a grudge against Mirror Immortal Camp, but at this point, Xia Hong's voice paused, his tone intensified. If there are any more cross-boundary violators, my great Xia will kill without mercy. I hope you can convey my words to your leader. Being spoken to harshly by someone almost his son's age, anger initially surged in Yuanhu's face, but he soon thought of something and endured it, seemingly wanting to say more. But Xia Hong did not give him the opportunity, directly extending a hand, evidently telling him to leave quickly. Senior Yuan, please. Hearing the address Xia Hong used for him, Yuanhu's stiff expression softened significantly, standing still for a while, and finally, after giving Xia Hong a deep look, turned and left. Leader Xia Hong, thank you for your courtesy. I'll relay your words. Leader, didn't you say you hadn't broken through to the cold resistance level? Luo Yuan asked with a hint of reproach, causing everyone to turn their heads towards Xia Hong. Xia Chuan, Yu Feng, and Luo Yuan had almost the same expression, also carrying some reproach. Evidently, all three believed that Xia Hong had deceived them earlier. Meanwhile, the other 14 showed expressions of joy and excitement on their faces, being able to face off against Yuanhu head-on and almost even kill him. If Xia Hong said he hadn't broken through to the cold resistance level, probably no one would believe it. Watching as everyone's eyes shifted from joy to reverence and fervor, Xia Hong subtly shook his head, thought for a moment, and ultimately gave up explaining. Pack up the things, let's head back first. Everyone immediately snapped back to reality, looked at the bodies of He Meng and others on the ground, and swiftly showed relaxed and pleased smiles. From now on, the Mirror Immortal camp won't dare to underestimate us, right? Not only that, they probably won't dare set foot in Redwood Ridge anymore. Not necessarily. The entire hunting team of 25 was wiped out. They might react more. We should still be cautious going forward. That's right. Just because our leader is strong doesn't mean we all are. Mirror Immortal Camp is a giant camp with a large population. If they really bring everyone a fight, it could be a big problem for us. What are we afraid of with the leader here, 5 wooden mannequins, and torches? Even if they bring people to fight, we won't be afraid at all. The 2 strongest cold resistance level fighters in their camp couldn't do anything to our leader. What can they do? If it's really about numbers, at worst we can lure the cold beasts over. There's no way they'll bully the great Xia camp. Haha, you've got some mischievous ideas. Listening to everyone's relaxed discussions, although Xia Hong's gaze was slightly focused, he felt no worry in his heart, completely at ease. Yuan, who having some speaking power in the Mirror Immortal camp, meant his strength wasn't too far off from that of the leader, He Yuanan. With a progress of 31, his strength was already close to 70,000 caddies. Once the reshaping skin phase is completed, his basic strength would at least be 150,000. Normally, a cold resistance level's basic strength is just over 100,000. At a progress of over 60, he could basically reach that. So why should he be afraid? Today's matter ends here. As long as the Mirror Immortal camp doesn't cause trouble anymore, I won't provoke them either. But if they dare to come again. Xia Hong looked north, his gaze turning slightly cold. Expanding the great Xia's population, the fastest way is obviously annexing other camps. If this Mirror Immortal camp dares to keep causing problems, he wouldn't mind directly swallowing up a giant camp with over 5,000 population. Xia Chuan led everyone and quickly gathered up the weapons of Yimeng and his group on the ground, as well as the prey they had hunted before, leaving nothing behind. 2 snow-maned beasts, 1 demon sheep, 25 broadswords, 25 sets of bows and arrows, and 5 Thunder Koei shields. We're rich. Hearing such a bounty, Xia Hong couldn't help but smile. Not to mention the 3 hunted beasts. If they hunted them themselves, it would take a tremendous effort, with a possibility of getting injured. Those broadswords and bows, considering mining and forging, would take at least several days. But now they had claimed it all in one night. Robbery for wealth is indeed an eternal truth. The broadswords and bows, their forging craftsmanship and iron usage aren't much different from ours, but the bowstring materials don't seem to be Jiao tendons. At Zhao Long's words, Xia Hong felt slightly intrigued, received a bow from him, and closely examined the bowstring. Unlike the half-centimeter diameter tongue Jiao tendon, this bowstring was made of hundreds or thousands of fine white threads twisted together. Moreover, these fine threads exuded a faint, almost indiscernible fragrance. Xia Hong pulled the bowstring with slight force, feeling its resilience was not much different from Jiao tendon, and his interest waned significantly. Bring it back for further study. Different camps, due to varying environments, naturally use different materials for making items. In Redwood Ridge, Jiao tendon is used for bowstrings, but this might not be the case elsewhere. Everyone nodded, quickly gathering all the supplies on the ground, then allocated a few people to carry the 3 hunted beasts and embarked on their journey back. So this Thunder Koei skull is used like this. It takes 5 to make 1 shield, meaning this shield requires killing 5 Thunder Koei to craft one. That's quite a tall order. Xia Chuan played with the shield previously used by Yimeng and others, contemplated for a moment, and recognized it as Thunder Koei's skull. The last time Xia Hong encountered Yimeng in the north, he brought back a Thunder Koei, and when the camp supply station processed it, Xia Chuan was there, which is why he could recognize it. The head of the Thunder Koei has a bone extending from its body, 1/2 meter long and 10 centimeters wide, incredibly hard, indelible by any iron tool. At that time, Xia Chuan wondered why such a hard material could be of any use. Now he knew that 5 pieces combined make a shield. Indeed, it's inconvenient to carry such a big shield when going out, Dividing it among 5 people not only protects vital parts of the body, but can also be combined into a shield at crucial moments, surely more appropriate. This shield can even block arrows shot by someone at the cold resistance level. No wonder they find hunting cold beasts so easy. As Luo Yuan spoke, everyone immediately recalled that the arrows Xia Hong had shot earlier were indeed blocked by this shield. Everyone looked at the golden shield, their eyes instantly becoming fervent. Let me have a look. Recalling how his own arrows were blocked by the shield earlier, Xia Hong curiously took the Thunder Kuei's skull, first squeezing it with force, then slicing it with his E-blade, finding that it left no mark, and his eyes showed surprise. Earlier, he shot 3 arrows, which had even deformed his bow. Yet those 3 arrows were not the limits of his strength, and by his estimation, they had an impact force of about 45,000 pounds. But now, his static basic strength is a solid 70,000 pounds, and even so, the Thunder Kuei's skull remained unscathed. It's a pity it can't be split up. If it could be made into armor, that would be even better. Still, it's not bad as a shield. Even if it can't completely block a cold resistance level, it should come pretty close. After making an assessment, Xia Hong tossed the skull back to Xia Chuan. Xia Chuan took the skull, thought of something, and said to Xia Hong, "Mudong has already checked this before. Although the Thunder Kuei's skin can't compare to this skull, its defense is also very strong, roughly able to withstand an impact of 20,000 to 30,000 pounds. It can be used as armor material. Last time, that Thunder Kuei's skin was over 10 meters when peeled off, should be enough to make 5 sets, and he seems to have been busy with that recently." Hearing this, Xia Hong's expression brightened slightly. This was good news indeed. The Thunder Kuei's skin is quite tough. While its impact resistance might not be much use against a cold resistance level, it can certainly withstand most attacks from those in the earth-digging realm. Imagine 2 people who both have earth-digging realm cultivation fighting. If one of them wears armor made from the Thunder Kuei's skin, even if their strength is inferior, they would still have a great chance of winning. As they chatted and hurried on, they soon reached the edge of Redwood Ridge. Through a few large trees, they could see the valley camp in the distance. Suddenly, a person jumped down from a large tree ahead and quickly ran toward them over the snowy ground. "Leader, you finally returned." "Shiping, what are you doing here?" Xia Chuan was the first to recognize that the newcomer was Shiping. Noticing Shiping's anxious look, Xia Hong's expression also showed curiosity. "Leader, a stranger has arrived at the camp." When Xia Hong heard this, he initially froze. Then his expression changed dramatically. He quickly strode toward the camp while furrowing his brow, quietly asking Shiping, "Who is it? Have they entered the valley already?" The hunting team members also showed varied expressions and quickly followed him. Shiping also hurriedly followed, answering in a deep voice, "I don't know him. His clothes and demeanor are quite refined, not like someone from around here. He came straight down the mountain, didn't pass through the passage, but he's already interacted with the solidified fire oil and even entered our cabin without showing any abnormal behavior." Hearing Shiping's words, Xia Hong and the other members of the hunting team immediately slowed their pace, and their expressions became much more composed. As long as it's not a deceitful monster, then everything can be discussed. Shiping clearly understood what Xia Hong was worried about, and after finishing his initial report, he further added, he said his name is Gao Yu, and he got lost on the mountain and stumbled into our valley. We were initially going to drive him away directly, but as they neared the entrance of the valley, Xia Hong noticed Shiping's hesitant and peculiar expression and immediately asked, "But what?" "That person is really too polite." As Shiping continued, Xia Hong's expression also became increasingly peculiar. Upon his descent from the mountain, the man wasn't empty-handed. He brought 4 cold beasts, all of whom were intermediate in size, and according to Shiping, he'd never seen these 4 intermediate cold beasts before. Moreover, the man offered these 4 cold beasts to the great Xia upon coming down, only requesting to stay here temporarily. Even though those 4 beasts were extremely tempting, Shiping and the others didn't dare to make such a decision on their own and said they couldn't decide. The man noticed this and didn't force Ping to make a decision. He said he would wait for the leader's return to present his request personally. If it wasn't agreed to, he would leave immediately. Ping, having no other choice, left others to keep watch at the camp and awaited Xia Hong's return by the outskirts of Redwood Ridge. Let's discuss it inside first. At the entrance of the valley, Xia Hong said nothing after hearing this. He looked up at the mountains behind the valley, pondered for a moment, and led the group directly into the passage. For someone to come down the mountain alone, bringing with them 4 intermediate cold beasts they haven't encountered before, you could already infer that this person's strength is likely far beyond what they imagined. Such a person, even if they weren't polite, Ping and the others wouldn't stand a chance against them. No, to put it right, they were fortunate he was a polite person. If he had a strange temper and was prone to harming the innocent, those left at the camp might have faced disaster. Hey, that's not right. Your boxing technique is indeed good, but just practicing punches is not enough. At the logging realm, it's a crucial time to lay the foundation. The training must cover 5 body parts: fists, legs, head, torso, and back. One cannot be neglected. Only by expanding the load capacity of all body parts can your progress to the earth-digging realm be quicker, and even in the future. As they entered the passage, even before fully entering the valley, Xia Hong heard a strange voice. The voice was calm and serene, carrying a unique, reassuring quality. Even without meeting the person, Xia Hong couldn't help but feel a faint sense of goodwill. Around 30 years old. "Greetings, leader." Xia Hong entered the valley, first waving to the guards at the entrance, then looking up at the outside of the wooden house, his expression slightly tensing. Outside the wooden house, there were dozens of children over the age of 6 practicing their boxing. And among these children stood a middle-aged man dressed in white. He had his back to Xia Hong and the others, so his appearance was unclear, but he had a black sword slung diagonally at his waist, and he had just stood a log upright with both hands in front of him. The middle-aged man seemed not to have noticed Xia Hong and the others approaching, as he was continuously using his fists, legs, head, torso, and back to strike the log in turn, clearly teaching these children a method to hone their bodies. "Leader." The leader is back. The hunting team has returned. The children, being of an age that can't hide anything, immediately began to cheer when they saw Xia Hong and the hunting team entering. "All right, it's almost daybreak. Go inside and practice." The children, hearing Xia Hong's words and thinking that it was almost daybreak, immediately laughed and turned to go back inside the wooden house. It was only at this moment that the middle-aged man turned around to face Xia Hong and the others. Upon seeing the middle-aged man's appearance, Xia Hong was slightly taken aback, and the words "face like jade, eyes like bright stars" popped into his mind. It was strange to see such a person in a world like the ice abyss. With years of living by night and resting by day, coupled with the harsh extreme cold environment, it was hard for people to look good. Even if born with good features, it would be hard to escape the penalty of the environment. In addition, with the need to fight the cold beasts and deceitful monsters daily, the demeanor of Xia Hong himself and everyone he had met was predominantly rugged and brave, even fierce and ruthless. Yet the middle-aged man dressed in white in front of him exuded an aura that was gentle and composed, noble, even scholarly. That such words would come to his mind made Xia Hong's expression reveal a hint of confusion, and the suspicion in his eyes grew more intense. Beishua Town was, as far as he knew, possibly the most prosperous and developed place. But even the likes of Yangning and Li Hu from there didn't give Xia Hong such a feeling. Without even mentioning strength, the aura of the middle-aged man in white was enough to outshine Yang and Li completely. Of course, upon approaching and realizing he couldn't sense any change in the other's chi muscle, Xia Hong immediately became aware that this middle-aged man's strength was likely far above his own. I Gao initially thought that to establish such a paradise in such a barren land, the leader of this great Xia camp must be a wise elder, but to think Brother Xia Hong is so young. It seems I've seen too little. That person is really too courteous. Xia Hong's expression was strange, as he now understood what Ping had just said. complimented from the start, coupled with the other's handsome appearance. Such a person was really hard to dislike. Gao, I should be a few years older than leader Xia Hong. If you don't mind, let's refer to each other as brothers. How about that? Before he could finish his words, Gao Yu had already extended an opportunity for amicability, which was quite perceptive. Xia Hong's expression grew even stranger. Thinking of the other's strength, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. After some thought, he walked to the wooden house entrance and proactively invited, "Brother Gao, why not come inside and talk slowly?" Probably noticing that Xia Hong had many questions for him, Gao Yu smiled lightly and nodded, following Xia Hong and the others inside the wooden house. After leading Gao Yu to the first floor's main hall by the iron refining furnace, seeing that the other didn't show any strange expression as Shiping had said earlier, Xia Hong finally let down most of his guard. As long as it's not a deceitful monster. Brother Xia Hong, this furnace is no ordinary thing. Xia Hong, hearing this, raised his head suspiciously, trying to find some clues on Gao Yu's face, but discovered that he only glanced at the iron refining furnace without showing any abnormality. His interest was piqued, and he asked casually, "Oh, Brother Gao, why do you say this furnace is no ordinary thing?" Gao Yu walked to the furnace, examined it carefully, even reached out to touch the furnace, feeling the heat emitted by the coal stone before turning back to praise. "I don't know the specific structure of this furnace, but the heating efficiency is surprisingly strong, and the coal consumption is not high. If it were widespread, it could save countless lives." Upon hearing this sentence, the heart that Xia Hong had just raised immediately relaxed. The heating efficiency of the iron refining furnace far exceeded that of ordinary iron furnaces. Considering its coverage can span 100 meters around, consuming 400 pounds of coalstone a day is indeed low. Of course, the most crucial part was that last sentence. If it were widespread, it could save countless lives. Xia Hong could feel the sincerity in Gao Yu's tone when he spoke that sentence, which was the real reason he was truly at ease. "It's a pity. I obtained this object by chance. I fear there's no hope for widespread use." After responding with a sentence, Xia Hong then directly asked, "Brother Gao, where did you come from? And what was your purpose in coming to my Redwood Ridge? Could you enlighten us?" At this moment, it wasn't just Xia Hong present. The other members of the hunting team were also there. Everyone's gaze was focused on Gao Yu, waiting for his response. "Shenwu Village, Gao Yu." Gao Yu was obviously well prepared for Xia Hong's question. His face remained calm and composed, as if he wasn't the one being scrutinized by everyone. "I stumbled through Twin Dragon Mountain and accidentally intruded on your camp. It was unintentional, and I hope you can forgive me." The village seems to be a large-scale human gathering place between a camp and a town. Shenwu Village, such a grand name it has. Twin Dragon Mountain should refer to the two high peaks on the east and west sides of the valley. He crossed Twin Dragon Mountain. Xia Hong looked up at Gao Yu, and his heart trembled slightly. It's laughable to say, although the Great Xia Station is located in the valley, Xia Hong has never once climbed the two mountains on the east and west sides. Aside from knowing that they are over 2,000 meters high, Xia Hong knows nothing about the other information on the mountains, such as tree species, types and distribution of cold beasts, geographical features, or whether there is human activity. The reason isn't complicated. With Redwood Ridge nearby, there was no need for him to lead people into unknown areas. Moreover, since nothing special ever happened to the mountaintop, there was no need to bother with it. But ever since the incident with Wang He taking the opportunity to apply coagulated fire oil on the upper cliff, Xia Hong climbed up once and looked afar toward the east side, which is behind the valley. The expanse of Twin Dragon Mountain exceeds that of Redwood Ridge, and Xia Hong estimated its east-west span to be at least over 200 kilometers. This Gao Yu claims he crossed Twin Dragon Mountain, so the Shenwu Village he mentioned is outside Twin Dragon Mountain. Hunting alone, crossing an area of over 200 kilometers. It's one thing to hunt alone, but crossing 200 kilometers alone, what concept is this? After coming over for a year and leading the Great Xia Camp till now, even counting the 2 or 3 kilometers on the outskirts of Redwood Ridge, the activity range would not exceed 10 kilometers. No matter how you think about it, this is completely impossible. May I ask, Brother Gao, what is? Xia Hong subconsciously spoke, but realized it was inappropriate mid-sentence, so he stopped. Xia, you don't believe I crossed Twin Dragon Mountain alone and want to know what my cultivation level is, right? This Gao Yu not only courteous, but also perceptive. He already knew what I intended to say before I finished speaking. Xia Hong praised him in his heart, then raised his head to meet his gaze and sincerely nodded. Probing into others' strength is indeed presumptuous. However, since the other party guessed it, he didn't need to conceal it. Gao Yu didn't answer Xia Hong's question. Instead, he stared at him for a moment and said loudly, "If I'm not mistaken, you are now advancing from skin remodeling to the cold resistance level, right?" Before Xia Hong could answer, Gao Yu continued, "I was lucky to advance a step earlier than you, having reached the cold resistance level years ago." Indeed, the cold resistance level. Although he had guessed it earlier, hearing the answer directly from the other's mouth, Xia Hong still heaved a heavy sigh of relief in his heart. Since returning to the camp, despite Gao Yu's courteous manner, Xia Hong had not fully relaxed. After all, since the other's strength surpassed his, whether things are good or bad, ultimately depends on the other party's intentions. This feeling of not being in control of the situation naturally made Xia Hong unable to completely let down his guard, especially with the other's true motive unclear, which made him feel all the more uneasy. He could roughly perceive Gao Yu's strength through slight changes in qi muscle, stronger than Yuan, who but probably within the cold resistance level. Of course, that was a guess. Gao Yu's admittance now undoubtedly made him feel more at ease. Xia Hong's mind wavered slightly, and the 5 wooden mannequins preparing to come down from the second floor stopped in their tracks. A moment later, he showed a hint of surprise, hurriedly stood up, cupped his fists, and said, "Then I must address you as senior." Gao Yu quickly waved his hand and shook his head, saying, "That's not necessary. Not necessary at all. Merely luck. From what I observe, Xia, your progress in skin remodeling may not be high currently, but your breath is long, your physique is robust, showing the potential for a combat body. Once your skin remodeling reaches the leakless realm, and you break through to the cold resistance level, your strength will certainly skyrocket. I, for one, am not worthy of being called senior. A combat body, the leakless realm." Upon hearing 2 unfamiliar terms consecutively, Xia Hong's interest was immediately piqued. Not only him, but Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and other members of the hunting team also looked curious. Gao Yu's keen insight was self-evident, so there was no need for Xia Hong to ask. Upon seeing the expressions of the people, he immediately smiled and enlightened everyone. A normal breakthrough to the cold resistance level. As Gao Yu elaborated, learning the many details of breaking through from the earth-digging realm to the cold resistance level, everyone showed expressions of sudden realization. While Xia Hong's expression went from dazed to fearful, and ultimately to being overwhelmingly excited. Xia Hong had long suspected this in his heart. The power level of humans at the cold resistance level, judging by the current situation, is probably only equivalent to intermediate cold beasts. Just to break through to 1 cold resistance level, it takes the blood of hundreds of intermediate cold beasts. No matter how you look at it, it seems unreasonable. After the encounter with Yuan Hu, this suspicion was confirmed. The difficulty of reshaping his own skin is indeed different from others. But Xia Hong never imagined the difference would be so great. According to Gao Yu, when the basic strength reaches the limit of 30,000 gene, the skin reshaping phase can increase it by at most 20,000 gene, reaching 50,000 gene. H would certainly be much stronger. No wonder when I asked the leader just now if he had broken through, he remained silent. At the limit of 50,000 gene, the whole body achieves the perfect skin, reaching the leakless realm and breaking through to the cold resistance level. The strength doubles again. That is 100,000 gene, known in the Ice Abyss world as the 1 main power. So, the standard for cold resistance level is 1 main power. Of course, this is the standard cold resistance level. Just like different types of cold beasts have different power limits, there's also a group of humans with extraordinary talent, whose skin can endure pain and the beast blood much more than ordinary people. This group of people takes longer to reshape their skin and can absorb several times more cold beast blood than others. What is called the battle body refers to the unique physique of this group. Though the cost is higher, naturally, those with the battle body talent experience higher limits in strength growth in this phase. Generally speaking, battle bodies are divided into superior, intermediate, and inferior grades. The upper limit of strength during the skin reshaping phase serves as the benchmark. 100,000 gene for superior, 80,000 gene for intermediate, 60,000 gene for inferior. If the strength during the skin phase can reach 100,000 gene, then after achieving the leakless body and officially breaking through to the cold resistance level, the strength doubles and basic strength skyrockets to 200,000 gene, which is 2 main power. Following this logic, even the most inferior battle body, upon breakthrough, has a strength of 120,000 gene, 20% higher than a typical cold resistance level. This 20% increase in strength is enough to make a big difference in many situations. Of course, such prowess is not gained out of nowhere. In the Ice Abyss world, time equates to life, and this part of the people with battle bodies often exceed the limit in using beast blood to save time breaking through to the cold resistance level, since more cold beast blood is required. A normal person using 2 or 3 gene at a time would nearly reach their limit. With greater willpower, they might withstand 3 to 5 gene at most. But for them, they start at a minimum of 5 gene, with some going up to 10 gene, enduring pain far beyond ordinary people's imagination, and many die directly during the use of beast blood. As Gao Yu's words fell, the entire first-floor hall became dead silent. The fear in Xia Hong's eyes arose at this moment. Of course, the fear only lasted for a while. More than anything, he felt excitement surging inside. At that moment, all 17 members of the hunting team turned their heads to stare at Xia Hong in unison, with expressions shifting from initial shock to horror, and then to great excitement. 10 gene? Big Brother uses more than 100 gene at a time, and even 200 or 300 gene. The leader's dosage is at least over 100 gene every time. Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, Yuan Cheng, Yu Feng, all members of the hunting team. How could they not be excited at this moment? According to Gao Yu's words, the greater the amount used, the more the boost, and correspondingly, the higher the potential. After breaking through to the cold resistance level, the strength recalling how Xia Hong was silent when asked about his breakthrough after defeating Yuan Hu, Luo Yuan suddenly realized. Xia Hong hadn't even reached the cold resistance level yet. Not only him, but Xia Chuan and a few others who reacted quickly immediately remembered it. Before breaking through, his strength was already on par with Yuan Hu. He does break through. How strong will the leader be? They all turned to Xia Hong, their eyes full of admiration and fervor. If the others were thinking like this, how much more so for Xia Hong himself? The superior battle body has a limit of 100,000 gene, but his current strength was already close to 70,000 gene, just a 31% progress. Conservatively estimated, once he completes the skin remodeling phase, his basic strength could rise to at least 150,000 gene, doubling upon breakthrough to 300,000 gene. 3 main power. More than 1 main above a superior battle body. So what kind of battle body does he possess? Is there something beyond the superior, perhaps an ultimate or more powerful physique? Xia Hong swallowed down his excitement, suppressing his urge to inquire further, and after calming himself, he gave Xia Chuan and the others a look to keep quiet. Receiving his signal, everyone understood instantly and controlled their excitement, their expressions turning calm. Even if Gao Yu seemed courteous, ultimately he was still an unknown stranger within the camp. Moreover, his power clearly surpassed theirs by far. Though the wooden mannequin was a safety net, a cautious part should still remain. This twin dragon mountain, although I've never ventured there, I've scouted it several times. It spans at least 200 or 300 li east to west. Amidst it, not to mention cold beasts, even deceitful monsters are numerous. That Gao brother can traverse it alone suggests his strength far exceeds ordinary people. Cold resistance level. Xia Hong didn't finish his sentence, leaving the last 3 words hanging in hesitation, with an obvious look of skepticism as he gazed at Gao Yu. This Gao Yu is either hiding his strength or not telling the truth. Xia Hong's expression changed, and Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and the others immediately reacted, all turning to stare at Gao Yu, their expressions gradually becoming vigilant. Facing everyone's suspicious looks, Gao Yu was silent for a moment, then gave a bitter smile and said, all right, it seems I can't hide it. I might as well be honest." As he spoke, Gao Yu paused, then turned to face the crowd and directly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his chest. "Hiss!" Xia Hong, along with everyone else, couldn't help but gasp. Gao Yu's exposed chest was covered with countless fine cracks. It looked like broken pottery or like parched earth after a drought, with the exposed red flesh between the cracks very apparent. The sight truly horrifying. It was hard to believe that Gao Yu, who had just been smiling gently and communicating warmly with them, was carrying such terrifying and horrifying injuries. Was this done by a deceitful monster? Xia Hong frowned slightly and asked. Such injuries clearly couldn't have been caused by a cold beast or a human. Gao Yu turned around, facing away from the others towards the iron refining furnace, put his clothes back on first, and then turned around to sit down, nodding lightly to Xia Hong. Yes, it was an intermediate strange monster. After speaking, he paused before continuing to explain. 10 days ago, I left the village to hunt in Twin Dragon Mountain. Usually the area I hunted was at most a little over 10 miles in the outskirts of Twin Dragon Mountain, but that day I was unlucky, and soon after entering, I encountered a deceitful monster. The deceitful monster could not only control many cold beasts at once, but also shoot an evil light that fragmented human bodies. I was hit by it, chased all the way, panicked, and unintentionally crossed Twin Dragon Mountain to this side. As Gao Yu finished his words, including Xia Hong, everyone stood up with a whoosh, glanced at the sky above the valley, and then looked back at Gao Yu, their eyes filled with fury. Rest assured, I had already shaken off that deceitful monster midway. The 4 cold beasts it controlled have also been killed by me. It won't follow me here. Please rest easy. Even though Gao Yu explained quickly, Xia Chuan and the others' expressions didn't relax. They just all turned to look at Xia Hong. Xia Hong looked at Gao Yu, brows tightly knit, his heart filled with anger. As expected, strangers hardly bring any good news. This person's fleeing was still being hunted by an intermediate strange monster. Gao Yu said nicely that the deceitful monster wouldn't come after him. But can he guarantee that? A wooden puppet monster that hadn't even advanced to intermediate level almost slaughtered all humans in Redwood Ridge. What if a genuine intermediate strange monster is brought here? Being able to control multiple cold beasts at once and shoot light that fragments human bodies. Just these 2 abilities alone would bring Great Xia enormous trouble. How could Xia Hong not be angry? If it weren't for Gao Yu being so strong, and having been polite from the start, without intentionally hiding anything, Xia Hong would have probably already scolded him out of anger and driven him away. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Gao Yu clearly realized that he was already unwelcome, thought for a long time, and finally showed a bit of helplessness, cupping his hands towards Xia Hong and saying, "Brother Xia, in this matter, it is indeed Gao who is wrong. But right now, I'm injured and unfamiliar with the surroundings. I only ask to stay in Great Xia for 5 days. Once my injuries have sufficiently healed, I will leave immediately. How about it?" Even though Gao Yu's tone carried a hint of pleading, Xia Chuan and the others shook their heads immediately, showing clear signs of refusal on their faces. However, Xia Hong remained silent. Seeing this, Gao Yu knew there was still a chance, and immediately continued to add, "Of course, if during this time the deceitful monster really comes, Gao will not just leave, and will definitely stay and face it together with Brother Xia." Xia Hong's brows furrowed slightly. Looking at Gao Yu, he became even more dubious. This person's appearance was really too inexplicable. To be honest, until now, he hadn't fully believed Gao Yu's words. But the problem was this person didn't seem bad, and his attitude was okay. His story had some holes, but it could barely make sense. Chased by a deceitful monster, fleeing in panic to arrive here, with such serious injuries on him, it could explain why he was hesitant and reluctant to clarify things earlier. After all, Gao Yu was a stranger to Great Xia, and Great Xia was also unfamiliar to him. They were cautious, and naturally, he was cautious too. The main issue is 5 days is a bit long. Remembering that there might be a big trouble following this person, and that this big trouble might be eyeing the Great Xia station from above the valley, Xia Hong thought for a long time, and finally took a deep breath, saying, 2 days. We'll give you a maximum of 2 days. Then you must leave. Though our Daxia camp is small, we have over 1,000 people. Hope Brother Gao will understand. Xia Hong considered himself not a very warm-hearted person, but he also couldn't really leave people to die. Looking at Gao Yu's chest injuries, don't mention 5 days without special treatment, probably wouldn't recover in 10 days or half a month. He probably didn't even plan to stay in the camp for treatment, just needed a place to rest. In that case, 2 days' time will be enough. Thank you, Brother Xia. I'm deeply grateful, and I'll definitely leave after 2 days. You're welcome. It's no trouble at all. Xia Hong waved his hand casually and then called over Shi Ping to arrange a room for Gao Yu on the first floor. To let him stay at the camp for 2 days is indeed no trouble. It doesn't cost anything, and besides, he even gifted 4 intermediate cold beasts, without considering that intermediate strange monster. It's certainly a gain for me. After instructing Shi Ping, Xia Hong took Xia Chuan and the others directly upstairs to the second floor. Shi Ping led the cheerful Gao Yu to a vacant room, gave some polite instructions on matters needing attention, and then turned around to leave. Once Gao Yu was alone in the room, as soon as Shi Ping left, his cheerful expression was immediately replaced by a more capable demeanor, his eyes revealing a sharp glint. After thinking for a moment, he looked down and chuckled softly. This weak Great Xia, to possess such divine things, interesting. Leader, letting that person stay for 2 days isn't really appropriate, is it? As soon as they reached the second floor, Xia Chuan couldn't help but speak up. Luo Yuan and the others all nodded in agreement, evidently also siding with Xia Chuan. That person's appearance really feels a bit mysterious. We've never seen the material of his clothes and weapons before. He crossed Twin Dragon Mountain at cold resistance level and suffered such serious injuries. The more I think about it, the more something feels off. Being of unknown origin is one thing, but if what he said is true, it could very well attract an intermediate strange monster. If he's lying, then he's got another agenda. Whether true or false, we really shouldn't be taking him in. He only mentioned Shenwu Village, without saying anything specific. Everyone nodded after hearing Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan's words. Only Yuan Cheng, after voicing that final remark, caused everyone to turn and look at him, their expressions becoming somewhat strange, including Xia Hong's. You're right, it's inappropriate to hastily inquire about someone's camp situation. Yuan Cheng awkwardly smiled, evidently realizing the flaw in his statement. Xia Hong turned back to look at everyone, not in a hurry to speak, but first gaining some appreciation in his heart for their vigilance. He had thought he was the only one who hadn't fully trusted that Gao Yu. It seems Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and the others felt the same way. Indeed, there are issues, but considering the strength he's shown, outright refusal isn't feasible either. The extent to which his injuries affect his strength is unknown to us, and if we tried to expel him and he didn't leave, or bore a grudge after leaving, causing trouble for the camp, what then? Xia Hong didn't lecture everyone. He just calmly laid out the facts. Upon hearing this, everyone froze briefly before lowering their heads in silence. Even if we add 5 wooden mannequins, I'm not confident I could defeat him. So rather than saying it was my decision to take him in, it's more accurate to say it was a decision forced by the current strength level of myself, you, and the camp. Upon hearing Xia Hong's more direct words, Xia Chuan and the other 17 people felt their cheeks flush, a sense of shame rising in their hearts. Xia Hong's meaning was clear. The current strength of the Great Xia camp doesn't afford them the right to refuse him. The cost of forceful refusal might be a price they simply couldn't afford. The current strength of the camp refers not just to Xia Hong alone. The 17 of them are currently the highest combat force at Great Xia. But having witnessed and participated in Xia Hong's duel with Yuan Hu, they all know at heart that against a cold resistance level expert, the 17 of them are essentially no different than decorations. After all, the iron arrows they shoot from the 10-stone bows couldn't pierce Yuan Hu's flesh, let alone use blades up close. In terms of speed, strength, reaction force, any cold resistance level expert could kill them in an instant. Doubting me is a good thing, but when considering matters, we must factor in the power disparity. I would indeed like to drive him away, but our strength does not allow for that. At this point, Xia Hong paused, his expression darkening slightly before continuing. The man's attitude is polite, but frankly, given his strength, even if he were impolite, there's nothing we could do. Xia Chuan and the others first nodded, then clenched their fists under their sleeves, and a longing for power within their hearts surged to an extreme once more. Knowing full well that the other party had issues but still daring not to refuse, this situation was truly uncomfortable, giving a sense that everything was under someone else's control. Remember, strength is the foundation for making all decisions. Yes, leader. Seeing Xia Chuan and the others sternly respond, Xia Hong nodded and led them on to the camp supply station. Greetings, leader, and all the esteemed sirs. Tong Xinglong and the other two responsible for processing the game saluted Xia Hong and the others, then immediately led them into the slaughter area. In the slaughter area, the corpses of 7 large cold beasts were being processed. Xia Hong bypassed the 3 snow manies and demon sheep in front and went straight to the 4 unfamiliar cold beasts behind them, his eyes full of astonishment. These were just brought up by Shi Ping. He said these 2 are called Firestone Tigers, and the other 2 are Frost Electric Apes and Green Thunder Roar. I've never seen them either. Were they hunted by the leader tonight? Tong Xinglong evidently was unaware of the guest, and assumed these 4 prey were all hunted by Xia Hong. Xia Chuan and the others immediately stepped up to explain to Tong Xinglong. Xia Hong focused on the 4 cold beasts he had never seen before, each about 10 meters in length, truly matching the intermediate cold beast size. The Firestone Tigers had black body surfaces but fiery red fur, with sharp, thick claws that looked powerfully impressive. The Frost Electric Apes had blue body surfaces, with black curly short manes all over, muscles knotted over their bodies, and chest areas resembling 4 pieces of extremely hard armor. The last, a Green Thunder Roar, in form slightly resembled a lion but with a skin that glowed green, covered in green fur, its great-length tusks over 3 meters long protruding on either side of its enormous blood basin mouth, making for a rather terrifying appearance. Appearance aside, Xia Hong looked over the 4 specimens with his gaze growing increasingly serious. All 4 showed no visible wounds aside from a single round sword hole in their foreheads. Xia Hong moved to a Firestone Tiger's forehead, drew his E-blade, and inserted it directly into the sword hole. The E-blade's 1.5 meter length went in instantly, leaving only the hilt outside. Xia Hong moved it left and right a couple of times, realizing that the Firestone Tiger's cranial flesh inside had been utterly shredded, and his expression immediately froze. Leader, what's going on? Xia Chuan and the others, noticing the change in Xia Hong's expression, immediately gathered around. Without Xia Hong needing to speak, seeing the Firestone Tiger's wound, Xia Chuan and the rest immediately realized the situation. They then proceeded to check the wounds of the other 3 cold beasts, their expressions turning grim, just like Xia Hong's. Judging by the wounds, even if it wasn't instant, the simplicity with which Gao Yu hunted these 4 cold beasts likely far exceeded their imagination. Moreover, he had previously mentioned that these 4 cold beasts were controlled by a strange monster. If what he said was true, it means he was able to effortlessly kill 4 intermediate cold beasts while fleeing from a strange monster. The strength of this Gao Yu is likely far beyond our imagination. Upon hearing Xia Chuan's words, Xia Hong's brows furrowed tightly. After pondering for a long while, he faced the group and spoke solemnly. Coincidentally, since the matter with Mirror Immortal Camp hasn't been settled yet, for the next 2 days, the hunting team, collection team, logging team, and all external activities of the camp will cease. No one is to leave. During this time, check the surroundings of the valley, especially the upper parts. Xia Chuan, you personally take charge of this and replenish the solidified fire oil where necessary. Report anything unusual to me immediately. Also, discreetly spread the word. During these 2 days, avoid letting anyone communicate with Gao Yu, especially children. Keep a close watch on them. Yes, leader, this Gao Yu certainly has issues. It's still unknown whether these 4 cold beasts were killed by him before or after his injury. If it were the former, that'd be more reassuring. If the latter, Xia Hong's eyes trembled slightly, and a shadow cast upon his heart. Quickly drain the blood from these 7 cold beasts and send them to my room. After instructing Xia Chuan, Xia Hong immediately turned and headed to the 3rd floor. Xia Chuan ordered Tong Xinglong to get to work, then remained on the spot, exchanging looks with Luo Yuan and the others, gradually becoming worried himself. Let's hurry and train. Weak strength means danger everywhere. After saying this, Luo Yuan was the first to turn around and leave. We can't rely solely on the leader. It's time for us to step up. Yuan Cheng also spoke solemnly and was the second to leave. Though the others remained silent, they followed suit and returned to their rooms, clearly to seize every moment for training. After killing He Ming and his group, Xia Hong himself already had this plan. Even though he had already shown his strength in front of Yuan Hu, he was unsure of what reaction the Mirror Immortal Camp would have later. After all, those were 25 lives. And they were not ordinary people, 23 Earth-digging realm, and 2 already at the limit of reshaping their skin in the Earth-digging realm. Losing so many people at once would be considered a huge loss in any camp. If they can endure, that would be best. If they can't, in the room on the 3rd floor, Xia Hong slowly applied beast blood to his body, his eyes lifted slightly. After the fight with Yuan Hu, and learning about the cold resistance level from Gao Yu, at this moment, the only thing Xia Hong feared about the Mirror Immortal Camp was their massive population. Of course, this fear also represented a temptation for Xia Hong. The population of Great Xia is still too small. As the beast blood took effect, the expression of pain on Xia Hong's face intensified, and it could only forcefully divert his attention by thinking about other things. The only way to rapidly increase population is to absorb other camps, but the current activity range of the camp is too small, and there is no opportunity to even contact other camps, let alone absorb them. Although he was envious of the population of over 10,000 in the Mirror Immortal Camp, Xia Hong was not foolish enough to think he could easily annex such a gigantic camp. Not to mention the 2 cold resistance level experts, Yuan Hu and He Yuan Hun. Even the hundreds of Earth-digging realm rank below them were an insurmountable problem for him. Given the current situation, being able to retain the territory of Redwood Ridge in front of the Mirror Immortal Camp would already be the best outcome. Annexing them would be a dream. Behind the Arrow Bamboo Forest is the Mirror Immortal Camp. North from Redwood Ridge is the Pingxi Plain, where there is another hive camp. Both are gigantic camps, and barring any surprises, even the scattered small camps to the north would likely have been absorbed by these 2. To the west is Redwood Ridge, where there are certainly no human camps. The same goes for Twin Dragon Mountain to the east, which means Xia Hong's veins popped out as he endured the intense pain from the nerves beneath his reshaping skin, slowly raising his head to glance south of the camp. Currently, Great Xia's only way to expand population and find other human camps is to go south, and according to the map left by Luo Ming, for kilometers farther south of the valley is a frozen river, which should block the south side of Twin Dragon Mountain. Luo Ming said there were no traces of cold beast activity near the river, so it shouldn't be dangerous, and there's also likely no human camp around. That means, to find other human camps, one can only search along the south side of Twin Dragon Mountain, and the search range needs to stay as far away from that river as possible. As Xia Hong calculated in his mind, his wooden spoon poured 43 times on his body. Upon realizing his carrying capacity was at its limit, he immediately stopped. As expected, the tolerance limit increased by another 2 pounds. The initially tested carrying limit was around 35 pounds. The second time, using a total of 440 pounds of beast blood, divided into 11 times, the most he used was 41 pounds. This time was higher, at 43 pounds. The so-called carrying limit is simply that if he continues beyond it, he would pass out from the pain, and the system would pop up to support him using consumed resources. Of course, after listening to Gao Yu's explanation, Xia Hong already knew that the so-called passing out from pain was likely a unique case for him. For others who don't have a system, it would probably mean immediate death. With this in mind, Xia Hong would not recklessly experiment, as who knows when the system might malfunction or if his resources are insufficient. If he were to die from a breakthrough, he might be the most unjustly treated transmigrator ever. In any case, there's no rush. It's safer to be cautious. This round, with over 580 pounds of beast blood in total, the progress can surge again. Looking at the beast blood in the wooden shed, which was more than at any other time, Xia Hong's eyes couldn't help but flash with excitement. Yesterday, the 3 intermediate cold beasts they brought back totaled over 200 pounds of beast blood, mainly because Gao Yu gifted 4 unfamiliar intermediate cold beasts, which had a staggering amount of blood. Each one averaged about 90 pounds, leading to such a large amount of beast blood. Thinking of this, Xia Hong became interested in the Twin Dragon Mountain above the valley. It's just that the mountain is too high. If a suitable route could be explored, once Great Xia's strength is up, Twin Dragon Mountain should be a good place for hunting. Of course, being interested is one thing. The mountain's altitude exceeds 2,000 meters, and being completely unknown, Xia Hong would naturally not venture up recklessly. Even a cold resistance level expert like Gao Yu could suffer such a big setback on the eastern outskirts. Theoretically, the area above the valley being the deepest part of Twin Dragon Mountain's west side. Who knows what's inside? In the following 2 days, Xia Hong continuously challenged his limits, using the 43 pounds in 7 rounds. And although he didn't faint from the pain midway, he was at his limit. On the 3rd day, after Xia Chuan reported that Gao Yu had left, he finally felt relieved. Before leaving, he wanted to say goodbye to Big Brother, but I refused him. As long as he left, the camp's outdoor activities remain paused. Wait until 3 days later when I'm done, and then we'll talk, and the hunting team can continue mining. Xia Hong remained in the room alone, continuing to pour the beast blood over himself ladle by ladle, the intense pain once again surging to his forehead. This time, he was much bolder than before. For the past 2 days, he had been using it to the limit, afraid to pass out because he was worried about Gao Yu. Now that Gao Yu had left, he could naturally be a bit bolder. On the 3rd day after Gao Yu left, which was the 2nd day of the 3rd month in the 1st year of the Great Xia, standing in the wooden basin, Xia Hong opened his eyes once more, looked at his increasingly smooth and crystal-clear skin, gently clenched his fist, and felt his strength, a trace of emotion flickering in his eyes. Camp, Great Xia Level 0. Lord, Xia Hong. Cultivation, earth-digging realm complete. Skin remodeling progress, 56%. Territory population, 1088. Resources, wood 54030 coal, 4740 iron 1, 3210 silver, 0 gold 0. A total of 580 gene, increased progress by 25 points all at once, nearly a quarter. The effects produced by different cold beast blood actually vary in quality. A quarter increase all at once, saving so much time. Xia Hong was naturally thrilled. Thinking of the 4 cold beasts that Gao Yu had sent over, Xia Hong even felt a bit grateful to this stranger. Boom! Clang! Xia Hong punched forward with great force, a blast of cold air and wind suddenly rushing out. The fire basin, more than 10 meters away, was knocked over by the air current, The flames were extinguished, and coal stones and sparks were scattered all over. This is the power of one main. 100,000 Gene. Seeing the commotion caused by his casual punch, Xia Hong immediately thought of the frost-cold airflow brought by the snow main's charge, and his expression grew even more invigorated. Even if I were to fight the snow main barehanded, I wouldn't feel afraid at all. More importantly, the power of one main, my basic strength, can already rival an ordinary cold resistance level expert. If Yuan were to appear in front of me again. Recalling the situation when he faced off against Yuan 5 days ago, a hint of coldness flashed in Xia Hong's eyes. Outdoor activities shouldn't cease. It's only been 5 days without going out, and the iron ore increased slightly, but the wood and coal stone decreased, and now even the cold beast blood is used up. Looking at the nearly stagnant resources in the system, Xia Hong's excitement immediately subsided, and he shook his head slightly. If no collecting or hunting is done outside, it's just pure sitting around consuming resources. Fortunately, there's a ready-made iron mine in the valley. Otherwise, even the iron resources wouldn't have increased in these 5 days. But before going out, Xia Hong pondered for a moment and focused on the system. To be precise, on the buildings behind the system. Open buildings 4. Iron refining furnace, level 2. Martial arts training ground, level 2. Medicine decoction pot, level 1. Polishing stone, level 1. Unopened buildings 5. Green bamboo fence, marking stone, yellow earth, small wooden table, rough iron chain. Marking stone, coal 150, iron 90. Green bamboo fence, per meter / wood 20, iron 5. Upgrade available after exchanging 10,000 meters. Yellow earth, per square meter / wood 200, coal 20. Upgrade available after exchanging 10,000 square meters. So far, except for the longsword in Yang Ning's hand, suspected to be made of silver, Xia Hong still doesn't know what gold and silver look like in the Ice Abyss world. Small wooden table and rough iron chain are definitely not coming out for now. The buildings that can be created now are just these 3. The biggest reason these 3 buildings haven't been created yet is definitely due to insufficient resources. New house construction, rodent groups, mirror immortal camp, breaking through to cold resistance level. Resource shortages keep emerging one after another. Xia Hong wanted to initiate the buildings, but didn't have a chance. In fact, even now, if it weren't for the urgent situation, he probably wouldn't have the mind to launch these 3 buildings. First is the yellow earth. Judging from the vegetation size in this world, even the slimmest ice tree, even assuming its radius is 3 or 4 meters, at least more than 30 square meters are needed to transplant one tree. More than 30 square meters means 6,000 wood and 600 coal stones. Ice tree, Xia Hong, certainly won't transplant it now. After all, crystal fruit is not considered an unimportant resource for the Great Xia currently. If they are to be transplanted, they must be blue jade trees. But among the few already discovered blue jade trees, the thinnest one has a radius over 6 meters. At least 120 square meters of yellow earth is needed. Converting this requires resources. Forget it. Yellow earth, too expensive to exchange. Once the blue jade tree is successfully transplanted, stable blue frost grass can be obtained in the future. Thus, golden healing powder can be stably produced. Despite knowing how beneficial this would be for the camp, Xia Hong immediately gave up the idea of exchanging for yellow earth. No choice. The required resources are too many. 120 square meters of yellow earth. Just the wood requires 20,000, and that's fine. But the coal stone requires 2,400. That's 2,400 units converted into actual weight. That's 48,000 gene. 17 earth-digging realm, all equipped with chewing teeth chisels, can produce at least 13,600 gene of coal stones a day, actually only about 4 or 5 days of work. But Xia Hong still found it not very worthwhile. It's not so much not worthwhile, ultimately, it's still a matter of insufficient resources. Better to prioritize exchanging for the green bamboo fence. Green bamboo fence, per meter / wood 20, iron 5. The green bamboo fence, as the name suggests, should be a protective material for the camp. Looking at the exchange rules, It might even be a one-time consumable. Previously, it wasn't exchanged because the camp hadn't encountered any outside enemy invasion, and with the iron refining furnace protection against deceitful monsters, the demand for the green bamboo fence wasn't that high. The Mirror Immortal camp. I've completely offended them. Although there are 5 wooden mannequins guarding the base, and I have strength comparable to the cold resistance level, I'm not too worried about Yuan Hu and He Yuanan. What I'm really worried about is their sheer numbers. If those hundreds from the earth-digging realm of Mirror Immortal really come in full force, given the current strength of Great Xia, whether we can hold them off is still uncertain. At this time, defensive resources are very important. Xia Hong's mind flickered slightly, and the wood and iron in the system decreased by 20 and 5 points respectively. At the same time, a piece of green bamboo fence, 1 meter wide and more than 5 meters high, appeared in his hand. The bamboo fence was arranged in a slanted cross shape, appearing as one whole without any signs of assembly, with a glossy color and sharp tops resembling long spears, and a layer of 20-centimeter-long spikes on the surface emitting a chilling gleam. Green bamboo fence. Level 1, a one-time consumable defensive resource for the base. Special Function 1. Alerts the host immediately if touched by outsiders. Special Function 2. The bamboo fence spikes can be activated and launched by the host. After launching, the fence becomes invalid and non-regenerative, requiring re-exchange. Upgrade conditions. Exchange a total of 10,000 meters. Xia Hong placed the bamboo fence 10 meters away and walked to face it directly, his mind focused. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bamboo fence, though only 1 meter wide, was 5 meters tall, with at least 100 or 200 spikes distributed on it. The spikes suddenly shot towards Xia Hong with a strong airflow, causing the fire pit to blaze fiercely. After just one look at the speed of the incoming spikes, Xia Hong chose to close his eyes, standing still and allowing the spikes to shoot toward his body. Clang, clang, clang. Over 100 spikes, upon hitting Xia Hong's body, felt like they were colliding with a solid wall, clattering softly to the ground after making a sharp sound. Xia Hong opened his eyes, looked at the white marks on his arms and chest, and his eyes were filled with joy. This power. Opening the window, Xia Hong glanced at the mountain-backed environment on 3 sides of the base and smiled. The price is a bit high, but we don't need that many. Xia Hong then turned his gaze to the next structure, the marking stone. He could roughly guess that this structure should serve to demarcate the territory. Previously, Great Xia hadn't had any disputes with other camps, so there was no use for it. It's about time to get it done now. 150 coal, 90 iron, the resource consumption is not much. With a slight mental gesture, Xia Hong deducted the resources and held a half-meter-long rhomboid jade stone in his hand. Marking stone, level 1 the Mother Stone, a territorial building, with a maximum radiation distance of 1,000 meters. Special Function 1. Can exchange for 4 additional substones, which, after establishing a connection with the Mother Stone, form the base's territory. Substone exchange price, 100 coal, 60 iron. Special Function 2. Within the territory, all activities of any foreign life forms will be monitored and reported to the Mother Stone. Upgrade conditions, 8,000 coal, 6,000 iron. Xia Hong suddenly stood up with a swoosh, his expression filled with excitement. Whether or not the territory is marked is secondary. The help that the marking stone provides to camp security is tremendous. It monitors all activities of foreign life forms within the area and will report back to the Mother Stone. This means that even if he is not at the camp, those who remain can confirm the camp's safety through the Mother Stone. By the way, do deceitful monsters count as life forms? This question suddenly popped into Xia Hong's mind, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This question he really wasn't sure about. No matter, even if deceitful monsters do not count as life forms, there's still the iron refining furnace holding up. So in the future, whether it's humans or monsters trying to approach the camp unnoticed, it will be virtually impossible. With this assurance, Xia Hong felt instantly much better, and for the moment, Even the mirror immortal camp to the north seemed less concerning. Someone notify everyone in the hunting team, in Luo Yuan, Mudong, and by Dongying to come over. Yes, leader. During Xia Hong's secluded cultivation, there were people from the Xia Chuan sect stationed outside the door specifically. The person outside, hearing Xia Hong's voice filled with obvious surprise, quickly replied and dashed down the stairs. For the past 5 days, the entire camp had been in a state of lockdown, with the hunting team busy mining in the cave and others not going out. Upon learning that Xia Hong had emerged from seclusion, everyone soon came rushing in excitedly. Please have a seat first. The hunting team consisted of 17 members, plus Luo Yuan, Mudong, and by Dongying, totaling 20 people. Xia Hong first signaled everyone to sit, then asked with a playful tone, 5 days without going out? You must be feeling a bit restless, right? Yuan Sheng was the first to respond. Restless is manageable. Mainly we're worried that the lack of incoming resources might affect your breakthrough, leader. Luo Yuan also chimed in. Indeed, your breakthrough is currently the biggest matter. We're only worried about this. Everything else is fine. Xia Chuan and the others nodded upon hearing this. Evidently, their thoughts aligned with the two. Seeing everyone concerned about his breakthrough progress, Xia Hong felt slightly warm at heart. However, knowing their concerns, he waved it off with a confident look, saying, Rest assured, even without my breakthrough, the mirror immortal camp wouldn't dare do anything. If Yuan Hu comes again. Although Xia Hong didn't finish the sentence, the coldness on his face made everyone understand instantly. A look of excitement spread across all their faces. Indeed, last time, the leader almost killed Yuan Hu. Killing Yuan Hu is probably not a difficult task anymore. The only worry now is that the mirror immortal camp might, relying on its numbers, launch a full-scale attack. If that unseen Yuan Hun joins forces with Yuan Hu and hundreds from the earth-digging realm, even with Xia Hong, the current Great Xia might not stand a chance. Do you think the Great Xia station is hard to find? Xia Hong knew exactly what everyone was worried about, but he said nothing more. Instead, he asked a question. Upon hearing this, Xia Chuan and others were initially stunned. Then, after some thought, they quickly understood Xia Hong's implication, a trace of delight rising in their eyes. The Great Xia Station isn't too hard to find, especially for humans. To the east of Redwood Ridge is Twin Dragon Mountain. The mountain wall area runs from south to north, only spanning about 10 kilometers, and the Great Xia Station is the only valley in the midst of it. Not to mention deliberately searching. Considering the traces left by the Great Xia's outings, a casual search would likely lead one here. The Lushan camp has already merged with Mirror Immortal. If Lu He is even a bit smart, he surely knows that we've inherited the Lushan camp's territory. Unless something unexpected happens, the Mirror Immortal camp probably already knows the location of our station. What Xia Chuan said was like a calming pill for everyone. Everyone's expressions immediately relaxed considerably, and the joy was increasingly evident. The reason is simple. Knowing the location of the Great Xia camp, yet they haven't come looking in these 5 days. This proves that regarding the incident 5 days ago, the Mirror Immortal camp, most likely, chose to endure it. It's probably because that Yuan Hu is afraid. After all, he almost got killed by the leader. Coming again to cause trouble. Isn't he afraid of death? We in Great Xia were not at fault in this matter. It was they who trespassed first. He Ming's killing to repay with life is justified. So on what grounds would they cause trouble? Perhaps, when Yuan Hu took the leader's words back, that Yuan Hun got scared immediately and didn't dare to cause trouble. Ha ha ha. Xia Hong certainly wouldn't take everyone's jokes to heart. But it was indeed unexpected for him that the Mirror Immortal camp hasn't come to cause trouble. Though he couldn't figure out the exact reason, it definitely couldn't be, as Xia Chuan and others speculated. Judging from how He Meng's group is fearless, that Yuan Hun is definitely not an easy person to deal with. How could he be afraid? But be that as it may, Xia Hong wouldn't waste time on this matter. If soldiers come, use a general to block. If water comes, use soil to cover. Previously, he was at most a bit worried, Yet now he had 2 additional constructions in hand, so even if the Mirror Immortal Camp really came, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Let's not talk about the Mirror Immortal Camp for now. Wait until tomorrow night when I take you guys north to have a look. There's something else I want to talk to you about. Xia Hong paused, then took out a bee-skin map from the desk, first handing it to Xia Chuan on the left, letting him pass it along once he finished looking. As everyone examined the map, Xia Hong's voice followed suit. The camp population is still too small. We must find a way to expand the range of activities of the camp personnel, explore more unfamiliar areas, and see if we can discover other camps to quickly increase the population. Seeing the already marked southern area on the map, everyone immediately understood Xia Hong's intent and all nodded in agreement. Of course, exploring unfamiliar areas isn't a simple task, so the rewards will follow accordingly. For exploring new areas, discovering new camps, or even directly increasing the camp's population, you can earn contribution points, and Xia Chuan, you will be responsible for setting the specifics. Yes, big brother. Currently, Xia Hong wouldn't personally handle these matters. After delegating them to Xia Chuan and others, he also took out from behind him a piece of green bamboo fence and 5 mother-child marking stones. Also, these 2 things, as Xia Hong described the functions of the green bamboo fence and the marking stones, everyone's expressions became more and more excited. Some even couldn't help but stand up directly. Accompanied by each piece of green bamboo fence being placed at the western entrance of the valley, Xia Hong announced the news of the camp expansion and exploration southward, and it instantly spread throughout the camp. Of course, most importantly was Xia Chuan's subsequent announcement regarding the rewards for contribution points. Exploring unfamiliar areas, mapping out territory, and having it confirmed accurately earns 1 contribution point for every 10 meters. Discovering a new camp, reporting back to the leader, and upon confirmation, a small camp earns 500 contribution points, a medium camp earns 2,000, a large camp directly earns 5,000, and a gigantic camp earns 10,000. For bringing outsiders into Great Xia, regardless of their cultivation, each person earns 50 points with no upper limit. As long as you have the capability, all contribution points will be yours. The camp's expansion, along with the contribution points reward mechanism. As soon as these 2 pieces of news were released, everyone in the Great Xia camp immediately plunged into fervent discussion. On the 2nd floor of the wooden house, the main hall was crowded with hundreds of people. In the center, the entire hunting team, led by Xia Chuan, along with key members from the collection team, logging team, camp supply station, and craftsman workshop, totaling dozens of people, were engaged in a heated discussion. Everyone around was all ears, listening to their discussion. Why can we only expand southward? Is it not possible in other directions? Currently, the territory defined by our Great Xia starts from the valley and extends 4 kilometers northward along the mountain wall to Arrow Bamboo Forest. Westward lies Redwood Ridge, where the hunting team has only ventured 2 kilometers deep for now. The Twin Dragon Mountain to the east is too high, and there certainly won't be any human settlements in the dense forests, so we can only go south. Beside the stove in the main hall, a wooden board was erected on which the currently defined boundaries of the Great Xia were outlined with coal stone. Xia Chuan answered while gesturing to show the boundaries occupied by the Great Xia to everyone. About 6 kilometers southward along the mountain wall leads to the previous base of the Great Xia, which is the hillside. Beyond the hillside, further south is an area completely unfamiliar to us. Upon seeing the marked position of the hillside on the map, Yuan Cheng and Yu Feng, as well as the earliest members of the Great Xia, showed subtle nostalgia on their faces. Although compared to when they were on the hillside, the Great Xia now, in terms of living quality or their personal strength, has improved unbelievably. But the hillside, after all, was their initial base, where many of their relatives and friends still rest. In any case, the currently truly defined territory of the Great Xia is roughly 10 kilometers along the mountain wall from north to south. Then, starting from the mountain wall, it extends westward to the 500-plus meter snowy area of Redwood Ridge, adding over 2 kilometers around Redwood Ridge. making its length 3 kilometers. It's a total of 30 square kilometers. After concluding this in their minds, everyone had looks of disbelief on their faces. It took more than 10 breaths before their expressions gradually turned to excitement and eagerness. Unbeknownst to them, the territory of the Great Xia has grown this big. What is the concept of 30 square kilometers? Not to mention the small camps like Great Stone, Great River, and Huangzhou. Even Rogel Camp, at its most prosperous, never had such a large activity range. But no, the Great Xia hasn't reached its limit yet. Aren't they currently discussing the expansion of the camp? For the earliest members of the Great Xia, it's been just over a year since Xia Hong took over as the leader. For the others, it's only been 8 months since the Great Xia took over the valley. In such a short time, not only has the territory expanded so much, but their lives have also undergone a tremendous transformation. Cold beast meat, wooden products, leather goods, even ironware, weapons. All things they had never imagined before are now not only available, but increasingly abundant. With resources continuously being replenished, some items like clothes and wooden products have even become widespread. Of course, more importantly, it's their personal strength. You should know at this moment, the more than 400 people seated in the main hall on the second floor all have cultivation above the logging realm. In the entire camp, nearly half of the people have cultivation above the logging realm. Who would have believed this a year ago? Even the former leader probably never imagined this. Thinking of Luo Ming, who left with his son earlier, Luo Yuan pondered for a moment, then looked up at the third floor, his eyes full of fervor and reverence. Not only Luo Yuan, but everyone else, returning from their excitement, also looked towards the third floor, their eyes brimming with intense fervor. Today, all the achievements of the Great Xia are undoubtedly due to the greatest contributor, the leader Xia Hong. One could say without Xia Hong, none of these people could have possibly lived such lives, let alone break through to the logging realm or earth-digging realm. In fact, whether they could still be alive today might still be a question mark. Wood puppet monster, rodent swarms, new deceitful monsters, mirror immortal camp. Which of these were not deadly matters? Without Xia Hong leading them through each crisis, the Great Xia would probably have ceased to exist long ago. The reason the leader is eager to expand, you all should understand. What else could it be, if not the mirror immortal camp? The giant camp, with a population of over 10,000, hundreds of earth-digging realm powerhouses. The situation of the mirror immortal camp has long spread in the camp. Everyone knows about it. The enmity with those 8 logging realm ones has been avenged, and according to the hunting team, Xia Hong even fought against the other side's cold resistance level powerhouse and reportedly had the upper hand. Even hearing these situations, everyone is still clear about one thing. The strength of the mirror immortal camp still surpasses the Great Xia. No matter how strong Xia Hong is alone, he cannot crush a giant camp with a population of over 10,000. In the competition and conflict with the mirror immortal camp, the key to not falling behind is the number of people in the earth-digging realm. And coincidentally, what the Great Xia currently lacks most is earth-digging realm. Out of the more than 1,000 people in the entire camp, there are only 17 in the earth-digging realm now. And to quickly increase the number of earth-digging realm people, there are 2 keys. First is the speed of cultivation. This issue has actually been resolved, which is the martial arts training ground. The martial arts training ground was only put into use on the 20th of last month, and now only 13 days have passed, so the effect has not yet quickly manifested, but with the passage of time, it will definitely take effect. This doesn't need much explanation. The logging realm and earth-digging realm were essentially built up using cold beast meat, with virtually no entry barriers. The more people participating in cultivation, the more people in the earth-digging realm. The camp's cold beast meat has been in a state of surplus for a long time, especially after gaining the ability to hunt intermediate cold beasts, making the reserves even more astonishing. Though in such icy and snowy conditions, cold beast meat does not rot. Leaving the surplus unused doesn't serve much purpose. It's better to use it to sustain more people. After all, left there, it's just a pile of non-perishable meat. But if used to support more logging realm and earth-digging realm individuals, the benefits to the camp could be immeasurable, especially now when faced with the threat of the mirror immortal camp. With a population over 10,000, the population base becomes even more critical. Population is our greatest issue at present. This time, in our outward expansion, whether pioneering or recruiting, the reward and contribution points is set high by me for a reason. First, because exploring unfamiliar areas is inherently dangerous. Saying it's a life and death situation is not an exaggeration. By setting a higher reward, it gives you motivation. Second, I hope all of you will thoroughly explore the southern areas, which will expand the camp's territories, increase our population base, and allow you to earn more contribution value. It's a win-win situation. As soon as Xia Chuan finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. But this silence lasted only 3 or 4 breaths before it was broken. Lord Xia Chuan, don't underestimate us. No matter how dangerous pioneering is, can it be more dangerous than you hunting intermediate cold beasts? Since the leader has ordered, we must complete it even if it costs us our lives. As soon as this person spoke, the hesitation that appeared on the faces of others immediately disappeared, replaced by determination. That's right, contribution points ultimately mean contributing to our great Xia. If we, in the logging realm, can't be of help in ordinary times, and even fear this small task, can we still call ourselves men? It's just pioneering. If we don't dare to do this, then the cold beast meat provided by the leader was wasted on us. Even if not for the contribution points, I would risk my life to follow the leader's command. Afraid of death. Can you call yourself a Daxia person if you're afraid of death? Pioneering, expanding the population, strengthening the camp's power, ultimately, the leader is doing it for all of our safety. Rest assured, Lord Xia Chuan, although our strength is not high, we will definitely not be cowardly. Whoever is afraid of death, stand up. I'll be the first to not forgive him. Those afraid of death, the cold beast meat they ate must have gone down the drain, right? Ha ha ha. Hearing the rising voices below, a trace of warmth flashed in Xia Chuan's eyes. He knew that everyone understood his intentions. Pioneering is indeed an extremely dangerous task. Claiming it's a life and death situation is certainly not an exaggeration. In the years around Redwood Ridge, there have been many camps appearing, but their activity range has always been limited to this eastern side, which is clear evidence. If it were that easy to expand outward and increase the population at will, then in all these years at Redwood Ridge, there wouldn't have been only the previous ROG, and now the Great Xia, just 2 medium-sized camps. The only true pioneering action the Great Xia currently has is hunting, an action led personally by Xia Hong and involving the camp's strongest 17 people. But this pioneering task is different. The camp doesn't have spare population to do these tasks. Last night, when Xia Hong announced that decision, Xia Chuan knew they would have to mobilize these logging realm individuals to handle this task. At least until there are enough earth-digging realm individuals, it can't be helped. According to the rules of the Ice Abyss world, humans in the logging realm have just qualified to go out for logging. For them, pioneering is too difficult and dangerous. Not to mention the cold beasts and deceitful monsters. Even those unknown human camps in the wild that they've never encountered are incredibly dangerous. Currently, the camp has a total of 17 earth-digging realm individuals who are already overburdened with hunting low and intermediate cold beasts, maintaining the territories of Redwood Ridge, and mining. There's no way to entrust them with pioneering tasks. If possible, Xia Chuan would, of course, like to suggest to Xia Hong to postpone the expansion, preferably until the camp has enough earth-digging realm people. But the problem is, the Mirror Immortal camp won't give us that much time. As the Great Xia knows, the biggest gap with the Mirror Immortal camp is the population. The Mirror Immortal camp over there must be well aware of this too. Xia Chuan is well aware of the reasons for Xia Hong's eagerness to expand, which is why he didn't suggest anything, but instead spent a night thinking about what to do. The first step is, of course, to dispel the fear in the hearts of these logging realm individuals. The high-value contribution points rewards, and the words just spoken were his preliminary probe. Fortunately, the results of the probe were quite good. There are no fools in this world. Everyone understands the dangers of pioneering. No matter how many contribution points are given, you at least need to have a life to spend them. Clearly, he underestimated the cohesion and dedication of these people in the camp. More importantly, he underestimated the influence Xia Hong has in their hearts. Hearing the sentiments expressed by those who spoke earlier, as long as it's Xia Hong's order, they will follow it, even at the cost of their lives. Just from this point, Xia Chuan immediately understood why last night Xia Hong made the decision to expand with such decisiveness and confidence. Since that's the case, we can proceed to the next step. Xia Chuan looked at everyone and spoke loudly. All right, with everyone's support, I can be at ease. After saying this, he paused before continuing. Pioneering is ultimately too dangerous and not suitable for too many people at once, so I propose to create a Pioneer Department, in addition to the existing 5 departments. The Pioneer Department will be in charge of all camp expansion matters, including, but not limited to, exploring surrounding areas, mapping the Daxian map, and searching for other human settlements. The department will initially recruit 30 people, and their contribution value will be calculated separately, with all resources provided by the camp supply station for free. Another new department is to be established. Pioneer Department. As Xia Chuan finished speaking, everyone was silent for a moment. Soon, a few highly perceptive individuals quickly vied to speak up. I want to join the Pioneer Department. I want to join too. Lord Xia Chuan, I want to join. In no time, forget 30, there were probably 100 or 200 people speaking up. Seeing the scramble among the crowd, a smile instantly appeared on Xia Chuan's face. Last night, he was worried that if nobody wanted to join, he'd have to pick people himself. But now, it seemed he was overthinking it. The reason these people were so eager, supporting Xia Hong's decision to expand, was partly due to this, but Xia Chuan saw another clear reason. Obviously, many people were eyeing the leadership position in the Pioneer Department. Indeed, although Great Xia currently has only over 1,000 people, the status hierarchy has become very clear. The hunting team is the first tier. The heads of the 5 departments are considered the second tier. Below them, the members of the 5 departments are the third tier. The fourth tier is comprised of those ordinary people who haven't broken through to the logging realm yet. My elder brother had previously mentioned that an appropriate difference in social status can serve as a motivator, and it turns out to be true. Lord, I also want to join the Pioneer Department. Standing next to Xia Chuan, Shi Ping couldn't help but speak up. Xia Chuan's expression froze for a moment, showing some reluctance. To be fair, Shi Ping is very thorough and meticulous in his work with strong management skills, and has been quite helpful at the camp supply station. In contrast, Yuan Cheng, who is also appointed as a camp supply officer alongside him by Xia Hong, barely visits the camp supply station. Of course, Yuan Cheng himself is not interested in the affairs of the camp supply station, and lacking an aptitude for material data, over time, he didn't want to come, so Xia Chuan simply let it be. But seeing the eagerness in Shi Ping's eyes, Xia Chuan suppressed his reluctance, neither agreeing nor refusing. He just nodded and then looked at everyone. Pioneering is different from collecting or logging, with a lot of unknowns and more dangers. Quick reaction and strength are indispensable. Since so many of you want to join, there will be a fair selection like the one for the hunting team members before, fighting against the wooden mannequin. The 30 who can last the longest will join the Pioneer Department. Roar. As soon as Xia Chuan finished, a beast roar immediately sounded behind him. Many people shuddered, with a few members of the hunting team having their expressions change drastically, unable to resist drawing their knives and standing up. It's okay. However, Xia Chuan remained calm, soothing everyone with a single sentence, then turned to look at Snow Mane behind him, a smile appearing on his face. Pioneer Department, great. Let's begin the selection tonight. Xia Hong's broad voice suddenly came from upstairs. Although he hadn't appeared, his voice echoed on the second floor, like that of a deity. Everyone looked up towards the third floor above, their eyes filled with wonder. Indeed, the elder brother had been listening upstairs all along. Hearing Xia Hong's approval of the pioneer department, Xia Chuan's smile widened, nodding emphatically towards the third floor, saying, "Yes, leader. All outdoor activities in the camp can proceed normally, but the logging team and collection team can only operate in the midsection and southern part of Redwood Ridge." Hearing they could go out, everyone instantly beamed with joy. For the past 6 days, staying in the valley cabin had really stifled them. Additionally, hunting team, you have half an hour to prepare, go. Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and the other 17 members of the hunting team, hearing these words, knew Xia Hong was taking them out and couldn't help but feel repeatedly joyful. They immediately stood up from their chairs, nodding and complying. "Yes, leader." After nodding in agreement, the hunting team members dispersed, each quickly heading to the third floor to their rooms to pack their things. "Ping, you will be responsible for tonight's selection." "Yes, Lord." After finishing speaking, Xia Chuan also headed directly to the third floor. "Xia Chuan, you are managing increasingly adeptly." On the third floor, Xia Hong sat alone in his room, a hint of admiration on his face. From the ultra-high contribution value rewards set last night, to the probing of tonight, to the final announcement of the decision and the idea of establishing the pioneer department, they all show that Xia Chuan's capabilities have surpassed being merely a camp supply officer. He well knows the difficulty of pioneering, but population expansion is imperative. Without sufficient earth-digging realm members, the logging realm ones must step up for now. Xia Hong's intent was to use his influence and prestige to forcibly advance the camp expansion. But regardless of how good the idea is, it requires people to execute it. From last night until now, he hadn't exchanged a single word with Xia Chuan, nor given any opinion, just to see how Xia Chuan would push this matter forward. Ultra-high contribution value rewards. Using probing to dispel the fears in everyone's minds. And then using strength to speak for the 30 spots. With these 4 measures, everyone's enthusiasm has been fully mobilized and ignited, and they have even begun competing to enter the pioneer department. With such enthusiasm, it is foreseeable that, barring any accidents, the subsequent camp expansion effect will undoubtedly be excellent. Talents are not born. With dedication and training, they can be found anywhere. Even Xia Hong couldn't help but express such sentiments. When he first took over the leader position, Xia Chuan wasn't as impressive as he is now. Even when Xia Chuan had just become the camp supply officer, there were still many things he needed to consult Xia Hong about. And for a few, Xia Hong even had to personally attend to them. But now it's different. Xia Chuan, though not yet fully matured, at least has more than enough management capability for the current Great Xia camp of over 1,000 people. And it's not just him. Luo Yuan, Yuan Cheng, Yufeng Linkai, Bai Dongying, Cheng Feng, Mudong, the 3 brothers Zhao Long, Chiu Peng, Lu Yang, Su Ning. As long as we invest thought into their training, they are all talents. Xia Hong lowered his head in contemplation. As the saying goes, though the sparrow is small, it has all the vital organs. Though the Great Xia camp only has over 1,000 people, internally there are many miscellaneous affairs to manage, and the needs for departments naturally increase. If it hadn't been for Xia Chuan's reminder, he himself wouldn't have realized that establishing a new pioneer department highlighted that the camp's development can't rely solely on him as the leader. As the strongest warrior of Great Xia, his most important task is cultivation. And to invest more time in cultivation, he must have someone helping to share these camp management affairs. In the future, I will participate in these things less. Even if mistakes are made, we need to nurture these people first. Otherwise, when there are more people, I will have to divert my energy to manage these affairs. Having made up his mind, Xia Hong's furrowed brow slightly relaxed, and he quickly packed his gear. After a brief hesitation, while looking at the giant axe and blade on the weapon rack in the room, he decided to take both weapons with him. With his current strength, neither weapon was suitable, but he couldn't forge new ones in a short time. 10 forged weapons are no longer suitable for me. I need to start considering forging 100 forged weapons. Recalling the 100 forged Yinling saber in Li Hu's hand, Xia Hong's eyes showed some focus. Back then, he couldn't tell, but thinking back now, Li Hu's basic strength should not have reached the 3,000-pound limit. With such cultivation, he could wield 100 forged weapons. The resources of Beishua Town are probably far beyond his imagination. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed. Those two have probably forgotten such a small place like Redwood Ridge. Of course, Xia Hong didn't want those two to come back and cause trouble. He just thought about how, after half a year of painstaking effort, he had finally brought Great Xia to its current level. But even today's Great Xia, compared to Beishua Town with a population of over 100,000, is probably an infant compared to a strong man, insignificant. Leader, we are all ready and can set off. Got it. Having packed his things, Xia Hong walked straight out, and upon seeing the 17 hunting team members outside, he revealed a slight smile. Tonight, follow me to the north and see if the people from the Mirror Immortal camp dare to come again. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces immediately revealed a hint of excitement. After repelling Yuan Hu last time, there hadn't been any movement for 6 consecutive days. They truly wanted to see if the people from the Mirror Immortal camp dared to come again. Redwood Ridge still looks like the eternally unchanging frost. Each giant tree seems forged from ice, and the spaces between are like a spread of white velvet. The moonlight filtering through the branches onto the ground is absorbed by the snow, leaving no trace. All around, everything is silent. The occasional sound brought by the wind and snow is exceptionally clear. Why do your clothes look thicker than the others? Walking at the front of the team, Xia Hong turned back to look at Su Ning and Lin Kai, who were noticeably a size larger than the others. Then he glanced across the group and noticed that Xiao Peng, Zhu Shun, and Zhou Yuankai were the same. He curiously asked a question. The hunting team, hearing this, all smiled, but the 5 who were named felt a bit embarrassed. Leader, the 5 of them, are wearing something underneath. Seeing Xia Hong turn his head to look at him, Su Ning directly took off his coat. Underneath his black cloak, instead of a lining, there was a thick, double-sided, light gold leather armor. This is Thunder Kuei skin. Xia Hong stepped forward, touched it, and immediately recognized the material of this leather armor. Then he turned to look at the chest area of Lin Kai and the others, instantly understanding why they all showed embarrassed expressions. Didn't I tell you last time? Mudong used Thunder Kuei skin to make 5 leather armors. We've tried it. It can block most arrows shot from the earth-digging realm. Since it's just lying around, we might as well let these 5 wear it. Of course, they have to pay rent. As Xia Chuan spoke, the others couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Kai couldn't hold back and said, I said, this leather armor should be worn by you. We're the last ones to break through and aren't strong enough. Ha ha, that's exactly why we give it to you, because you're not strong enough. The 5 of Su Ning, who broke through the latest, received special care. Lin Kai and the others' embarrassment wasn't because they felt humiliated. It was evident they thought their strength wasn't enough and didn't deserve such good gear. They felt the armor should be used by stronger individuals. Seeing the 5 being teased, Xia Hong couldn't help but chuckle softly twice, a strong look of approval in his eyes. Unity is not just talk. Admiring the strong is nothing, but taking care of the weak truly reflects the cohesion of a camp. Lin Kai, Su Ning, and Xiao Peng were originally from Great Xia. Zhou Yuankai was initially from Roger's group. Zhu Shun was originally from Huang Zhao's group. The hunting team is exactly a representative microcosm of the camp. From everyone's behavior, it can be seen that, in the past 6 months, the entire internal Great Xia has completed a thorough integration. By the way, weren't there still 25 pieces of Thunder Kuei's head armor? Remembering the loot from killing He Meng's group, Xia Hong asked again. Xia Chuan replied, those skulls were all taken by Mu Dong for research. Like He Meng's group, it takes 5 people to form 1 piece. We found it troublesome, so we simply didn't bring them. That makes sense. Although the head armor's defense is strong, it's all in small pieces, making it inconvenient to carry. and wanting to quickly assemble a shield like Meng and others would definitely require a lot of practice and cooperation. Hopefully, Mudong's research will bring some surprises. Unknowingly, Xia Hong had led everyone to the northernmost part of Redwood Ridge. Just having slightly toured around the outskirts, Xia Hong's expression immediately turned somber. The others, observing along the way, showed the same expression as him. The number of low-level cold beasts isn't right. There are also a lot of activity traces on the snow. Are Mirror Immortal Camp's people still coming? Most likely. Aside from them, there's no one else. Indeed, Mirror Immortal Camp still treats our words as nothing. Feeling so disregarded made Xia Hong a bit angry. But compared to his anger, his heart was filled more with confusion. From the continued invasion of Redwood Ridge, Mirror Immortal Camp obviously didn't heed the warning, or, to be blunt, they didn't regard Great Xia Camp at all. Then why not come directly for revenge? After killing a bunch of Meng's group, they haven't come for revenge for 6 consecutive days. They just keep coming to Redwood Ridge without regard. This behavior seems odd, no matter how you look at it. The first 6 days, Great Xia's people indeed didn't go out, but Great Xia Station was always in the valley over there. If they wanted revenge, they absolutely could. There's no way they couldn't find Great Xia Station. Not to mention 2 cold resistance level strong individuals and hundreds in the earth-digging realm. Just wandering around Redwood Ridge's outskirts, they could easily find it. Moreover, Lu He's leader Lu He previously visited the valley, and now his entire camp has merged with Mirror Immortal. Xia Hong could almost be certain that Mirror Immortal Camp definitely knows the location of Great Xia Station. That makes it even stranger. Not only Xia Hong, but Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and others were also frowning, clearly having thought the same. They were unable to grasp Mirror Immortal Camp's motives. Could it be they're planning to endure Meng and others' deaths as a reason to force us to completely give them this northern area? As Luo Yuan spoke, the others all fell into deep thought. Point taken, it does make some sense. But soon, Xia Chuan dismissed this speculation. No reason. If they really planned this, they could send someone to negotiate with us. Now, continuing to invade Redwood Ridge without a word doesn't seem like a stance to compromise with us. Moreover, with the overall strength of the Mirror Immortal Camp, do they need to make such a compromise? This sentence instantly silenced everyone. 2 cold resistance levels, several hundred earth-digging realm warriors. With a style previously shown by those at the Mirror Immortal Camp, it would only be logical for them to gather everyone and go directly to war with Great Xia. But why this way now? Unlike the others, as soon as Luo Yuan expressed his suspicion, Xia Hong immediately knew it was impossible. The problem was, he also couldn't explain why the Mirror Immortal Camp was acting this way. Why didn't the Mirror Immortal Camp come directly? Could it be they already knew about the green bamboo fence, marking stone, and wooden mannequin? This was impossible. Xia Hong immediately shook his head. The first 2 structures had just been pointed out by him, and the wooden mannequin had never appeared before others. The opponent couldn't possibly know. Whoosh! A sudden whooshing sound came from the side, and Xia Hong's brow twitched sharply. He quickly drew his E-blade and turned to slash behind Luo Yuan. Clang! Run, scatter! It was an iron arrow swiftly shot from the east outer perimeter. The instant he slashed the iron arrow, Xia Hong's face changed dramatically, and he yelled at everyone. The sudden unexpected change left Luo Yuan with no time to even look back. Hearing the iron arrow dropping and Xia Hong's yell, he immediately realized something terrible was happening and hurriedly fled south along with Xia Chuan and the other 17 people. Whoosh! 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 Soon, everyone understood why Xia Hong was shouting. Not just the east side, the west side, deep within Redwood Ridge, the north, and even the south where they were fleeing, from all directions came a rain of sharp arrows out of nowhere. Thud! Thud! The sound of 5 or 6 sharp arrows penetrating flesh came quickly, and, before they could scatter, for people among the 17 immediately lagged behind. Zhao Bao was hit in the left leg. Li Yun was struck in the chest. Li Pingkai's waist was directly pierced through. Ing Xian suffered the worst, a sharp arrow piercing his left face, the arrowhead sticking out of his right face, blood immediately covering his whole face in a horrifying manner. The four who were hit, worried about hindering others' escape, only let out a stifled grunt and courageously made no further sound. "Keep running, don't stop." Xia Hong trailed at the back of the group, signaled the four to keep running, swiftly slashing with his e-blade. While cutting down countless iron arrows, he also seized the chance to observe the surroundings. When he took a look, his heart went cold instantly. In all directions, centered around the group of 17, at a distance of about 100 meters in each, several hundred people were approaching rapidly while shooting arrows. "It's an ambush. How did they know we were coming out tonight? Were they already prepared for this?" No, it doesn't seem like that. More people on the east side, fewer on the west, as if they just hurried over from the arrow bamboo forest. They've been monitoring the valley all along. In a flash, countless thoughts raced through Xia Hong's mind, but his actions dared not pause for a moment. Thud! Just as he struck down 3 or 4 iron arrows aimed at Zhao Bao's heart, a rapidly flying sound reached Xia Hong's ear. His brow suddenly jumped, and he directly shoved Zhao Bao aside, slashing horizontally with his blade. Whoosh! The speed of that iron arrow far exceeded his expectations. It slipped past his e-blade and shot straight for his left eye. In that split second, Xia Hong couldn't even move his head. In desperation, he could only close his left eye. Thud! The arrow pierced through the skin. Immense force transmitted to his face. Xia Hong's head jerked backward rapidly, dissipating the force of the iron arrow. Like a long time, yet just an instant, a warm flow slid down from the corner of his eye. Xia Hong opened his left eye, extracted the iron arrow from his eyelid. There was relief on his face, but his heart was filled with a chill. Just half an inch more. No, it should be said, if it weren't for the recent rapid progress in his skin membrane. This arrow would have definitely cost him his left eye. Not just his left eye, he might have lost his life too. Thud! The sound of arrows piercing flesh came again. Summer Hong looked forward sharply, and a hint of blood rose in his eyes. At his retreat, without him to shield them from the arrows, Xia Chuan and others who were fleeing south ran into problems immediately. Again, it was the first wave of the 4 injured. Zhao Bao, his left foot shot through, was the slowest, lagging behind, with 2 arrows in his chest and shoulder each. His speed slowed even further. Li Pingkai, the wound on his waist bleeding down to his legs, with 3 new arrows in his back, his breath was in complete disarray. Even his running was becoming staggered. Li Yun, shot in the chest, was no different, and if it wasn't for Ing Xian supporting him, he probably wouldn't even have the strength to run. But the problem was Ing Xian, with his face also pierced, was barely coherent himself, obviously nearing his limit. In this life-and-death moment, any wound, especially one that impairs movement, brings death closer. It's not just these 4 people. Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and the 13 others ahead, though running quickly, had 1 or 2 arrows stuck in them as well, their movements becoming irregular, clearly injured too. The most fatal part was that the arrows from all directions showed no sign of stopping. Worse yet, that huge wave of at least 200 or 300 people on the east was approaching rapidly, now less than 50 meters away. Xia Hong turned back to look at the hundreds of people on the eastern side, a distance of 50 meters, enough for him to clearly discern their figures. Seeing Yuan, who at the forefront, the murderous intent in Xia Hong's eyes had already risen to its peak, yet he forcibly suppressed it. Raising his long blade, he transformed into a gust of wind, sweeping past Xia Chuan and the others, rushing to the front. Watch out for the arrows shot from behind. Keep dispersing, run southward. Xia Chuan and the others understood Xia Hong's intention the moment they saw his action, continuing to spread out laterally while maintaining their southern escape route. In less than 10 breaths, Xia Hong had traversed dozens of meters, rushing to the side of a large tree from where arrows were flying from the south. The blade turned into a gust of wind. Without any hesitation, Xia Hong glanced at the direction from which the arrows came, leapt up, and swung his blade forcefully. Squish! A person dressed in black, holding a giant bow, didn't even have the chance to scream before their body was slashed in two, falling straight down from the tree. Split up and run first. The death of the first person made the few from the Mirror Immortal camp ambushed in the south realize the extent of Xia Hong's power. Immediately after someone shouted, more than a dozen leapt down from the trees, scattering into different directions to escape. You want to run? Die, all of you! Xia Hong was not about to let them have their way. Although he came to the south primarily to aid Xia Chuan and the others in breaking through, it would be even better if he could slaughter a few more earth-digging realm members of the Mirror Immortal camp. He moved like lightning, and in almost an instant he caught up with the nearest person. As he swung his E-blade with his right hand, he drew the double-edged giant axe from his back with his left, tilting his head slightly, and hurled it at another person. Crack! Boom! As the E-blade cut down one person, the giant axe, which had been thrown, also smashed another into the snow, the crimson blood instantly staining the ground. The two lives extinguished in an instant. Whoosh! Glancing back, Xia Hong saw that out of the hunting team of 17, 2 had already fallen. His heart was uneasy, and his murderous intent grew even stronger. He directly flung his E-blade at the third person. The slender E-blade, measuring 1.7 meters, pierced straight through the person's heart like a spear. In less than 10 breaths, 3 earth-digging realm members of the Mirror Immortal camp were already dead by his hand. The exact deployment of the Mirror Immortal camp's ambush was unclear, but the southern side had the fewest people, no more than 10. In the time that Xia Hong was here, he had already torn a breach on this side. As if on cue, Xia Chuan and the others from the rear also charged over just in time. Keep running, don't worry about me. Hearing Xia Hong's words, Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan hesitated briefly, but seeing the unyielding look in Xia Hong's eyes, they gritted their teeth and left. Don't let them escape, brothers. Hold them off. Once the second leader arrives with reinforcements, they'll all perish. Amazingly, the 9 people who had just fled from the south dared to rush back again when they saw the hunting team break through the encirclement. As he watched the approaching 9, the murderous intent in Xia Hong's eyes was chilling. It wasn't that he couldn't catch up with those 9 earlier. He stopped because he feared more casualties among the hunting team and wanted to shield Xia Chuan and the others. Those 9 people dared to come back just to try and hold him off. Not afraid of dying. Then I'll send you to your deaths. Xia Hong had no intention of escaping. With the E-blade thrown, he charged barehandedly toward the one closest to Xia Chuan and the others among the 9. The man, middle-aged in appearance, felt a flash of fear cross his pupils instinctively when he saw Xia Hong rushing over, but quickly turned into ferocity and frenzy. He discarded his longbow, raised his blade, and struck at Xia Hong vehemently. Over 20,000 Jin. At this moment, Xia Hong had no mind to admire the man's fearless fighting spirit. Sensing his strength through his chi muscle, Xia Hong didn't even bother to dodge, directly kicking diagonally at the incoming large blade. Squish! As the blade clashed with Xia Hong's leg, the violent force caused the man's grip to shatter. The blade followed its hacking route back. The difference was that the returning force of the blade was greater and its speed was faster, though its back was unsharpened, about 2 to 3 inches thick. Yet, despite this, the back of the blade cleaved open the man's face, hacking straight into his skull. The fourth one. After dispatching this person, Xia Hong immediately shifted his target, rushing to where the E-blade had been thrown, and after punching another person to death, he retrieved the E-blade and charged toward the remaining 7. Though these 12 from the south were valiant, holding off the whole hunting team against Xia Hong was just a pipe dream. The bodies lying on the ground should be Li Yun and Li Pingkai. Xia Hong turned to the east side, recognizing the identities of the 2 corpses, and his murderous intent intensified, especially as he saw Xia Chuan and the others had successfully broken through to the south. Realizing he was now unburdened, his movements quickened. Swoosh! The 7 knew they couldn't match Xia Hong, Yet they still tried pursuing Xia Chuan and the others ahead. Xia Hong ignored the arrows flying from behind, concentrating solely on killing these 7. In less than 5 or 6 breaths, 3 of the slower ones among the 7 had been killed by him. Whoosh! Just as he was rushing toward the 4th one, another swift sound flew into his ear. Xia Hong's brow twitched sharply. This time, he chose to dodge rather than take it head-on. Squish! Seeing the iron arrow pierce through the tree, Xia Hong's eyes first showed surprise. Then as he turned to look behind him, his eyes filled with coldness at the sight of Yuan, who's standing less than 20 meters away, holding a strong bow. Truly, the wheel of fortune turns. Leader Xia Hong, this time you've lost. Xia Hong did not speak. He simply stared at the giant bow in Yuan Hu's hand, or more accurately, the white bowstring of that giant bow. Seeing that the bowstring was also twisted from white silk threads, but several times thicker than the bowstring seized from He Meng and his men last time, Xia Hong's expression slightly changed. Even though so many arrows had just been fired at him, the ones Xia Hong truly cared about were only 3. The first arrow aimed at Luo Yuan, the second shot at his left eye, and the third forcing him to dodge. These 3 arrows were clearly shot by Yuan Hu. Not to mention the first and last, the middle one alone had enough power to break through his skin, its strength definitely above one main. The white silk thread, when thickened, had such high resilience. Leader Xia Hong, earlier He Meng killed 8 of your men, while you killed 25 of theirs. Tonight, I led people to encircle you. Both sides suffered casualties. Looking at the numbers, Great Xia still profits, wouldn't you say? Seeing Xia Hong remain silent, Yuan Hu continued speaking, this time with a touch of sincerity in his tone. Hearing this tone, Xia Hong roughly guessed what he wanted to say. Not answering his question, he simply raised his head and calmly asked, "What do you want to say?" Yuan Hu took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "You and I are both human, struggling to survive in the ice abyss. Why fight to the death like this? The deceitful monster and the cold beast are our real enemies. Brother Xia Hong, wouldn't you agree?" Now, we would get to the point. Xia Hong looked up without speaking, continuing to wait for Yuan Hu to speak. As long as Brother Xia Hong is willing to lead Great Xia to join, our Mirror Immortal camp will welcome you with open arms, offering you the 3rd seat. How about it? At this moment, a young man also stepped out from behind Yuan Hu. Brother Xia, our Mirror Immortal camp has a population of over 10,000, with hundreds in the earth-digging realm. As you saw today, we have the great leader He Yuan Hun, a man of great talent and foresight, who appreciates talent. He said that as long as you're willing to bring Great Xia in, all past grievances can be forgiven, and any other requests you have can be considered. Looking at the young man behind Yuan Hu, a shadow crossed Xia Hong's face, and he said in a deep voice, "It seems I shouldn't have let you go back then." That young man was none other than Yuan Dao, who had once crossed paths with Xia Hong and was set free. Upon hearing Xia Hong's words, both Yuan father and son changed their expressions. Clearly, their previous words were all in vain. Had you spoken like this when we first met, I might not have agreed, but at least I would have seriously considered it. Now, though, Xia Hong didn't finish his sentence, but his gaze shifted to the corpses of Li Yun and Li Pink-Eye behind the crowd, his face cold. Leader Xia Hong, if you really think about it, in those 3 conflicts overall, more people have died in the Mirror Immortal camp than in Great Xia. So why do you? Yuan Hu, what was the first thing you said? There was no point in saying more. Xia Hong abruptly interrupted Yuan Hu, and after Yuan Hu's momentarily stunned expression, he asked in a tone with a hint of challenge, "I've lost?" Gripping the E-blade, Xia Hong looked up at Yuan Hu, scanning the people of the Mirror Immortal camp in a circle, and said in a deep voice, "Whether it's me who's lost or not, it's too early to say. Today's ambush, you can say you have achieved something. But afterward, it's going to be trouble for your Mirror Immortal camp." Upon finishing the last word, Xia Hong's figure suddenly leapt, the E-blade drawing a cold light in the night sky, rushing straight at Yuan Hu at the center. Surrounded by 200 to 300 people, Xia Hong was not afraid. He actually charged first towards them. No matter how good Yuan Hu's temper was, he couldn't maintain his composure. so stubborn and unyielding, then kill. Immediately, everyone around drew their broadswords, enclosing Xia Hong in layers of inner and outer rings. And, facing a mere medium-sized camp with a population over 1,000, could it get into trouble? Although he still held Xia Hong in high regard, at the moment the other said this sentence, Yuan Hu still thought this guy must be crazy. But very soon his opinion changed. The reason was Xia Hong's speed. Xia Hong charged at him first, reaching him almost instantly, and after a flash of suspicion in Yuan Hu's eyes, he hastily raised his broadsword to block. Bang! The slender E-blade did not cleave at him as he anticipated. At the moment Xia Hong was about to reach his face, he actually withdrew the E-blade, switching to a slanted sweep kick. Can flesh and a broadsword collide and win? The answer lay in that one booming sound. Puffed. At the instant that slanted sweep kick collided with the broadsword, Yuan Hu only felt as if a great mountain was rolling towards him, his tiger mouth splitting, nearly losing grip of the broadsword. His whole body retreated 1 or 2 meters, the powerful momentum causing the blood in his chest to flow in reverse. If not for his vast combat experience, knowing not to lose heart, he would have definitely spewed a mouthful of blood. How could his strength, in just these few days, this is impossible. That sweep kick left Yuan Hu's mind in a daze. Father, be careful. Even needing a reminder from his son Yuan Dao, he only then noticed Xia Hong's next move, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Xia Hong hadn't completely withdrawn his E-blade. He had only left it behind, waiting for the sweep kick to push him back, then flipping his body, both hands gripping the E-blade, slashing towards his neck. This kid's combat talent is terrifyingly strong. Recalling the situation from the last confrontation, Yuan Hu's heart trembled slightly, the broadsword across his front, sweeping fiercely at Xia Hong, attempting to force him back. Whoosh! Yuan Hu's broadsword was already big, adding to his strength, the horizontal sweep bringing a fierce wind, making Xia Hong's face sting painfully. Watching the broadsword's sweeping double edges approaching, a gleam flashed through Xia Hong's eyes, gritting his teeth and lowering his head, using his knees to forcibly lift one side of Yuan Hu's broadsword upward slightly. The broadsword side shifted upward by an inch, no longer with its edge facing Xia Hong, but the flat of the blade. Xia Hong slightly turned his body, using his back to receive the sword, while his hands tightly gripped the E-blade, still swiftly slashing towards Yuan Hu's neck. This kid intends to trade injuries for a kill. Seeing through Xia Hong's intent, a drop of cold sweat seeped from Yuan Hu's forehead. At such a critical juncture, he couldn't possibly turn the blade's edge around again. He could only retreat. But Xia Hong didn't even give him a chance to retreat. Whiz! The slender 1.5-meter-long blade flashed with a weak yet deadly glow, the sharp cry of the blade piercing ears like a silver needle. Yuan Hu felt a piercing pain from his neck, his heart skipping a beat. Too fast. Xia Hong's blade was simply too fast. Realizing he couldn't dodge at all, a ruthless glint appeared in Yuan Hu's eyes. He released the broadsword abruptly, lowering his head quickly, using his neck to catch the E-blade, then reaching out with both hands to seize Xia Hong. How can you alone overturn the skies? Yuan Hu shouted in a deep voice, both hands gripping Xia Hong's arms tightly, not allowing him to budge an inch. Cold resistance level skin layer. I forgot about that. Seeing Yuan Hu's neck bleeding, yet his strength showing no sign of weakening, Xia Hong immediately understood that his E-blade had not caused him much harm. Indeed, his own reshaping skin progress was only at 56%, and the skin's hardness was already phenomenal, while Yuan Hu before him was a true cold resistance level mighty force with a completely remodeled skin. Clang! Crack! Clang! Countless blades and swords struck upon Xia Hong, producing sounds of metal and stone clashing. Yuan Hu, even willing to have his neck injured to restrain Xia Hong, was of course for a reason. Among the hundreds in the earth-digging realm, the strongest among them had already seized the moment as the two clashed, gathering before Xia Hong, their hands wielding either blade or sword. All of them mustered full power to cut at Xia Hong's body. However, surprisingly, even though their strength had reached the 30,000-pound limit, and 4 of them had begun remodeling their skin, surpassing 30,000 pounds of strength, yet none of them could break through Xia Hong's body. Everyone scatter, use bows, shoot his eyes. Yuan Hu shouted angrily. The initial satisfaction of restraining Xia Hong vanished without a trace upon seeing this. Dull skin, not fully remodeled phase, how does it have such a strong defense? Only 6 days of strength skin progress, how could it change so much? An ordinary earth-digging realm couldn't break through the defense, unless stacking lives, wearing Xia Hong down to exhaustion. But such losses, even the mirror immortal camp couldn't afford them. Yuan Hu ordering everyone to spread out was a quick response. But Xia Hong at this time broke free from his grip. Weren't you just saying, I was going down today? Xia Hong's voice was incredibly deep, having not only broken free from Yuan Hu's hands, but also retracting the E-blade, turning his body sharply, charging straight into the dispersing crowd. With a basic strength of 100,000 pounds, Xia Hong charging into the crowd was like a fierce tiger pouncing into a flock of sheep, those not yet dispersed, as if ready to be slaughtered cattle and sheep. Splat! Splat! In the midst of the dense forest, a massacre feast began instantly. Xia Hong, do you really want to engage in an endless fight to the death with my mirror immortal camp? In the blink of an eye, another dozen died, adding to the 4 who just perished, and Yuan Hu finally couldn't hold back his furious roar. Even several hundred earth-digging realm cannot withstand such wanton carnage. The key is, judging by the strength Xia Hong is displaying at this moment, tonight's encirclement is destined to fail. If this continues, even if they manage to kill Xia Hong in the end, many in the camp will surely die, and such a result is not what he wants to see. Yuan Hu could only hope that Xia Hong retained a shred of rationality. Unfortunately, he resorted to threats. Hasn't it already begun? Xia Hong, amidst the crowd, kept swinging his E-blade and mockingly retorted to Yuan Hu with a slightly breathless voice. Arrogant. Kill him for me. I refuse to believe we can't take you down. Yuan Hu's rage surged to his head. He quickly treated the wound on his neck, raised his broadsword, and charged directly at Xia Hong. Though it was said that several hundred earth-digging realm were laying siege, in reality, only about 20 to 30 of them in the inner layers could actually engage with Xia Hong. Though quite a few had already raised their longbows nearby, due to Xia Hong's nimble dodges behind the people of the Mirror Immortal camp, they feared collateral damage and could only keep their arrows mounted, not daring to release them. The people of the Mirror Immortal camp weren't fools. They were all earth-digging realm with rich battle experience. Since Xia Hong began killing more than a dozen from the start, the 20 to 30 in the inner layer have been constantly rotating. Clearly, they planned to wear him out. Xia Hong could easily see through their intentions, and with a cold laugh, feeling the ample strength within him, his eyes shone even colder, and the speed at which he wielded the E-blade increased. Clang! Feeling the gust of wind from the broadsword behind him, Xia Hong knew Yuan Hu had approached closely. His brow furrowed sharply, and he swiftly retracted the E-blade he originally swung at the person beside him, blocking behind him instead. A spark burst forth, reflecting onto the face of a man who narrowly survived, causing him to show a hint of joy as he immediately retreated, quickly replaced by someone else from behind. However, the newcomer hadn't even raised his blade before Xia Hong's body hurtled towards him like a cannonball. Xia Hong had, in fact, used the force from Yuan Hu's broadsword swing to bounce back here. Moving so fast and striking so hard, Xia Hong didn't bother to retract the E-blade from behind, but his left hand was free. As he swept his crossed fist towards the man's face, Xia Hong saw his features clearly, his pupil constricting abruptly, and his gaze lifted slightly, noticing a round hole in the man's brow. As if confirming something, his face was instantly filled with astonishment and confusion. Wasn't this person killed by me? Xia Hong was filled with horror. He remembered clearly that during the mission 6 days ago to kill He Meng and his group of 25, he had seen this man. Not only did he see him, But the round hole in the man's brow was clearly from the E-blade he had thrown that pierced through. Brow pierced and still alive? How is it possible? Despite the overwhelming horror in his heart, Xia Hong's movements didn't slow. The crossed fist swept right through, and with terrifying force, he knocked the man's head off. Noticing Yuan Hu following closely behind again, Xia Hong scanned his surroundings quickly and dashed towards another direction. Brothers, fear not. Fight him to the end. We have numbers, we'll tire him out, and with our leader here, there's nothing to fear even if we die. That's right, his strength isn't as great as before. Charge. Mirror immortals, fear not death. Fight this mad dog arg. Mirror immortals, fear not death. Mirror immortals, fear not death. From beginning to end, Xia Hong had already slain 20 to 30, and the psychological defenses of this group seemed to reach a critical point. The fear on their faces vanished after about a shouting, leaving only ferocity and hysteria. They all raised their blades and surged towards Xia Hong once more. Just as Xia Hong reached another position, he grasped onto someone's shoulder and yanked him around. Upon seeing the man's face clearly, his pupil constricted yet again. Another person whom he had killed once before. Xia Hong glanced around, blocking the incoming weapons while shifting positions, almost surveying everyone's faces. 3, 4, 5, 6. As he recognized more and more familiar faces, a terrifying guess popped into Xia Hong's mind. No, it's not a guess. It's the truth. No wonder the Mirror Immortal camp, knowing full well the location of Great Xia's outpost, dare not come looking for trouble these past 6 days, but merely stationed people to keep watch around the valley and set this ambush specifically for him here. No wonder the people of the Mirror Immortal camp are so fearless of death. If that's the case, then it makes perfect sense. This Mirror Immortal camp is either controlled by deceitful monsters or infiltrated by them. No, it can't be. Clang! During the shock in Xia Hong's eyes, he raised his blade with his right hand to block a strike from Yuan Hu. As he retreated, another perplexity arose in his mind. Resurrection, it can't be possible. These people are absolutely deceitful monsters or controlled by them, just like the wood puppet monster before. Since the incident with Wang, no matter who went out from the Great Xia camp, they would all apply a layer of solidified fire oil, including him. Just now, some of these people had physical contact with him to some extent, but they showed no reaction at all. Moreover, unlike the people previously controlled by the wood puppet monster, this group in front of him, from Yuan Hu to any ordinary person, all had a very clear sense of self-awareness, showing no dullness at all, and no signs of being controlled by the deceitful monster. Even if they were killed, they revealed no flaws. The one thing that defies logic is their lack of fear of death. Xia Hong glanced around and thought that the hundreds of people here, the earth-digging realm, could very likely be controlled by a single deceitful monster, and his face was suddenly filled with horror. Is it everyone, or just some people? Do they know it themselves? And what about He Yuan Hun? Could it be that even he is being controlled? Leader Xia Hong, are you planning to have a proper talk? Seeing Yuan Hu misinterpret the horror on his face, Xia Hong did not speak, slightly calming himself as he felt he was nearing his limit. Looking up at Yuan Hu, unable to speak for a long while. He had interacted with Yuan Hu twice, and to be fair, putting aside their positions, he still admired this person. But if this person was also controlled by the deceitful monster, that would be terrifying. Can this deceitful monster even control someone at the cold resistance level? The most frightening part is being controlled without realizing it. Whether being controlled or infiltrated by the deceitful monster, the final outcome of the Mirror Immortal camp would likely be tragic. In an instant, Xia Hong's resentment towards the Mirror Immortal camp was not as strong as before. Thinking about last year's disaster at Redwood Ridge, he even felt a slight tinge of sympathy for the people in front of him. Second leader, why are you bothering with words with this bastard who killed so many of us? We must kill him to avenge our brothers. Indeed, so many died today. Killing him is the only way to vent our anger. Kill him and flatten Great Xia. Accompanied by some roars from the crowd, another group rushed forward. A dimness flashed in the depths of Yuan Hu's eyes, knowing that at this point, any hope of negotiating peace with Xia Hong was gone. Meanwhile, Xia Hong no longer cared about the contents of what the people from the Mirror Immortal camp were saying. What's the point of talking to a camp infiltrated or even controlled by the deceitful monster? In his eyes, everyone in the Mirror Immortal camp was no different from the wood puppet monster from before. Quickly scanning with his peripheral vision, Xia Hong seized an opening, drew his sword, and dashed eastward, grabbing the corpses of Li Yun and Li Pink-Eye from the ground, and quickly headed into the depths of Redwood Ridge. The worst-case scenario had still happened. Yuan Hu hurriedly led others in pursuit, his expression growing increasingly grim. But in the end, your Mirror Immortal camp is in trouble. At the moment when he realized Xia Hong's power, he understood the meaning behind the word Xia Hong had said earlier. An indestructible cold resistance level could cause immeasurable damage to the Mirror Immortal camp. Xia Hong, you can run, but where can the others from your great Xia camp go in the valley? Seeing Xia Hong running farther away, Yuan Hu shouted angrily, directly revealing the location of the great Xia station to threaten Xia Hong. It was precisely this remark that made Xia Hong, who was fleeing, slightly furrow his brows, using the station's location to threaten him, which means this Yuan Hu likely hasn't yet been involved with the deceitful monster. Yuan Hu, check your people carefully, especially your leader He Yuan Hun. One day, you'll thank me. Leaving those words, Xia Hong disappeared into the dense forest. Originally, Yuan Hu, who was relentlessly pursuing, suddenly halted his movements with a flicker of surprise in his eyes upon hearing that statement. Not only him, but many of the followers behind him also showed a hint of astonishment in their eyes. Especially Yuan Dao, who was closest to him, with a look of doubt, couldn't help but softly ask his father, "Father, did he see through something?" Yuan Hu didn't answer, instead turning to give Yuan Dao a warning glance, then looked around at the others and spoke softly. "I can no longer handle this Xia Hong. I can only report back to the leader and seek his decision." The few people who stood by Yuan Hu nodded in agreement upon hearing this, but the majority still glared furiously in the direction Xia Hong fled, faces full of hostility and hatred. Observing this scene, Yuan Hu and his son exchanged a glance, their expressions turning complex. Noticing that no one was chasing behind, Xia Hong slowed down. After walking for a while, roughly 2 miles deep, Xia Hong stopped, looking back towards the eastern perimeter. Although Yuan Hu and the others were long out of sight, his mind was still filled with the faces of those few people from earlier. Those people he had clearly killed once before, who came back to life. He Yuan Hun. Standing on the tree, Xia Hong gazed towards the north where the Mirror Immortal camp was located, pondered twice, and frowned. After so many conflicts, He Yuan Hun never showed up once. Not surprisingly, he is either the deceitful monster himself or controlled by it. Since the other side hasn't dared to come over until now, they must be aware of the iron refining furnace. Xia Hong can now basically confirm that the incident with Wang he was orchestrated by the deceitful monster behind the Mirror Immortal camp. Wang didn't know he was being controlled at the time, just like the ones we just saw. But why was he afraid of the solidified fire oil, while these ones are not? Being afraid of the iron refining furnace, but not of the solidified fire oil, that Xia Hong can understand. Compared to the iron refining furnace, solidified fire oil is just its derivative and a one-time consumable. If the deceitful monster is a bit stronger, it's not surprising that it would find ways to avoid it, especially as the iron refining furnace is only described as intimidating and lethal to primary monsters. To infiltrate and control such a large camp with thousands of people like the Mirror Immortal camp, the deceitful monster couldn't just be primary. It might even be intermediate or advanced. If it were merely a territorial dispute, I could still rely on my strength to contend with them for a while. But if it involves deceitful monsters... Xia Hong paused in hesitation for just a moment, then quickly shook his head, making a decisive decision. I can't continue any longer. It's simply a matter of temporarily relinquishing the territory to save my life. At the very least, Until the strength of the deceitful monster behind the Mirror Immortal camp is confirmed, I can't risk myself anymore. Although already at the cold resistance level, the one behind the Mirror Immortal camp could be an intermediate or even an advanced deceitful monster. It's important to know that the wood puppet monster that previously brought great disaster to Redwood Ridge was just an initial deceitful monster. Deceitful monsters are truly troublesome. Its abilities and strength, how it controls others. Xia Hong knows nothing about this deceitful monster. The only thing currently known is that it fears the iron refining furnace. How can one fight with just that knowledge? Moreover, Xia Hong feels a tinge of fear rising in his heart. This time, it was Yuan who leading the earth-digging realm to take action. Next time, if he Yuan Hun, or even that deceitful monster takes action personally, can he still escape? The camp at the valley has the iron refining furnace, so it's temporarily safe, but I need to accelerate my strength improvement or when that deceitful monster comes up with a countermeasure. The deceitful monster is intelligent and highly so. Since it knows about the existence of Great Xia, it's undoubtedly thinking of ways to deal with it. The smoothness of Yuan, whose recent siege may well have been because of its instigation or even its direct command. Sense of urgency rose in Xia Hong's heart as he turned to look at the bodies of Li Yun and Li Pingkai on the ground. After a moment of silence, he sighed, carried the two, and headed directly for the eastern perimeter to return. The camp is probably in an uproar now. The leader is back. The leader is all right. The leader is back. The leader is back. Ha ha. The leader is fine. Just as Xia Hong anticipated, the camp indeed erupted in an uproar. When he returned to the valley, from elders in their 40s to children aged 5 or 6, virtually everyone in Great Xia had gathered in the open area of the valley. Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan, along with 13 members of the hunting team, stood in front despite their injuries, motivating the crowd. Even though Xia Hong didn't hear what they were saying, he knew what they planned to do. Seeing Xia Hong return safely, not only the hunting team, but everyone in the camp was filled with joy and excitement on their faces. Some couldn't help but cry tears of joy, their emotions overwhelming them. Clearly, Xia Chuan had already informed them of what had just transpired. Since everyone knew, Xia Hong didn't say much. He placed the two corpses sternly before them. The moment the bodies were put down, 6 people immediately rushed from the crowd. Among them, 2 adult women threw themselves onto the bodies on the ground, losing control of their emotions. "Dear, my dear, Pink Eye, wake up, wake up." 3 young children, with an average age of just 3 or 4, knelt in front of Li Yun, while another knelt in front of Li Pink Eye. The kids had wide eyes, a bit bewildered, seemingly not knowing what had happened, but seeing their mother crying so painfully, they soon followed with sobbing tears. "Father, father, leader, my big brother." The only adult man among the 6 walked up to Xia Hong, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, only falling silent with red-rimmed eyes. Xia Hong knew the man, Li Longkai, Li Pingkai's brother. Seeing the desperate widows and orphans on the ground, Xia Hong's already heavy face grew more somber and downcast. "What are your names, and how old are you this year?" Reporting to the leader, "My name is Li Yin, and I am 5 years old this year." Li Ting, 3 years old. Reporting to the leader, "My name is Li Feng, and I am 4 years old this year." Hearing the 3 children reply, while sobbing and speaking softly, Xia Hong couldn't help but gently pat the heads of the 3. Li Yin and Li Ting are the sons of Li Yun, and Li Feng is the only son of Li Pink Eye. From the beast skin coats worn by the 3 children and the complete outfits of the 2 widows, it could be seen that the living standard of these 2 families was definitely at the top tier. Indeed, both Li Yun and Li Pink Eye were members of the hunting team, possessing the strongest ability to earn contribution value in the camp. So naturally, their families lived quite well. Precisely because of this, the 5 orphans and widows before them felt even more heartache in their hearts at this moment. Seeing their lives getting better, they suddenly encounter such a disaster. Xia Hong gently squatted before the 3 children and suddenly asked, "I failed to protect your fathers. Do you 3 hate me?" Leader, big brother. Xia Hong pressed down with his hand towards the back, signaling Xia Chuan and others who wanted to speak not to, then fixed his gaze on the three children, waiting for their answer. The two widows stopped crying at this moment, their expressions becoming tense, not understanding why Xia Hong was asking this question and fearing that the children might say the wrong thing. Although Xia Hong's tone was extremely gentle, the three children, after all, were so young, and seeing everyone staring at them, they immediately shrank their necks, looking somewhat timid, instinctively wanting to look at their mothers. "Don't be afraid, just answer me." This sentence seemed to soothe the children. After more than 10 breaths, finally someone spoke up. "I don't hate the leader. My father said that without the leader, he couldn't have broken through to the earth-digging realm, and I couldn't have tasted cold beast meat supplements or worn new clothes. Without the leader, none of us could live the life we have now." Surprisingly, it was Li Ting who spoke, the one who, when Xia Hong asked for their names, was the only one who replied with a cold tone without adding "reporting to the leader" at the beginning. Xia Hong thought he was the one least articulate among the three children. Once Li Ting spoke, his older brother Li Yin quickly followed. "Lord Xiachuan just said that the hunting team was ambushed by people from the Mirror Immortal Camp. My father must have been killed by them too. I don't hate the leader, I only hate the people from the Mirror Immortal Camp. In the future, I will definitely kill them to avenge my father. My father said that the leader is the best person to us. The food my mother and I eat now, the clothes we wear, and the houses we live in all come from the leader. Brother Ting is right. The ones who killed my father must be from the Mirror Immortal Camp. When I grow up, I will also avenge my father." Although the voices of the three children were tender, they were filled with an unusual determination. There was genuine admiration and worship for Xia Hong, and there was also a profound and deep-seated hatred for the enemies who killed their fathers. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others present became more solemn. Listening to the children, Xia Hong felt even more burdened in his heart. Unlike adults, children don't calculate and consider too much in their hearts, so the likelihood of hearing the truth from their mouths is great, especially in a sudden situation like this. The unconditional trust, admiration, and gratitude conveyed in the words of the three were palpable to Xia Hong, which was precisely what made him feel the most guilty. Looking back at everyone, Xia Hong spoke in a heavy voice. "Today's matter is my fault. Listen to me first." Seeing that the hunting team and others were about to speak in rebuttal, Xia Hong immediately raised his hand to press them down, then continued, "I underestimated the strength of the Mirror Immortal Camp and overestimated my own abilities. Before clarifying the enemy situation, I rashly led you to confront them multiple times, which ultimately led to this disaster. As the leader, I cannot evade responsibility for the deaths of Li Yun and Li Pingkai. Leader, I disagree. After all, it was all to retain the territory of Redwood Ridge. Not only you, we share the same thought. It doesn't matter how strong the Mirror Immortal Camp is. What needs fighting for, we must fight for. I feel the same. The leader is not at fault. From the attitude He Meng's group showed early on, once the northern part is given up, Redwood Ridge will soon have no place for us in Great Xia. Fortunately, the leader led us. Otherwise, the territory would have long been taken by someone else. Not fighting leaves only two paths, either waiting for death or joining the Mirror Immortal Camp, serving under them. I would rather die like Li Yun and Li Pingkai than be subjected to sneers elsewhere. For the account of Li Yun and Li Pingkai, if it must be settled, it can only be blamed on the Mirror Immortal Camp. They were the ones who started it. They were the first to cross the line. They were the first to kill. Relying on their strength, they've bullied us excessively. We might as well fight them if it comes to it. Seeing the crowd excited below, Xia Hong felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. His guilt did not stem from the initial choice to conflict with the Mirror Immortal Camp. For Great Xia to retain the territory of Redwood Ridge, conflict with the Mirror Immortal Camp was inevitable. Giving up the northern part would certainly be easy. But once they tasted sweetness, would they only want that part? The Ice Abyss world doesn't speak of cooperation and win-win scenarios. Retreating often leads to an endless abyss, not a broader sky. What he truly felt guilty about was hastily and rashly leading everyone to patrol the Northern Territory before understanding the enemy situation. In fact, Xia Hong had previously considered the possibility of being ambushed or encountering the other party's large forces. However, at that time, his skin training progress had improved significantly. His basic strength had officially surpassed the cold resistance level threshold, and he was extremely confident. Unless the two cold resistance level individuals from the Mirror Immortal camp acted together. Even if faced with 3 hunting teams like Meng's composition, he was confident he could lead everyone to escape unscathed. But he never expected that the Mirror Immortal camp would be involved with the deceitful monster. And tonight, to encircle him, they almost mobilized their entire forces. Yuan, who led the team of several hundred Earth-digging realm members, which was practically all of the Mirror Immortal camp strength, except for that he Yuan on. Furthermore, the opponent had been constantly dispatching people to monitor the valley base. Judging from the ambush situation at the time, the most people were on the east, which was the large group brought by Yuan, who evidently all rushed in from the outskirts temporarily. In other words, as soon as the hunting team from Great Xia left the valley, the Mirror Immortal camp would quickly become aware. It must be so, otherwise it wouldn't be such a coincidence. Xia Hong looked around the periphery of the valley, a few streaks of cold light flashing in his eyes, then withdrew his gaze and said to everyone in the camp, "Let's not talk about my mistake first. Li Yun and Li Pingkai both died for the camp. Their widows and children will naturally be supported by the camp. Li Yin, Li Ting, Li Feng, and the 2 mothers, until they reach the earth-digging realm, all cultivation expenses will be borne by the camp gratuitously. Besides, the housing of Li Pingkai and Li Yun will continue to be occupied by their families, and their remaining contribution values, weapons, and bows will all be inherited by their children, and the camp will not reclaim any of it." Who? As Xia Hong finished speaking, everyone in the camp suddenly breathed a bit more heavily. Even among the hunting team, the expressions of some with children changed. Li Yun and Li Pingkai, both of whom were once members of the hunting team, lived on the 3rd floor, and now after their deaths, the rooms still belonged to their families. Contribution values, bows, weapons, all 3 things are directly inherited by their children. The most crucial part is that the 3 children, including 2 mothers, will have all their cultivation expenses provided by the camp at no charge until they reach the earth-digging realm. Even in a brutal world like the Ice Abyss, familial bonds and blood relations remain the strongest link between people. After Great Xia began implementing the contribution point system, everyone, regardless of gender, started working towards earning contribution points as long as their cultivation level was reached. Eventually, the contribution points everyone worked so hard to earn are essentially used for 2 things: cultivation or family. When venturing out, be it hunting cold beasts or competing with other camps, even in simple logging or gathering, no one can guarantee absolute safety. This statement by Xia Hong gives them peace of mind regarding future concerns. As long as someone dies for the camp or for Great Xia, not only will their widows and children receive the best care from the camp, but their contributions to the camp will also remain intact and be inherited by their children. The word inheritance might sound ordinary, but for the people in the camp, it is something extremely unfamiliar and unimaginable. It's essential to know that neither Great Xia, de Shi, Huangzhou, de Chuan, nor even the Rogel camp had set such a precedent before. The reason is simple. In the absence of abundant resources, inheritance isn't even up for discussion, which is normal. After all, limited resources must be given priority to the most valuable people. In fact, even in today's Great Xia, resources can hardly be described as abundant. The previously overflowing cold beast meat will likely become scarce again, soon due to the Mirror Immortal camp's invasion. Although the Redwood Ridge is vast, their hunting range is only that little bit on the outskirts. With the recent hunting team's casualties and defeat, the invasion by the Mirror Immortal camp will certainly accelerate, reducing their hunting area even further. In such a situation, Xia Hong still made such a decision. Xia Chuan couldn't help but want to speak immediately, as did Luo Yuan, Zhao Long, and others who were formerly members of the Rogel camp along with Li Yun and Li Pingkai, who hesitated and wanted to persuade him. But when they glanced at the widows of Li Yun and Li Pingkai and saw the recovered colors on their orphaned wives and children, they thought better and held back. All remaining members of the hunting team, come with me. After announcing his decision, Xia Hong said nothing more and led everyone to the third floor. He did not reveal to the public the Mirror Immortal camp's connection with the deceitful monster, fearing it would cause panic. However, the hunting team needed to be informed. Additionally, after this significant defeat, the Mirror Immortal camp will undoubtedly take further actions. An arrangement for Great Xia's external resource gathering must change. On the third floor, seeing the 15 members of the hunting team, Xia Hong sighed heavily in his heart. As soon as he entered the valley, he noticed that all 15 were injured, with the most severe being Zhao Bao and Ying Xian, the former unable to walk on his left leg, only able to move using a wooden crutch, and the latter's cheeks pierced through, the arrows removed, but the holes were still exceptionally clear, preventing him from speaking. Xia Hong pondered for a moment, then explained the situation with the Mirror Immortal camp's deceitful monster and shared his speculations. Ha ha, serves them right, so they were infiltrated by the deceitful monster. Let's just wait and watch how they meet their end. Rising from the dead, yet unaware of being controlled by the deceitful monster, wonderful, the Mirror Immortal camp is doomed. Ha ha, fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Just as Xia Hong expected, upon hearing that the Mirror Immortal camp had been infiltrated and controlled by a deceitful monster, everyone's reactions were ones of excitement and joy. Only Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and Yu Feng's joy quickly faded. After a moment of thought, their expressions turned heavy. Xia Hong met each of their gazes and immediately knew they were on the same page as him. Under normal circumstances, the Great Xia and the Mirror Immortal camp wouldn't be closely tied, but in the face of a cunning, homicidal, deceitful monster that regards human life as worthless, such a description isn't exaggerated, especially since they know the location of the Great Xia station. They have even started probing the Great Xia. Probing means that the Great Xia has already become their target. It wasn't just Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and Yu Feng. The other members of the hunting team weren't foolish either. Especially since the incident with the wood puppet monster was less than a year ago, many people slowly began to realize, and the joy on their faces gradually vanished, replaced by solemnity. With humans and monsters mixed together, even they themselves can't distinguish each other, let alone us. This Mirror Immortal camp should not be approached for now. Xia Hong turned to look at Yu Feng, a trace of astonishment rising in his heart. Unexpectedly, Yu Feng's response was the quickest. After confirming the link between the Mirror Immortal camp and the deceitful monster, his first thought was to minimize or even cease contact. The others heard these words, pondered for a moment, and quickly showed agreement. If the Mirror Immortal camp were purely a human camp, they could find ways to negotiate, perhaps temporarily concede interests, or continue to engage in guerrilla warfare. There would always be a way. But once involved with deceitful monsters, common logic no longer applies. Being able to infiltrate the Mirror Immortal camp implies that this deceitful monster is undoubtedly powerful, but they know nothing about how it controls humans or what capabilities it has. Under such circumstances, avoiding contact is the best choice. Moreover, Xia Hong just mentioned that the deceitful monster is definitely afraid of the iron refining furnace in the camp, meaning that as long as they stay in the camp's valley, they can ensure safety. In such a scenario, there's even less reason to engage with a Mirror Immortal camp. If Yuan who can find clues about the camp's deceitful monster through the leader's hints and trigger another great battle, that would be ideal. Xia Chuan's words caused subtle reactions among the others. In this way, wouldn't the Great Xia gain an advantage for free? Xia Hong understood his implication, but after contemplating, gently shook his head. The probability of that is extremely slim. It doesn't concern us how they act. Since we know that the Mirror Immortal Camp leads to a dead end, there's no need to deal too much with them. As long as they don't bring trouble, we can peacefully enhance our own strength. But we can only wonder if that deceitful monster will come looking for us first. As Xia Hong spoke those last words, a trace of worry appeared on his face, but it quickly dissipated. He stood up and continued speaking to everyone. Not just to the north, but we should avoid areas a bit further from the valley for now. The station's essential resources are merely wood, coal, and cold beast meat. From today on, no one from the camp, including you, is allowed to leave the valley's 1-kilometer range. This distance will just cover the outer 500 meters of the midsection of Redwood Ridge. Even if we collect all the resources in this area, it will be sufficient for quite a long time. Xia Hong slowly laid out his various plans, and from time to time, people raised a few objections, which he pondered, sometimes altering or insisting, and soon the discussion concluded. In reality, to summarize, it's just strategic contraction. Without clear information on the Mirror Immortal Camp's subsequent actions or specific details about the deceitful monster, all the Great Xia can do is minimize the scope of activities as much as possible while ensuring that cultivation remains unaffected, prioritizing safety. Just one primary monster wiped out rogal camps, more than 1,003 or 400 people, leaving only fewer than 200 survivors. Today's Great Xia is, of course, much stronger than rogal camp. Can the deceitful monster possibly controlling the Mirror Immortal Camp be weaker than that would puppet monster? Xia Hong's strategy of contraction received unanimous endorsement from everyone. Only Xia Chuan raised a question. If none of us go out, brother, what about your cold beast blood? The others in the hunting team suddenly realized, remembering that Xia Hong needed a lot of cold beast blood and resources to break through the cold resistance level, and immediately showed signs of worry. Xia Hong displayed a slight smile, shaking his head. Don't worry about me. The strength of the Mirror Immortal Camp isn't enough to threaten me, except for He Yuan Hun and the deceitful monster behind the Mirror Immortal. Although his expression was relaxed, Xia Hong was somewhat concerned internally about these two unknown figures. Not only him, Xia Chuan, Luo Yuan, and Yufeng clearly also realized, with traces of worry visible in their eyes. 6 kilometers south from the middle section of Redwood Ridge, about 2 kilometers deep, one person and a snow mane are fiercely grappling in the dense forest. The snow mane is over 7 meters long, with a shoulder height of 3 or 4 meters. Its robust limbs are like 4 giant pillars holding up the sky. 2-meter-long fangs resemble 2 slender, curved blades hanging from its mouth, gleaming with a chilling light. Its entire back is covered with thorny spines, layered with frost, with sharp, bright tips, as if hundreds of steel spears were embedded upside down on its back, sending chills to one's heart. Just the sheer size and appearance of the snow mane is already awe-inspiring, not to mention the knotted muscles all over its body, containing unimaginable strength. However, such a fearsome intermediate snowman is currently being held immobile by a single person grabbing its fangs. A young man dressed in a black cloak with a light blue beast fur hat is gripping the snow mane's fangs with both hands, holding it to the ground with his eyes wide open in rage. The snow mane has a shoulder height of over 3 meters, while the young man is at most 1.9 meters tall, normally out of reach for sure, but the snow mane has evidently just adopted an attack posture, only to be controlled and pinned to the ground by the young man. SZZZ. SZZZ. The snow mane, with its head pressed to the ground, struggles constantly with its hind limbs, but no matter what, it can't break free of the young man's grasp. Roar. The snow mane roars in fury, but its mouth has only the root of the tongue left. The tongue, originally a lethal weapon, has broken off completely and lies with a slender, narrow long knife in the snow more than 10 meters away. Although the young man has a giant axe strapped to his back, he never uses it, instead purposefully grappling with the snow mane using only his hands. The snow mane is at least 10 times the size of the young man, It's like a tiger being pinned on its head by a kitten, unable to break free despite exerting all its strength. Moreover, as the struggle continues, the snow mane begins to show signs of exhaustion. Its roaring subsides, and its movements gradually diminish. If someone were to witness this scene, they might think they were dreaming. The young man's eyes are wide open, veins bulging, holding down for over 100 breaths. Seeing the snow mane's movements weaken and its strength wane, his gaze suddenly sharpens. He abruptly releases his grip, swiftly retrieves the double-edged giant axe from his back, seizes the moment as the snow mane attempts to get up in panic, flips over, and swings horizontally from behind, slashing towards the right side of the snow mane's neck. The giant axe is so fast that the slash seems to solidify mid-air, starkly visible in the dark, striking the snow mane's neck just as its head lifts less than half a meter. Crack! Boom! The clear sound of bone shattering erupts from a neck, and the snow mane's enormous head flies off to the left like a kite with its string cut. Indeed, it flew off. The young man had directly severed that head, half the size of a person. The power of that single axe swing far exceeds ordinary imagination. The snow mane didn't even have time to shoot the spines from its back. Its body stood there for over 10 breaths, then collapsed with a boom. Boom! The seventh head. The young man is none other than Xia Hong, who ventured out from the camp alone. SSSS. Seeing a large amount of blood spurting from the snow mane's neck, Xia Hong hurriedly retrieved a pre-prepared leather bag from his back to collect all the blood. Demon sheep, tongue jiao, snow mane, thunder kuei, frost wolf. I've hunted 5 types among the 7 preys. I now basically possess the ability to hunt these commonly seen intermediate cold beasts in the outer area alone. On the 3rd day of being a lone ranger, Xia Hong had gradually moved from initial discomfort to a kind of enjoyment. Going out with the hunting team has its advantages, to be sure. For instance, many tasks have others doing them, so there's no need to handle everything personally. With multiple people cooperating, hunting efficiency is higher than when alone, and so on. But the downside is that Xia Hong has to also manage others. Currently, the members of the hunting team with the highest basic strength, Xia Chuan and Luo Yuan, are only just reaching 20,000, making it very dangerous to face intermediate cold beasts. If Xia Hong doesn't take care of others, the casualty rate would definitely be high. The efficiency may be a bit low, but at least ensures safety, and facing these cold beasts alone, my combat experience and strength are improving quickly. Being a lone ranger is the way it has to be for now. Previously, Xia Hong's skin membrane progress wasn't as high as now, and going out with a team, hunting 3 intermediate cold beasts in one night was usually not a problem. This is his 4th night going out alone. 4 nights, 7 intermediate cold beasts. Although it also involves the reason of initially hunting other species, the decrease in efficiency is an undeniable fact. 7 cold beasts total about 400 pounds of beast blood, leaving a gap of only 2,000 pounds. Just a bit more effort, and 30 more intermediate cold beasts will do. Xia Hong calculated in his mind, with a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. Thinking back to when he first broke through to the cold resistance level and calculated that he needed the blood of 80 intermediate cold beasts, Xia Hong felt somewhat hopeless. But in just less than 2 months, his progress has reached 56. Of course, the most crucial thing was what Xia Hong learned from Gao Yu. The reason he needed so much intermediate beast blood to break through to the cold resistance level was because of his high battle body talent. In other words, his great potential. During this time, I'll make a concerted effort to gather all the beast blood I need. The Great Xia's restrictions had already begun to be enforced. From the 3rd night, everyone in the entire camp, whether gathering, logging, or hunting, was not allowed to leave the valley more than a kilometer. In the short term, it was impossible for the hunting team to accompany him outside. Not just the hunting team, even Xia Hong himself had spent the past 4 nights circling around the edges of the camp, emerging from different points. After leaving the valley, not to mention the northern side of Redwood Ridge, he didn't even go to the middle section, heading straight to the southern side of Redwood Ridge. Before breaking through to the cold resistance level, He avoided any contact with the Mirror Immortal Camp. 30 intermediate cold beasts, based on the current hunting efficiency, it should only take more than half a month. I hope nothing else happens during this period. Xia Hong packed the collected beast blood, then turned his head to look at the eastern perimeter, his expression slightly shifting. His current location was 6 kilometers south of Redwood Ridge, about 2 kilometers deep. Going out to the eastern perimeter would lead to the former earth slope of the Great Xia's camp. In other words, going further south would be an unfamiliar region. Xia Hong thought for only a moment, quickly hid the snow mane he had on the ground up in a tree, marked the spot, and headed directly towards the eastern perimeter of Redwood Ridge. After exiting Redwood Ridge and reaching the previous earth slope camp, Xia Hong hesitated not at all and continued southward. The initial plan was for the earth-digging realm people of the camp to expand southward, but due to the incident with the Mirror Immortal Camp, he estimated that only he could travel outside in the short term. Since that's the case, he'll go ahead alone and scout out the situation. Twin Dragon Mountain is formed by the conjunction of the northern and southern mountain bodies, with the early Great Xia Earth Slope actually being part of the southern extension of Twin Dragon Mountain. Information obtained from Gao Yu allowed him to deduce that they must all be located under the western cliff of Twin Dragon Mountain. Twin Dragon Mountain stretches over 200 miles east to west, and Gao Yu wasn't sure about the north-south distance, estimating that the scale of the mountain was far beyond imagination. In other words, the entire Redwood Ridge, including the northern Pingxi Plain and the Arrow Bamboo Forest, as well as larger areas, should all be under the western cliff of Twin Dragon Mountain. Xia Hong had walked only a kilometer south along the earth slope when the mountain began to curve inward to the east. To continue exploring, he would have to turn left into the eastern inner perimeter. The mountain curves and rather than breaks off, and it continues to extend southward. By visual estimation, it's at least 100 miles long, but there's a river to the south, meaning that this river flows from the top of Twin Dragon Mountain. It's unclear if we are considered the middle or lower course of the river. Xia Hong estimated the southern distance of the extended Twin Dragon Mountain and then looked towards the icy river a kilometer south, lost in thought. Separated by a kilometer, the pervasive cold mist above the river was exceptionally conspicuous. Though the river's surface was unclear, based on the ice crystals on the outer layer of Redwood Ridge's trees, it's inferred that the river's surface was covered by an unusually hard layer of ice. In such an extremely cold, frozen world, a flowing river is itself an unreasonable phenomenon. Not to mention that Luo Ming mentioned not seeing any signs of cold beast activity around the icy river. Xia Hong could basically ascertain that there must be terrifying creatures underwater. On land, the surviving cold beasts were already so mighty. To live underwater, trapped beneath thick ice and frighten other cold beasts from approaching, the fearsome nature of these aquatic creatures can well be imagined. Aquatic creatures should be of higher value than land creatures. Water itself is an extremely scarce resource. Moreover, it can be used to deduce the terrain's orientation and the current location of the Great Xia. It's just unfortunate that current strength is insufficient. Trying to use this river is undoubtedly impossible for now, only when strength is sufficient in the future. Xia Hong continued towards the south for another 700 or 800 meters, and as he got closer to the icy river, an inexplicable sense of dread welled up inside him. Though he could only see the swirling mist of cold on the water's surface and the crystalline green water plants by the riverbank, the fear seemed to arise out of nowhere. When there was only a little over 100 meters left to the icy river, Xia Hong's heart began to pound violently. This extreme sense of danger was even more intense than when he first hunted the snow mane and mistakenly ventured 4 kilometers deep into Redwood Ridge. Xia Hong stopped in his tracks, gazing at the icy river mist in front of him. He took a deep breath before turning towards the left, toward the southern cliff of Twin Dragon Mountain. Living water, aquatic cold beasts, various scarce items underwater, including those crystalline green water plants, are undoubtedly treasures. If this river could be utilized in the future, the camp's survival environment will definitely improve. Xia Hong turned his head while walking, looking at the icy river. After contemplating for a moment, He took out a map and marked the river's location. Xing River. Luo Ming should have also approached this river before, but he did not name this river, so Xia Hong decided to give it a new name himself. Of course, naming it was secondary. More importantly, Xia Hong placed great value on this river. Once the Xing River can be utilized, the strength of the Great Xia should be enough to dominate the entire Redwood Ridge area. Xia Hong continued to explore along the southern cliff, progressing about 4 kilometers forward, and the east-west extending cliff began to resume a north-south orientation.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.